This young man was naturally endowed with a greater awakening power than others. However, the first thing Kim SeoJoon had to do was to pay off all the debts left by his two deceased parents. 9 years passed by, and finally, he had managed to save up enough to enroll in the Hunter Academy he had always dreamed of. While browsing the internet one day, a sudden advertisement about the prestigious Supreme Academy caught Kim SeoJoon's eye, causing him to pause in disbelief. The video was filled with nothing but extravagant praises, painting a picture of boundless glory. Frustrated, he continued scrolling and stumbled upon another video featuring Jaehyun Daeseong, showcasing incredible skills and strength that left Kim SeoJoon gaping in awe. Out of curiosity, Kim SeoJoon clicked on the enrollment button, only to see a fee of $40,000 appear on the screen, exactly the amount he had saved. "Is this some kind of joke? Are they trying to deceive me?" he muttered, feeling conflicted about the materialistic decision that now occupied his thoughts. With that, he hastily exited the webpage, determined to focus on his work instead. Little did he know that life had other plans. All of Kim SeoJoon's hopes and dreams were shattered in a matter of seconds when a freak accident severed the monster's chain right above his head, leaving him severely injured. With medical expenses totaling $40,000, his bright future seemed to dim on his hospital bed. Left with only $3,000 in his pocket, borrowed from Uncle Manchel, Kim SeoJoon's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification about the Supreme Academy. To his surprise, the registration fee had dropped to $3,000. With nothing more to lose, he decided to take a leap of faith and tap the registration button. As he did, the envelope containing the money beside him slowly disappeared, startling him momentarily. After successfully becoming a member, a miniature figure on his person emitted a dazzling light from his phone, announcing itself as his mentor and guide. "I'm Mentor," the kid proudly declared, boasting about being the advisor in charge of teaching Kim SeoJoon. This revelation left Kim SeoJoon incredulous. Could there possibly be someone even more severely ill than he? Currently, Mentor informed Kim SeoJoon that the Supreme Academy is where teachers strive to surpass the limits of their own races. This revelation startled Kim SeoJoon. So, this is a school for superhumans, not hunters. What even are hunters then? Mentor hurriedly had Kim SeoJoon take a proficiency survey to determine his current inclinations. Shaking, Kim SeoJoon pressed without knowing how to answer the second question, lacking all the abilities at the moment. Mentor sighed deeply. "All right, this academy will tentatively accept you," Mentor said abruptly, then launched into a rapid-fire 180-question survey that made Kim SeoJoon feel like dying right then and there on the bed. After noticing that Kim SeoJoon's preferred combat style was tactics, Mentor contemplated and decided to assign Dongbang to him for tea training. Without delay, Mentor quickly showed Kim SeoJoon a lecture from Professor Boljo, leaving Kim SeoJoon stunned and questioning the meaning of life. What on earth? According to Mentor's words, Kim SeoJoon immediately pressed firmly into the lecture, steadfast in the professor's unwavering teaching. The image of Boljo and his echoing teachings immediately sent Kim SeoJoon into a dreamlike state, as if he had just bitten a stone, engrossed for a whole week. Suddenly, Kim SeoJoon's body completely recovered, surprising all the doctors with its newfound strength. Truly the power of Buddha. After experiencing this enlightenment, Kim SeoJoon felt like he had just achieved 1.3% of his progress. Immediately greedy, he decided to try Chirion's lecture next. Chirion, a centaur and the teacher of most heroes in the Jurisu mythology, excitedly lay down and chilled while listening. Suddenly, he loudly shouted, ordering Kim SeoJoon to quickly get up and move his hands and feet, making Kim SeoJoon startled, almost falling off the bed. At this moment, the phone screen suddenly displayed a notification about Kim SeoJoon's daily personal tasks. Immediately, Kim SeoJoon jumped into end tasks, physically tougher than usual. "It's too hard." Kim SeoJoon sighed deeply and stopped. However, despite pressing a few more times, the screen remained blank, forcing him to complete the tasks, making Kim SeoJoon feel like my mother was going to collapse. Kim SeoJoon reluctantly clicked back into Professor Boljo's lecture on the toolbar, only to be greeted by a notification about the task deadline. 83 days from now. It felt like a daunting stretch. Since that day, despite his reluctance, Kim SeoJoon had to train his body day in and day out, holding on to a small belief that he would grow stronger. However, after diligently studying every detail for a whole week, his progress hadn't budged at all. "It's been ages since I've exercised," Kim SeoJoon thought to himself, seizing this opportunity to justify his physical training efforts. He pushed through 300 push-ups with all his might, feeling his muscles strained to the brink. Just as he was considering switching to another exercise, he noticed the screen still showed only 81 completed push-ups. It turned out he had to maintain the exact form for each push-up to count, a truly merciless requirement. Kim SeoJoon felt tears welling up, biting his tongue in silent frustration as he labored from morning till night. Finally achieving his goal left him exhausted to the point of bleeding, yet he continued to roll and curse on the ground, under the perplexed gazes of those around him. Seriously? From now on, Kim SeoJoon has to do the exact same tasks every day and listen to lectures too? Just hearing about it makes me want to pass out. A few days later, while heading down to the hospital lobby for some exercise, Kim SeoJoon suddenly encountered an elderly woman and greeted her. On the TV nearby, there was a report about an awakened fake who had timely handled a monster's rampage thanks to their powerful abilities, which left the elderly woman incredibly excited. Feeling perplexed about how to explain his current strength to her, Kim SeoJoon was abruptly dismissed by a middle-aged man sitting nearby who callously advised him to give up. Enraged, Kim SeoJoon clenched his fists tightly. "Mind your own life before telling me what to do," he coldly retorted, walking away. Ignoring the curses muttered behind his back, Kim SeoJoon resolved to pursue his dream against all odds, fueled by his belief that he would become a professional hunter. Enduring the hardships, he continued to train day after day, while at the academy, a fierce battle raged between a spirited teacher and a ferocious giant beast, their sharp swords clashing and tearing the air apart, scattering fresh blood and dust, transforming the scene into a desolate spectacle. Kim SeoJoon finally returned home after 2 weeks of hellish ordeal, collapsing happily onto his bed. However, his mind was still troubled by concerns about the upcoming hunter exam next year. Suddenly, he jolted as he remembered completing today's daily tasks on the system, which unlocked the next lesson. Kim SeoJoon couldn't contain his joy and shouted aloud. Upon seeing Kim SeoJoon's return, Professor Chirian seemed somewhat surprised and promptly prepared the next lesson. That night, despite his reluctance, Kim SeoJoon shamelessly slipped back into the workplace to continue his duties, as he had already developed appendicitis. Now, a new financial problem had arisen. He had to work to eat, but working meant no time for lectures or daily tasks. This dilemma left Kim SeoJoon with a throbbing headache. During a rare break, he reviewed the previous day's lesson on the 5 senses and their role in combat, including sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. These processes were too slow for Professor Chirian, who had taught him to shorten them through instinctual intuition, his 6th sense. Lost in thought, a colleague suddenly approached from behind, attempting to grab him by the shoulder. Surprisingly, Kim SeoJoon easily dodged him as if he had eyes in the back of his head, leaving the man utterly astonished. Shortly after, Kim SeoJoon effortlessly lifted 3 200-kilogram monster clubs, despite just recovering from injury, stunning everyone present at the workplace. Feeling a surge of hidden strength within himself, Kim SeoJoon realized that waiting until work was done would leave him with little time, prompting him to decide to squat during his carrying tasks. To his surprise, the system automatically tripled his gains, proving that the heavier the load, the more effective the exercise. Kim SeoJoon understood this truth and rejoiced to the skies. In the days that followed, he seized every opportunity to work and train simultaneously, effectively earning money while saving time, a double benefit. However, the aftermath of those vigorous days left his body shattered and endlessly fatigued. Yet the results were undeniable, as he had completed all his old lessons and decided to seek out additional free courses to explore further. Unexpectedly, Kim SeoJoon stumbled upon Professor Hangwoo, a mythical figure renowned for his extraordinary abilities, viral across countless realms. Anything free was worth signing up for, Kim SeoJoon realized as he embarked on yet another exploration. Kim SeoJoon had just clicked when Hang Woo started yelling at him, leaving him stunned. He stood there listening to Hang Woo's tirade, and then the system popped up with a new task: swing a weapon 5,000 times. He was completely baffled. How could the lesson be over after just a few words? And now there was this bizarre task. Truly, cheap things are never good. The next day, Park Soo-kun, the granddaughter of the Sword Star, unexpectedly came to the construction site where Kim SeoJoon worked to check on a recent accident. Amid the frightened whispers of the workers, Kim SeoJoon heard the words Sword Star. Park Min-chun immediately felt a chill. 100 years ago, he was an awakened one, active during the birth of the gate concept. Unlike the systematic understanding of the awakened ones at that time, the monsters back then were much more ferocious and roamed the streets everywhere. Human survival was not guaranteed. Park Min-chun was an awakened one in such a world and one of those who rebuilt civilization. He was a hero who saved the world. Time flowed like water, and though he was now old, he remained a formidable force on this planet, greatly admired by Kim SeoJoon. This made him work even harder, his awkward appearance catching Park Soo-kun's attention. As usual, he tirelessly used the monsters to train his body. While chatting with his colleagues, the corpse of a monster suddenly moved and lunged at them, catching them off guard. A few minutes earlier, Park Soo-kun, surrounded by workers, had exhausted herself and hid in a dark corner. She felt she wasn't fit to be the headmistress. She overheard whispers about her abilities only being at level B, which saddened her. Seom was a revered hero, but to her, that title was a heavy burden. Despite receiving hunter training from her grandfather since she could walk, the wall bearing the name Seom was too high. She couldn't surpass it, always being compared to her exceptionally talented grandfather. Her lifelong dream was to become a teacher, but her talented grandfather extinguished it. Even though she compromised by teaching hunter trainees, once the news spread that the Hunter Academy she founded didn't have Seong's presence, all the trainees lost interest and left. They hadn't enrolled because of her, but because of Seong. She yearned to have a suitable student. While lost in thought, the sudden noise and commotion around her indicated the appearance of a monster, startling her. Kim SeoJoon and the other man were being surrounded by the ferocious beast. He could do nothing but scream in despair, watching as his cherished person fell into the jaws of death. He was paralyzed with fear, realizing that an ordinary person couldn't be stronger than a monster. Even awakened ones who couldn't use mana were no match for it. And this was a 4-star monster. Professional hunters would have a hard time defeating it. By the time Park Soo-kun arrived, it was too late. The man had only a few more seconds before he would be in the monster's mouth. Kim SeoJoon, trembling after a month of hesitation, decided to take a gamble and charge at it, fighting for his life. He created a shield, allowing the man to escape. In an instant, it was just him and the ferocious beast. Kim SeoJoon tried to calm himself, holding on until the professional hunters could arrive. Though he said this, his body continued to shake with fear. In his panic, Buljo's teachings softly echoed in his mind, bringing him a sense of calm and peace like water. His fear and trembling heart were gradually suppressed, giving him the courage to face the beast that was lunging at him. Realizing that if he waited to react, it would be too late, Kim SeoJoon acted on instinct, effortlessly dodging each of the beast's powerful blows. He then utilized Hang Woo's mountain pulling technique, targeting the monster's weak spot and striking with all his might. His staff briefly glowed, and less than a second later, a thunderous explosion shook the air. Park Soo-kun rushed over, and through the haze of dust, saw Kim SeoJoon standing confidently beside the bloodied corpse of the monster. It seemed he had successfully applied the professor's teachings. "That's my boy," she thought. "What the hell just happened here?" Park Soo-kun could not believe her eyes. Even in her wildest dreams, she couldn't imagine that a lone man, who wasn't even a hunter and didn't have any proper weapons, could accomplish such a feat using only a steel pike like Kim SeoJoon. Contrary to her bewilderment, Kim SeoJoon hurriedly brushed past her, deeply worried about his colleague. Park Soo-kun quietly observed the noisy and bustling scene of Kim SeoJoon talking with those around him. she suddenly blurted out that she had found the suitable candidate, the recruit she had been looking for. In the serene yet contemplative atmosphere, the workday came to an end under the setting sun, accompanied by the foreman's stern warning not to tell anyone about what had just happened. Kim SeoJoon briefly checked his phone and was startled to see the progress percentage of his lesson had unexpectedly increased significantly. He guessed it might be because he had defeated the monster earlier in the afternoon. It seemed that the best way to increase the lesson progress was to apply what he had learned in real combat. However, the problem was that if he couldn't join the Hunter Academy and earn a certificate, he wouldn't be able to raid dungeons. The economic burden was once again weighing heavily on his shoulders, as he needed to save money and apply. As he was deep in thought, suddenly, Park Soo-kun appeared behind him, expressing her desire to talk. As soon as he saw her, Kim SeoJoon recognized her as the granddaughter of the Sword Star, and he couldn't help but wonder why someone like her wanted to talk to him. Park Soo-kun didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. She wanted to invite him to meet her grandfather. However, contrary to her expectations, Kim SeoJoon flatly refused and walked away, leaving her bewildered. Park Soo-kun, at 31 years old, was experiencing something she had never encountered before, which made her feel slightly confused. Kim SeoJoon coldly stated that he couldn't trust an academy where none of the recruits were hers. Just hearing about it made him feel skeptical. Park Soo-kun was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain to him. After witnessing his strange exercises and realizing that even in a significantly weakened state, he could still slay a 4-star monster, she felt that he was clearly trying to become a hunter, nothing more, nothing less. She quickly chased after him, promising advanced equipment and facilities at the academy. But he remained adamant in his refusal. Caught in a dilemma, Park Soo-kun had to play her final card, her grandfather. She immediately proposed that her grandfather teach Kim SeoJoon swordsmanship. This took Kim SeoJoon by surprise, causing him to pause momentarily. However, his answer remained a firm no. This only fueled Park Soo-kun's frustration, as she watched him reject even the offer to learn from a swordmaster, a desire all professional hunters covet. Her longing to have him grew stronger with each passing moment, determined not to let him slip away easily. Park Soo-kun continued, laying out her full proposal, to help him connect with her academy, provide a private training location, and most importantly, waive his tuition fees. Kim SeoJoon was intrigued by the offer, yet with a cautious demeanor, he pondered what he could do in return. After all, in this world, one must work to earn, and nothing comes for free. What she truly wanted was for him to participate in various competitions under her academy's name, to gain recognition from others. Gradually, Kim SeoJoon started to waver under Park Soo-kun's tempting offer. Though she could solve all his worries in one go, he couldn't understand why she was going to such lengths just to recruit him under the dazzling sunset. Park Soo-kun spoke solemnly, explaining that she saw his potential, her resolute stance melting Kim SeoJoon's skepticism. Both ended up shaking hands happily. On the surface, their goal seemed singular, but beneath it lay a mutually beneficial relationship. As predicted, the next day, Kim SeoJoon received news that the head of construction had been fired. A task Park Soo-kun had taken care of for him the previous day. This news brought joy to everyone. Today, Kim SeoJoon's happiness was multiplied as he stepped into the Hunter Academy for the first time. Upon arrival at the gate, Park Soo-kun was already waiting to present him with his certificate. Kim SeoJoon accepted it, feeling a mix of surprise and accomplishment. Although he hadn't yet become a professional hunter, this was just the first step on his journey toward achieving his dream. Before proceeding with Kim SeoJoon's training, as per Park Soo-kun's instructions, he had to first select a weapon to prepare for entering the dungeon. She had already prepared a shiny one for him, and he had chosen one himself, as they ventured into this dark rat's nest of a dungeon. Inside were only level 2 monsters, a perfect spot for someone inexperienced like him to test his mettle. Suddenly, a nimble rat monster rushed at them, but Kim SeoJoon swiftly dodged and immediately swung his club, knocking the creature out cold. After a brief scuffle, Kim SeoJoon was delighted to see his progress steadily increasing. It seemed this place suited him well. He could both enhance his strength and earn money, akin to grinding experience in a game, which excited him every time. Park Soo-kun couldn't help but wonder if she had chosen the wrong person. She knew he was eccentric, but after returning from clearing out the dungeon, he was back to burying his head in his phone, reading nonsense. It was her first time encountering such behavior from him. Seeing Kim SeoJoon through Soo-kun's eyes, he seemed like a patient escaping from a hospital. She wondered how long he had been staring at that pitch-black screen, and the big issue was his bizarre capabilities didn't end there. Despite being a raw recruit, having never undergone proper training, Kim SeoJoon could massacre rat monsters like a seasoned hunter on his first dungeon sweep, despite his over 10 years of training. It left her speechless. After handling the scene, he continued with more bizarre exercises, like moving corpses, a task easily handled by a hired service. It was beyond her wildest imagination. At present, what worried Park Soo-kun the most was how to explain his appearance to her grandfather. She sighed heavily, hearing Kim SeoJoon's frustrated screams in the wee hours, as he hadn't finished listening to all the lectures. Truly, the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. The next day, Kim SeoJoon grinned widely in front of his early morning account screen, where his hard work had paid off. It wasn't in vain. However, he briefly felt that cleaning up like this wasted time. While listening to the lecture, Kim SeoJoon suddenly wondered whether to ask his colleague, Manchul, to work together, considering the nearly $10,000 he had just earned. He hesitated about what to do with it. The dungeon sweep had helped him earn money and improve his lecture progress, but it wasn't as fast as he had hoped. Suddenly, in a moment of reflection, Kim SeoJoon remembered the legendary lecture about Jaekyin Daeseong. Excitedly, he clicked the registration button. But oh boy, it was too good to be true. It shot up to a whopping $27 million. It made him want to cry and smash his phone. Goodness, it was truly a capitalist nightmare, perfectly matching the name of the Supreme Academy. With this price tag, even after becoming a professional hunter, he would still be deep in debt. Kim SeoJoon sighed in frustration, cried a bit, and finally regained his spirits. He continued to browse the site to see if there were any good items for sale. After some searching, he gasped in amazement when he saw that everything imaginable was available. Holy water! Even a replica of St. Longinus' spear, all legendary grade equipment. It left even someone like him, who knew nothing about weapons, in awe. Thinking about how such extraordinary items could be bought and sold so easily, Kim SeoJoon's eyes lit up like headlights. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked to purchase St. Longinus' spear. However, that was just his plan. Whether he could afford it or not was another story. Everything happened in one go. The $100,000 figure appeared successfully, boosting his enthusiasm for training even more. It was a whole different story altogether. Kim SeoJoon was in silent tears at this point, overwhelmed by where all this money had come from. That lecture by Jaekyin Daeseong, priced at $27 million, it seemed he'd have to wait until his next life to see it. Park Soo-kun chuckled awkwardly, approaching him to hand over a document about the Academy race, a competition among various hunting academies where countless students showcased their peak abilities. She explained that these academy races were at the level 4 tournament grade, offering opportunities to qualify for higher-level competitions and government endorsements. Therefore, hunting academies spared no expense in sending their most talented students to compete. Park Soo-kun's intention was clear as she grinned broadly, inviting Kim SeoJoon to participate on behalf of her hunting academy. Kim SeoJoon hesitated for a moment, but agreed to give it a try, curious about what lay ahead. This decision delighted Park Soo-kun immensely. Although she didn't know the exact details of the race, Kim SeoJoon's performance would be evaluated based on his dungeon clearance points and his performance in the Junior Hunter tournament. Yet Kim SeoJoon couldn't help feeling uncertain about his own abilities, especially compared to other junior hunters who had far more combat experience with monsters than he did. Reflecting for a moment, he proposed teaming up with Park Soo-kun to see how they would fare together. Being the grade B hunter trained by a renowned figure like Kim Tin, Park Soo-kun's hidden strength intrigued him. Both of them prepared themselves thoroughly for the upcoming challenge. Park Soo-kun quickly noticed Kim SeoJoon's swift, but somewhat clumsy attacks, making it easy for her to anticipate his moves. Her expectations began to diminish slightly. However, when she swung her sword to end the match and revealed his weaknesses, Kim SeoJoon surprisingly managed to block her powerful mana charge strike effortlessly within moments. Despite struggling with the force behind it, Kim SeoJoon calmly held his ground. Park Soo-kun was astonished, unable to believe that he could deflect her mana-charged attack. Normally, his weapon should have been knocked out of his hands, allowing her to press her sword against his neck. That was the expected scenario. Yet, under Park Soo-kun's bewildered gaze, Kim SeoJoon smiled faintly, then swiftly countered with a strike of his own, demonstrating a sudden surge of speed and precision that caught Park Soo-kun off guard, leaving her momentarily staggered. Kim SeoJoon, caught up in the heat of battle, suddenly heard a voice in his head instructing him to quickly change tactics, and employed various combat techniques, both offensive and defensive, including different ways to wield his staff, all in meticulous detail. At the moment, Kim SeoJoon launched a full-force attack. Park Soo-kun, overwhelmed with fear, also exerted all her strength to counter with a loud roar. The result was a devastating scene where both ended up defeated, with Kim SeoJoon lying bloodied and unconscious in a corner. Park Soo-kun gasped in horror, realizing the severity of the situation. She rushed over to check on him, and Kim SeoJoon slowly regained consciousness, embarrassedly scratching his head and rubbing his arm, unable to believe he had lost to her like that. He wondered if this was really the level of a grade B hunter and a junior hunter, feeling he still had a long way to go before reaching the professional hunter status he aspired to. Checking his phone, Kim SeoJoon was relieved to find that his score had increased as expected. It seemed he would have to bother Park Soo-kun again for more battles in the future, and she'd, of course, agreed readily, mentioning the prize money of $100,000 from the competition. This sparked a fire within Kim SeoJoon, igniting a determination to train relentlessly, driven by an intense desire to win that even Park Soo-kun couldn't match. 2 weeks passed swiftly, and today was the day of the tournament. The venue was bustling with activity, filled with participants including an odd bespectacled guy nervously muttering to himself. He seemed out of place but was there to compete. After a brief meal in the waiting room, he nervously fidgeted, his limbs colliding awkwardly, his body stiff as a rock. Observing the scene around him, including muscular competitors and their formidable weapons, the odd guy suddenly remembered Kim SeoJoon, the guy with the shabby weapon and makeshift armor, looking rather pitiful compared to the rest. This image stuck in his mind as he marveled at the surroundings, growing increasingly astonished by Kim SeoJoon's peculiar presence. Others in the vicinity also began to notice Kim SeoJoon's unusual demeanor, sparking discussions and whispers among them about his distinctiveness. Kim SeoJoon, still not quite grasping what was going on around him, continued to watch the unfolding events with an expression that perfectly mirrored the iron care standard he set for himself. His scholarly demeanor seemed to invoke sympathy from Lee Minji, a 19-year-old who suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie, akin to finding a fellow student in a new class who no one else wanted to engage with. Lee Minji quickly introduced himself after a few pleasantries, revealing that the two people arguing loudly nearby were Jang Dukshuk from the Gocheer Academy, known for his immense strength, and Lee Chulman from the Mint Academy. Kim SeoJoon, still bewildered, couldn't fathom why he was being asked for this information, feeling as though the heavens were raining down strange queries upon him. The argument subsided abruptly when Lee Janon from the Revenant Academy spoke up, his mere voice silencing the room as he recounted being the reigning champion of the tournament, boasting about his formidable strength. He had previously declined Park Soo-kun's invitation to join her, which left him furious and pounding tables and chairs in frustration, regretting his missed opportunity to leverage her support. Sensing Kim SeoJoon's curious gaze fixed upon him, Lee Junon's agitation grew, but Kim SeoJoon was merely pondering how many points he might gain if he were to challenge him. Lost in thought, the announcement suddenly blared that the matches were about to commence, heightening the crowd's anticipation. In a moment of clarity, Kim SeoJoon stood up abruptly and walked towards the window. Reflecting on the past 2 weeks of preparation, he realized he had achieved only about 30% of his learning goal, feeling a lack of noticeable strength gains or practical experience compared to other junior hunters. However, he reassured himself that his dungeon raids and battles with Park Soo-kun had compensated for this gap. Gripping his hands tightly, Kim SeoJoon resolved to surpass all challenges, envisioning the $100,000 prize straight into his Google account. Despite his initial hesitation, he seemed determined to face whatever trials lay ahead in the labyrinthine dungeon competition. As the announcement echoed once again, signaling the imminent start of the dungeon maze competition, Kim SeoJoon couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. It seemed the odds were already stacked against him from the very beginning. The first round of the official tournament begins amidst the cheers and excitement of the audience below. The initial round of the tournament is a labyrinth dungeon race, with the rules prohibiting attacks on other contestants and requiring participants to escape the maze. This simple requirement puzzles the audience because even in the lowest level tournament, escaping a maze shouldn't be so straightforward as to rely solely on luck. There is speculation that there might be monsters within the maze, and participants must hunt them down to find a way out, thus creating a test of the most important skill of hunters: dungeon crawling. On the large screen, the menacing image of Lee Junon with his deadly gaze, relentlessly wielding his sword and covered in blood, resonates with the lively cheers of the audience. Amidst all this, no one notices Park Soo-kun sneaking into the scene to assess the situation. Lee Junon's presence in the tournament surprises Soo-kun, triggering immediate concern for Kim SeoJoon's safety. Meanwhile, Kim SeoJoon himself struggles intensely within the darn maze, its walls as hard as stone, regretting not having mastered the mountain-crushing techniques taught by his teacher. After wandering for what seems like an eternity, Kim SeoJoon suddenly encounters a crossroads where he anticipates following the basic rule of maze navigation, keeping one hand on the wall and continuing in that direction. Strangely, however, something inside him suggests going in the opposite direction compared to his initial inclination. Initially skeptical, Kim SeoJoon starts to trust his sixth sense, which seems to have been influenced by Chirion's teachings on intuition. Embracing a bold approach, Kim SeoJoon begins to rely on his instincts, wondering how accurate they'll be as announcements of eliminated candidates continuously echo around him. To his surprise, the path Kim SeoJoon chooses turns out to be remarkably obstacle-free, almost eerily so, sparking his suspicion that his intuition might even be steering him clear of monsters. Lost in thoughts about his newfound abilities, Kim SeoJoon is startled by Minji's voice, a reminder of the annoying encounter with the self-proclaimed strategist. Despite Minji's attempts to guide him with information he already knew, Kim SeoJoon remains inclined to follow his instincts, uncertain whether to feel pleased or annoyed by being categorized similarly weak as Minji. Upon seeing a photo of Minji's sister, Kim SeoJoon concludes that it's better for him to go solo, expressing relief at the thought of not encountering Minji again. With that, he swiftly turns on his heels and walks away. Minji scurries around the courtyard, incessantly whining and cleaning, making Kim SeoJoon uncomfortable. Suddenly, she reveals that her parents have passed away, triggering Kim SeoJoon's old painful memories to resurface abruptly. Seeing Kim SeoJoon standing there, Minji becomes increasingly puzzled, and he unexpectedly feels a twinge of sympathy, agreeing to let Minji accompany him. This decision leaves Minji speechless as she watches Kim SeoJoon confidently stride along every path as if he already knows the way, causing her to feel unsettled. Exhausted, she reluctantly follows him as they reach a dead end. Without hesitation, Kim SeoJoon raises his hand straight ahead of them, igniting a burst of light and countless lively sounds. Indeed, they successfully escape the maze in an astonishing 6 minutes, prompting the crowd to cheer ecstatically in disbelief. Since their encounter, Minji remains stunned and mentally shaken. She had merely stumbled upon Kim SeoJoon by chance, and had intended to collaborate to escape the maze. However, how did he manage to secure first place in just 27 minutes? The murmurs and gossiping surrounding him do not faze Kim SeoJoon, who calmly sits and watches a lecture on his phone, oblivious to Lee Junon's simmering hostility approaching him. Unbeknownst to him, Lee Junon glances over Kim SeoJoon, provoking his confusion. With a mocking smile, Lee Junon turns away from the crowd, suggesting that Kim SeoJoon's success was just pure luck. Despite the commotion, Kim SeoJoon remains unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the attention. As the competition's rules for the second round are announced, partner battles to maintain fairness in this Grade 4 tournament, all mana-containing weapons are banned. Reflecting briefly, Kim SeoJoon notes that 32 contestants have advanced from the first round, typical for such one-on-one matchups. However, just as pairings are about to commence, someone raises their hand, forfeiting their place due to fear, leaving Kim SeoJoon in despair. Outside the dazzling stadium under the scorching sun, Kim SeoJoon contemplates leaving when suddenly, a noisy crowd arguing about betting catches Minji's attention. Most are placing their bets on Lee Junon, likely because who would dare wager on an inexperienced recruit like him? At this moment, an enigmatic woman appeared, carrying a suitcase with $1 million, to place a bet on Kim SeoJoon. This act of high-stakes gambling sent the crowd into a frenzy, astonished by such audacious betting. Just minutes before, among Kim SeoJoon's cadets, a wave of fear surged through them after hearing rumors about Lee Junon and other high-ranking soldiers. Panic set in, and many hastily withdrew from the competition, leaving only 5 resolute young men. The teams were thus evenly split. Kim SeoJoon paired with Jang Duk-chuk, while Lee Junon joined Min Ji, with Lee Chul-min left out and subsequently excused. Kim SeoJoon pondered briefly about the possibility of securing first place in the finals if they won both rounds. Meanwhile, he noticed Min Ji trembling and tearfully determined not to give up, which made him chuckle. The time for the competition arrived. Kim SeoJoon calmly stood up and walked out, his composed demeanor leaving Min Ji speechless. The crowd buzzed with excitement, cheering for the next round featuring Kim SeoJoon and Jang Duk-chuk, the Academy's giant from Gocheon. As the match began, Jang Duk-chuk charged forward with full force, only to be met by Kim SeoJoon's arrogant gaze. In the waiting room, Min Ji shivered not only for herself but also for him, especially intimidated by Lee Junon's ominous expression. Just as Min Ji considered giving up, the screen displayed Kim SeoJoon's victory, revitalizing her with newfound courage, dispelling her earlier fears. A few minutes prior, while Duk-chuk relentlessly swung his sword with all his might, Kim SeoJoon effortlessly dodged each strike, as if it were child's play. This gradually exhausted Duk-chuk. Eventually, after a series of forceful attacks, he unleashed his final move, only to be swiftly defeated by Kim SeoJoon's counterattack. Duk-chuk, shocked and trembling, collapsed in defeat at Kim SeoJoon's feet. Despite his victory, Kim SeoJoon frowned as he checked his phone, realizing that his stats had only slightly improved despite his efforts. With the deadline approaching and progress lagging, he recognized the urgency of his situation. At this pace, he wouldn't be able to complete not only his teacher's lessons, but also those from Chai Ryun and Cheong Yu in time, risking financial ruin unless he purchased a weapon and a free pass to avoid monetary depletion. Kim SeoJoon had no choice but to win the prize money. He sighed as he dragged his tired body into the room. Minji had been waiting for him and enthusiastically congratulated him. The second match then began. Contrary to Minji's fear, Lee Junon was brimming with arrogant confidence, if not outright conceit. Trembling, Minji spoke up, saying that from the moment he saw Kim SeoJoon, he had felt a sense of familiarity with him. Because of this, when Kim SeoJoon defeated Duk-chuk, Minji felt as happy as if he had won himself, although a bit envious too, knowing he was always unlucky and untalented. But the heart of a person who wanted his sister to be proud would always guide him. Finally, it was Minji's turn to enter the field. Kim SeoJoon silently watched his small figure, hoping that they both would meet in the finals. Minji's lack of self-encouraging muttering made Lee Junon annoyed. He gathered all his strength and aimed at Minji, full of confidence, thinking Minji was just a useless fool, a creature at the bottom of the food chain compared to a predator like him. With thoughts of superiority, believing himself to be on a different level, seeing Minji tremblingly pointing his sword at him, made Lee Junon laugh even more. The signal whistle for the match to begin sounded without hesitation. Lee Junon seemed to have been waiting for this moment, aggressively swinging his sword at Minji, making him desperately block the attacks. His whole body was already tense. Suddenly, a fiery punch to the abdomen caused Minji to collapse in pain, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to stand up. He had long known that he was no match for Lee Junon. In his distress, Minji thought of Kim SeoJoon like a source of spiritual strength and tried to stand up. He wanted to give it his all, even though it was as easy as turning a hand for Lee Junon. Minji still wanted his attack to reach him. With that thought, he wildly swung his sword. After a cold sound echoed, Lee Junon officially won. Under his feet lay Minji, who had collapsed at some point. There was only one thing that Lee Junon knew. Minji's sword had grazed his face, leaving a small cut that wounded his pride. In front of the cheering crowd, Lee Junon didn't hesitate to stomp on Minji's head and shouted that people like him were nothing but trash in this competition. The situation grew increasingly tense. Just as Lee Junon was about to trample Minji repeatedly, Kim SeoJoon swung his sword and appeared just in time. He had been planning to wait until the finals to face Lee Junon, but he couldn't stand it anymore. Someone deserved to be dealt with right then and there. The two young men stared at each other intensely, their eyes filled with hostility. Amidst the spectators eagerly awaiting a dramatic showdown, Lee Junon wanted Kim SeoJoon to let go of his friend. But Kim SeoJoon demanded that Lee Junon remove his foot from Minji's head first. Annoyed, Lee Junon pressed down harder on Minji's head, making Kim SeoJoon seethe with rage. Without a second thought, Kim SeoJoon swung his staff and knocked Lee Junon aside, then lifted Minji up, creating a touching scene that made Lee Junon grit his teeth in irritation. Lee Junon despised insects that didn't know their place, especially those like Minji who harbored unrealistic dreams. The verbal sparring between him and Kim SeoJoon escalated, making the atmosphere increasingly suffocating. The audience began to murmur, but the organizers, following orders from above, were reluctant to intervene. They could only watch as a disaster unfolded. Turning to Kim SeoJoon, Lee Junon sneered arrogantly, proclaiming that in this world, the strong will always win, and there is no place for dreamers and fools like him. These words stunned Kim SeoJoon because he used to think the same way. During the 9 years he endured to become a super hunter, he had often faced harsh realities. Kim SeoJoon had once been someone with nothing. No talent, no money, barely making ends meet despite hard work, questioning himself hundreds of times about what would have happened if he had given up and done something else. Despite the fear that held him back, making him doubt himself and afraid to face reality, it wasn't a reason to allow Lee Junon to humiliate him and call him trash. Just as he finished speaking, despite the warnings about possibly violating the violence rules, Kim SeoJoon swung his staff like the wind and lunged at Lee Junon. But with his inherent strength, Lee Junon blocked it instantly. The two clashed, their fight shaking the ground. Lee Junon's power was anything but gentle, causing Kim SeoJoon to falter slightly under his fierce attacks. Kim SeoJoon reminded himself that he could not afford to lose, for this was not the time. What he needed to do now was go with the flow and move based on instinct. With a quick strike to Lee Junon's chest, he managed to throw him off balance momentarily. Enraged, Lee Junon aimed his sword directly at him. Although Lee Junon was a natural predator, the sharp look in Kim SeoJoon's eyes made him wary. Regaining his composure, Lee Junon charged at Kim SeoJoon once more. This time, Kim SeoJoon adeptly blocked each of his moves, his speed and strength increasing with each strike. Lee Junon felt as if he was facing a furious beast, ready to pounce on him in a moment of weakness. In a sudden move, Kim SeoJoon knocked him back with a powerful blow from his staff, a humiliating defeat for Lee Junon. Furious, Lee Junon drew a magical sword, causing Kim SeoJoon to panic. Without the ability to control mana, he would never win. Fueled by envy and rage, Lee Junon tightly gripped the brightly burning sword, preparing to strike Kim SeoJoon. Amid the alarmed cries from the crowd, Kim SeoJoon realized that running away would be the best option. But for some reason, his body didn't obey. His mind screamed that if he ran, everything he had worked for would be in vain. Suddenly, Kim SeoJoon remembered his teacher's words, to always try his best, because the worst defeat is losing to oneself. The key was to trust himself and fight with everything he had. Even if he lost, he would have fought valiantly. With this strong mental support, Kim SeoJoon turned and charged at Lee Junon, completely contrary to his expectations. making him livid with rage. All his hatred and anger focused into a single powerful strike at Kim SeoJoon. The clash shook the heavens and earth. Dust and smoke billowed, leaving the audience in suspense, wondering who had won. A figure collapsed, and it was none other than Lee Junon, with blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. Beside him, Kim SeoJoon was panting heavily, his breaths mingling with the air, unable to speak. And so, Kim SeoJoon had successfully defeated Lee Junon. The crowd erupted into cheers. The entire arena seemed ready to explode with excitement at what had just transpired. Their idol, Lee Junon, had been bested by Kim SeoJoon, lying flattened like a shrimp on the ground. The crowd sang praises of Kim SeoJoon, incessantly chanting his name. Up in the stands, Sukun was about to faint. Just 2 weeks ago, she had seen him struggling with a sword imbued with mana, and now he could create such intense energy strikes. It was unbelievable. As she glanced to the side, she noticed the mysterious person cloaked in a heavy robe, who seemed utterly shocked that Kim SeoJoon had won. His extreme reaction, as if a long-standing natural law had been broken, made Park Sukun suspicious. She remembered clearly that he had bet on Kim SeoJoon to win. She looked again, but he had vanished like foam on the sea. The sunset slowly descended upon the exhausted body of Kim SeoJoon as he walked away, reflecting on what had just happened. The organizers informed him that he had been disqualified for intervening in the match, even though it wasn't an official fight, and for ignoring the referee's warnings. Thus, he was deemed to have violated the rules. As for Lee Junon, his use of the enchanted sword revealed his intent to kill his opponent, so he was banned from participating in the Super Hunter exams for the next 5 years. Ultimately, the organizers declared Lee Chulman the winner of the tournament, with Minji in second place and Jang Dukchuk somehow reaching third place. Kim SeoJoon felt that the outcome was surreal, but he didn't care. After all, his learning had significantly progressed. His learning speed had skyrocketed during his fight with Lee Junon. Notably, his learning speed had surpassed 50%, perhaps due to the strange spiritual energy he had felt earlier. While engrossed in scrolling through his phone to find new lessons, Sukun suddenly appeared behind Kim SeoJoon, startling him. She gently inquired about how he was doing now. Upon hearing Kim SeoJoon apologize for intervening in the match, thus losing the chance to win, Sukun felt somewhat uneasy. At that moment, she was genuinely concerned only about his well-being, as the prize money was no longer a concern. Kim SeoJoon, now recalling the incident, sighed deeply in frustration, and sorrowfully lamented how all his planned purchases had gone up in smoke like a gust of wind. He had to bid farewell to his beloved Longinus staff and move on to the next course. However, despite everything, Kim SeoJoon sighed and said, "If I say I don't regret it, that would be a lie. But if I hadn't intervened earlier, I might have regretted it even more." Sukun listened to him and felt somewhat relieved. They conversed amiably until Minji suddenly rushed over from a distance, a white bandage wrapped around an unhealed wound on his head. Seeing that Kim SeoJoon was about to leave, Minji gathered his courage and expressed his admiration, saying he wanted to become someone like him if he continued to work hard. These words, like claws lightly scratching at Kim SeoJoon's sensitive heart, touched him deeply. Faced with Minji's teary-eyed expression on the verge of crying, Kim SeoJoon suddenly became stern and cautioned him that it might be very difficult to achieve such dreams and ideals in today's world. He advised Minji not to overly fixate on becoming a hunter, as there were still many other opportunities for young people like him. Hearing these words from Kim SeoJoon, all the sadness in Minji's heart instantly dissipated. He quickly thanked Kim SeoJoon and turned away, deeply moved. From behind, Kim SeoJoon softly called out words of encouragement, urging Minji not to let others' thoughtless remarks belittle himself and to confidently pursue whatever he wanted to do. Minji's eyes reflected his gratitude as he bid an emotionally charged farewell to Kim SeoJoon under the faint afternoon sunlight. It was the first time Park Sukun had seen Kim SeoJoon with such profound depth, which surprised her. She was further delighted to hear him refer to their academy, making her immensely happy. Without delay, She invited Kim SeoJoon to visit the workshop of their teacher to receive a weapon as a gift. In a distant temple far from the city center, SeoJoon, a sharp-witted sword saint, intruded into the room where the venerable master of swordsmanship, Park Min-chun, was meditating. His sudden presence angered the old sword sage, who felt suffocated under the pressure of his labored breathing. SeoJoon bluntly mentioned that Sukun had recently participated in the Academy's tournament and seemed to have recruited a new student. These words successfully piqued the curiosity of the sword saint, Park Min-chun, prompting him to personally visit and observe Kim SeoJoon, wanting to see what kind of person he was. Observing Kim SeoJoon diligently day by day, striving to accomplish his tasks to achieve his dreams and afford equipment, made Sukun squint her eyes. Clearly, she had led him to the shop, but Kim SeoJoon, with his picky nature, ended up not buying anything at all. Indeed, there seemed to be a real issue here. Kim SeoJoon's face turned green as he couldn't believe she read him like an open book. He was simply dissatisfied with ordinary weapons after laying eyes on those crafted by one of the superlative artisans. Recalling the matter of escalating prices made Kim SeoJoon realize that it might be the influence of the law of karma. If money wasn't truly earned through hard work, it might not be available when needed. Sukun curiously questioned how Kim SeoJoon managed to control mana so effectively, noting his ability demonstrated in battling monsters. Kim SeoJoon indeed had the ability to control mana naturally, despite never practicing any mana technique. He remembered that mana manipulation was a technique designed to enable the effective control and use of mana, divided into high-level and low-level for different skill sets. Each hunter had a specific mana manipulation technique that came with a patent for it. This was also the reason why Kim SeoJoon worked hard to study in a higher education environment, such as the Hunter Academy. Sukun told him that her grandfather had absolutely forbidden her from learning those techniques at school. Instead, she could teach techniques she had invented herself, which surprised Kim SeoJoon. He didn't expect her to have such talent. However, after thinking it over, Kim SeoJoon realized she was right. Training techniques were fundamental for a hunter, and he felt the first major difference was whether one could use mana or not, as he had experienced in his recent battle with Lee Jun-on. Now with some free time, Kim SeoJoon thought learning about mana would be beneficial. In a harsh world governed by the law of causality, mana was the way to rise up and defy the world's rules. Once Sukun left, Kim SeoJoon immediately took out his phone and started watching lectures on mana by the great mage Merlin. After watching for a while, he was eager to start. The mage explained that each person had to discover their own mana, which left Kim SeoJoon feeling a bit overwhelmed. He focused his energy and concentration, using the sensory skills he had learned from his teacher. His body was able to sense and manipulate mana clearly, but he couldn't shape it into a form. Recalling the mage's earlier explanation, he remembered that transforming mana was like forming a halo. Concentrating all his strength, he compressed it. Before long, with a soft sound, he unexpectedly created a mana stone. The success was beyond his imagination. Although it was small, he reassured himself that he would become more proficient over time. Suddenly, a voice behind him startled Kim SeoJoon. The person was none other than Sword Saint Park Min-chun. He had come to see who the new student at the academy was and was astonished to witness Kim SeoJoon create a mana stone by himself. Although slow, it was clear that he was a genius, as it was very difficult to do. The fact that a genius like Kim SeoJoon was attending Park Sukun's academy made Park Min-chun suspicious that he was targeting his granddaughter. With a stern and intimidating aura, he asked for Kim SeoJoon's name. Kim SeoJoon, without a trace of fear, quickly introduced himself. He had never expected Sukun's father to show up here, immediately informing him that she had already left. This caused the expression on Sukun's father's face to darken with each passing moment. Park Min-chun stared at him intently, his hostility emanating steadily since earlier, enough to make Kim SeoJoon freeze unless he was an S-class hunter. Yet Kim SeoJoon remained seemingly unfazed, prompting suspicion from others. He looked around nervously, still not understanding the man's intentions. At this point, Park Min-chun could no longer contain his calm demeanor. He drew his sword and advanced towards Kim SeoJoon, his demeanor filled with rage that made him tremble with fear. Kim SeoJoon tried to explain, but it seemed Park Min-chun wasn't willing to listen. With a swift motion, a burst of energy surged from Park Min-chun's hand, causing Kim SeoJoon to fall back in sheer terror. Meanwhile, Sukun had come to meet her father to discuss Kim SeoJoon, but had missed him, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Little did she expect her father to be at the academy, intending to confront Kim SeoJoon. When Sukun unexpectedly encountered Seo Mu-chul, her father's bodyguard, she was overjoyed. Just as she was trying to contact him to inquire about her father's whereabouts, Seo Mu-chul's smile faded instantly. He revealed that her father was already at the academy, intending to confront Kim SeoJoon, which struck fear in Sukun's heart. As soon as she heard this, Sukun turned and fled back, fearing for Kim SeoJoon's safety. Knowing her father's temper, she feared the worst and didn't want them to meet alone. Park Sukun's worries seemed to come too late, as Kim SeoJoon and Park Min-chun were already in a tense standoff. Suddenly realizing that Park Min-chun was wielding his sword but hadn't yet unsheathed it, Kim SeoJoon understood that he was being blocked rather than attacked. Trying to explain, Kim SeoJoon trembled with confusion and embarrassment, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. However, his opponent remained unconvinced, fueled by anger that culminated in a direct confrontation with Kim SeoJoon, who fought back with all his might, utterly exhausted. Park Min-chun, now seeming almost mad, was enveloped in a dense dark aura, convinced that Kim SeoJoon was nothing but a liar. His stern demeanor forced Kim SeoJoon to surrender, admitting defeat, realizing that despite Park Min-chun's menacing appearance, he didn't intend to kill him. If he had, Kim SeoJoon would already be dead. The moment he sensed his presence, Jaekyun Daeseong, the Sword Saint, stood before him. Kim SeoJoon realized that the person in front of him was the closest to his ideal image, making him understand that this was a tremendous opportunity for himself. Without hesitating any longer, Kim SeoJoon lightly swung his sword, startling Park Min-chun with his momentum. Over the past decades, Park Min-chun had encountered countless hunters, but only one person continued to fight fiercely even after facing him, and that was Kim SeoJoon. The love for his granddaughter always filled his heart, making Park Min-chun charge forward swiftly and powerfully, causing Kim SeoJoon to struggle and brace himself in mid-air. As he opened his eyes slightly, he saw a massive killing intent rushing towards him, making him break out in a cold sweat. However, a resilient legend like Kim SeoJoon would never give up. Despite the overwhelming killing intent, he continued to swing his sword, but was ultimately pushed back by Park Min-chun, falling flat. Kim SeoJoon sensed that there was something he could not easily overlook. The only chance he had now, especially when Park Min-chun was still holding back, made him stubbornly get back up, determined to end this in one more strike. His entire body was continuously battered by Park Min-chun, but he recalled the teachings from the wizard's lecture. Kim SeoJoon mustered all his strength, launching his staff with full force. After a series of thick clouds of dust, he was severely beaten, unable to get up. Even at this point, Kim SeoJoon kept calling out Sukun's name, which irritated Park Min-chun, making his rage flare up again as he continued to beat Kim SeoJoon. Fortunately, Sukun arrived just in time, and Park Min-chun finally calmed down and stopped. Seeing Kim SeoJoon's face swollen and bruised, and watching the two bicker like children, Sukun felt a headache coming on. She had never seen anyone dare to argue with the Sword Saint like Kim SeoJoon. Park Min-chun's excessive behavior today made Sukun both angry and embarrassed for Kim SeoJoon's suffering. She then awkwardly bowed her head and apologized to him, making Kim SeoJoon a bit flustered. Kim SeoJoon looked up and saw Park Min-chun's gaze, understanding that he wanted to speak privately with her. With that, he quickly made an excuse about going to the hospital and slipped away, leaving Sukun feeling somewhat grateful for his understanding. After he left, she slowly turned around to face her grandfather directly, coldly stating that she wanted to have a clear conversation with him, despite feeling incredibly tense inside. Suddenly, Park Min-chun spoke first, saying that Kim SeoJoon was very suspicious. His dismissive words, "What do you know?" brought back all of Sukun's old grievances. She had to endure these imposing words from her grandfather for all 31 years of her life. Even at the Hunter Academy, she couldn't escape from him, as he always caused trouble whenever she had new students, driving them all away. She understood why her grandfather acted this way and the motives behind everyone's visit. That was why she couldn't stop them when they wanted to leave. However, Kim SeoJoon was different. She didn't want to lose him. With that thought, she angrily shouted as if directly in his face, "I don't want to." All her long suppressed grievances exploded today. Sukun cried and screamed, stating that this was her academy and she wouldn't follow his wishes anymore. Though they didn't create any precious memories together and she didn't have special feelings for him, she felt something strange whenever she saw Kim SeoJoon. It made her want to stay with him longer, even though she didn't understand why. She furiously declared that she couldn't live under his shadow any longer because she never wanted to in the first place. Without letting him respond, she turned around, opened the door, and walked out, leaving behind a stunned Park Min-chun. It was the first time he saw his granddaughter express such a strong opinion. Memories of that fateful day came rushing back to him, the day his son died in the dungeon explosion. Since then, he had taken in Sukun, who was left alone. He decided to give her the strength to protect herself, which was why he was so strict, even though she didn't like swordsmanship and only wanted to be a teacher. Despite forcing her over the years, he knew her feelings were suppressed, but he intentionally ignored it. Only now did he understand the consequences of rebellion. A few days later, Kim SeoJoon was walking down the street, stretching and thinking about today's mission. The day the Sword Saint came looking for him, the other day made him feel like he was about to be engulfed in smoke. Luckily, Sukun arrived just in time, or else he wouldn't have just ended up bruised. He recalled last night when she called him and explained the current situation, the relationship between her and her grandfather, and what had happened with previous students. He was sure that wasn't everything, but he also understood her feelings and why the Sword Saint hated him so much. However, being beaten up for no reason really annoyed him. Regardless, today he had to meet with the old man and apologize to ensure this never happened again. As he nervously opened the door, he saw Park Min-chun already sitting there waiting for him, making Kim SeoJoon turn pale with fear, wondering if he was about to get beaten again. They sat together, trying to reconcile as if nothing had happened. Although Park Min-chun still didn't trust Kim SeoJoon much, he grumbled that he had nothing to hide. After some back and forth, Park Min-chun started to feel like Kim SeoJoon was telling the truth. Yet, the power and talent emanating from him were giving Park Min-chun a headache. Moreover, just looking at him made Park Min-chun inexplicably angry. Suddenly, Kim SeoJoon stood up, saying he wanted to go train, which startled Park Min-chun. He'd realized that watching Kim SeoJoon train might reveal if he was hiding something. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, Park Min-chun couldn't understand Kim SeoJoon's bizarre training method, sitting for hours staring at a dark phone screen. Thinking he was meditating, Park Min-chun started lecturing him about its benefits, making Kim SeoJoon's head hurt as he indifferently acknowledged it to get it over with. This indifferent attitude really irritated Park Min-chun. Park Min-chun decided to try his last resort, hinting that he would teach him some things to spark Kim SeoJoon's curiosity. Unfortunately, Kim SeoJoon was completely uninterested, bluntly refusing and continuing to focus on his phone, leaving Park Min-chun on the verge of fainting from disbelief. It was the first time a sword saint like him had been so outrightly rejected. At this moment, Sukun had also arrived. Seeing Park Min-chun and Kim SeoJoon staring at each other like that, she quickly intervened. He gently pulled her aside, glancing around with a mysterious look, then whispered in her ear that he thought Kim SeoJoon might not be in his right mind. She was slightly surprised and replied that he was perfectly normal. She understood his quirky demeanor very well by now. Seeing his granddaughter's indifferent response to his warnings, and noticing how she always smiled brightly whenever she saw Kim SeoJoon, Park Min-chun grew curious about their relationship. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was rare to see Sukun so happy. This made him somewhat annoyed at the thought of Kim SeoJoon targeting his precious granddaughter, clenching his fist in irritation. At that moment, a bodyguard suddenly rushed in, informing him that the Church of Justice urgently wanted to meet with him. Kalia had personally come and requested that if there was anyone named Kim SeoJoon, they should accompany him. Hearing this, Kim SeoJoon was shocked. Needless to say, Park Min-chun was also astonished that Kalia knew about him. Sukun suddenly recalled a time during the tournament when she had seen a very suspicious person wearing a black cloak. She wondered if that person was related to this incident. It seemed unbelievable. Kalia, one of the 7 apostles of the Church of Justice, was always treated like a head of state with great power. Besides, she was also the successor to the vacant position. Yet today, she specifically named Kim SeoJoon. He hurriedly refused, feeling that he didn't know her at all and would rather stay home and train. Bodyguard Seo Muchul suddenly speculated that perhaps Kalia had anticipated Kim SeoJoon's refusal and had asked him to relay a message if that happened. Moreover, she had promised to give him $100,000, which left Kim SeoJoon thunderstruck. How on earth did she know he needed the money? The Church of Justice is a religious organization that serves justice, venerating it as their deity. The one cloaked in mystery, known as the Emperor of Purity, leads them, and they have 7 apostles who are their most important members. They claim that their words are justice, the words of the deity. A century ago, the Church of Justice was regarded merely as a cult. However, during the Great Deluge, by uniting their strength with countless superheroes, they played a crucial role in bringing peace to all of humanity, allowing them to develop significantly. Among all their achievements, the most important was defeating a colossal monster. This beast, with its madness and brutality, had a terrifying power so immense that even a combined force of superheroes from around the world couldn't stop it. Some even called it the Second Great Deluge. The only ones who could bring down this monstrous creature were the Emperor of Purity and the 7 Apostles. They were the key to ending the Great Deluge. At a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul, Kim SeoJoon and Min-chun had come to meet Kalia. SeoJoon was curious about Sukun's words earlier and felt that if Kalia intended to lure him into their organization, he had to meet her directly and get clear answers. Following the directions, they entered a spacious and luxurious room. Min-chun mentioned that it was his first time meeting Kalia, surprising Kim SeoJoon, who thought they were very close. While waiting for her to appear, Min-chun revealed that he had previously met the Apostle of Purity, but had never met the heir. As for the Emperor of Purity, he had only seen him from a distance. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening interrupted their conversation. Kalia, the heir to the Apostle of Purity, with her blonde hair and overwhelming aura, entered the room with a gentle smile. She introduced herself as Kalia, a devotee of the Church of Justice, the messenger of divine proposals, and the heir to the Apostle of Purity. She expressed her delight in meeting Kim SeoJoon, explaining that she had learned about him from one of her followers who had been observing him during the Academy's tournament. Her follower had praised him so much that she became curious and wanted to see for herself just how remarkable he was. Hence, she invited him here. Kim SeoJoon guessed that Kalia's motives for inviting him here were far from simple. His intuition made Kalia chuckle lightly, admiring how well he could read her. The 3 of them then sat down to talk. Kalia started by expressing her desire for Park Min-chun to join her on a dungeon reconnaissance mission. Hearing this, Min-chun became irritable, questioning why he needed to accompany her. Kalia explained that they had received reports about a distortion in one of Korea's dungeons, and hinted that Min-chun seemed to be the one most familiar with this issue. Min-chun's eyes narrowed as he realized this was her reason for returning to Korea. At the same time, this mission would help her solidify her position as the heir. He then inquired about what he would gain by cooperating with her. At this point, Kalia subtly mentioned Sukun's Hunter Academy, causing Minchun's expression to change swiftly. He was always protective of SeoJoon and didn't want anyone meddling with her. His entire body exuded an icy aura, making Kim SeoJoon, sitting beside him, shiver. Kalia, realizing she had touched a sensitive spot, quickly apologized and promised to heed one of his requests, even swearing on the honor of the Church of Justice, making it impossible for him to refuse. After the two performed the Justice Oath ceremony, it was Kim SeoJoon's turn. Kalia straightforwardly stated that the Church of Justice wanted to support him in areas beyond the Academy's reach without expecting anything in return. They believed that fostering a friendly relationship with him was enough. Kim SeoJoon felt that her words implied there were no strings attached, but he suspected they might ask for something later. Deciding to take a risk, he pulled out his phone and showed it to her, asking if she saw anything on the screen. Contrary to his expectations, Kalia claimed she only saw a black screen, leaving Kim SeoJoon satisfied with her response. Consequently, he outright rejected her offer, finding the whole situation absurdly surreal. The night had fallen, and the beautiful Calipho was visibly angry. It was clear from the words of the courtiers that Kim SeoJoon was quite special, but to her, he appeared quite ordinary. His actual abilities only seemed to reach the level of a novice. Earlier, she had been slightly startled when he suddenly held his phone up to her face and asked if she could see anything. Perhaps her slight dissatisfaction had influenced everything. Setting that aside, the courtiers mentioned that they had contacted the Black Saint and the Sacred Heart regarding the matter of those who could not be seen, which sounded extremely mysterious. Kim SeoJoon and Minchun had by now left and were preparing to return. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Kim SeoJoon felt somewhat annoyed by Khalifa. Though it had nothing to do with the Academy's transfer, he didn't want to accept the goodwill of someone with an insincere face. He still preferred SeoJoon's academy. In response to Kim SeoJoon's curiosity, Minchun explained that the investigation of the dungeon was due to a distorted magic inside, causing many disturbances affecting the dungeon's advancement or its collapse. This created many difficulties, akin to a major upheaval. Under Kim SeoJoon's curious gaze, Minchun turned away and issued a warning. He shouldn't have anything to do with SeoJoon, as they had already acknowledged him and were reluctant to refuse. Kim SeoJoon chuckled mischievously, teasing relentlessly until Minchun finally darted off when he was about to lose his temper. SeoJoon was surprised to see Kim SeoJoon return home alone, and when she asked where Minchun had gone, she softly apologized for his condescending attitude earlier. Unexpectedly, she then heard Kim SeoJoon defending Minchun, hoping to strengthen the bond between her and Minchun, which made SeoJoon feel a bit happy. Knowing that he needed money, SeoJoon showed him the notice about the dungeon cleansing competition scheduled for the 24th. SeoJoon explained that the purpose of this competition is to eliminate unaddressed dungeons. These dungeons don't generate any money, are often low-ranked, and difficult to attack. If left unchecked, these dungeons will eventually break, causing monsters to spill out. Even low-level monsters can pose a danger to ordinary people. Initially, such dungeons were handled by government-employed hunters. However, deploying high-ranking hunters to these places was wasteful and inefficient. Therefore, the government replaced this method with the dungeon elimination competition. Most unaddressed dungeons can be handled by students since there are many surplus students nowadays. By adding that it will be reflected in their student evaluations, the dungeons are swiftly managed. He noticed the winning prize was 300,000. Additionally, since the competition involves dungeon elimination, it can accelerate the pace of lectures. This intrigued Kim SeoJoon greatly. There was no reason for him not to participate. Seeing SeoJoon's bright expression made him laugh. He knew she wasn't asking for his help but was clearly pretending. She must have gone around gathering information about it already. From previous experiences, he didn't know what unexpected events might occur, so he couldn't take it lightly. Feeling a bit restless, he hoped to win this time and get the prize. SeoJoon mentioned that the competition would last for a week. When the competition starts, the government will provide participants with a list of dungeons to eliminate. Participants will then confirm the list and reserve the dungeon they want to eliminate on the app. Then, proceed to eliminate it. However, they must complete it within 10 hours, and only one place can be reserved at a time. If not completed, the reservation will be cancelled. In summary, the evaluation depends on how quickly you act and the number of monsters you eliminate. Speed is key. Thus, it's not wrong to say that fuel costs are higher than the prize money. Kim SeoJoon thought for a while and felt it was quite challenging. Eliminating dungeons and handling corpses with speed being the critical factor, it seemed he should focus on the prize money, rather than the worthless corpses. Then suddenly, Kim SeoJoon stood up abruptly, thinking he had come up with an idea. A few days later, on the day of the competition, Kim SeoJoon turned on his device and discovered that thanks to his hard work, the lecture progress rate had increased significantly. However, strangely, the progress for Chirian and Merlin had stopped increasing. It seemed he needed something different. He had already downloaded the app, and now he was just waiting for the person he called Uncle to come help him. After some time, that person finally arrived, and it was none other than Uncle Man Chul, his old colleague from the construction site. A few days ago, he had called Uncle Man Chul to ask for help in the competition. The main task was to help him transport the bodies of the monsters he eliminated during the competition and also to act as his driver. He really needed Uncle Man Chul's help because dismantling the valuable parts of the monsters required skill. He trusted Uncle Man Chul greatly and entrusted him with this task. With a beep on the phone, he announced that the competition had officially started. The two of them said goodbye to Sukun and set off. Once in the car, Kim SeoJoon explained that there were two essential conditions for this competition. One was how quickly they could eliminate the dungeons, and the second was how quickly they could reach the selected dungeons. In short, speed was of the essence. This competition mainly involved level 1 to 2 monster dungeons. Depending on the type of dungeon, the time required for elimination would vary, but what concerned him was how long it would take them to reach the dungeons. Man Chul glanced at the list of dungeon locations for the competition and sighed, unsure if he could find the shortest routes. He then stepped on the gas and sped off. The supervisor, Go Soo-jin, was yawning continuously. Seeing that Kim SeoJoon from the Ordinary Academy had set off, she guessed that his strength was probably ordinary as well, estimating that it would take him at least an hour. Seeing Man Chul just standing by and observing, she felt reassured. However, suddenly, the gate opened, and Kim SeoJoon quickly popped his head out, shouting for his uncle to come in and help transport. This startled Go Soo-jin, who hurried to stop them, thinking it was cheating. Hearing Kim SeoJoon explain that he had eliminated all the monsters himself left her in disbelief, thinking he was joking. She decided to check it herself. To her surprise, before her eyes was exactly what he had described. Bloody monster corpses piled up on top of each other after just 10 minutes, leaving her astonished. The uncle and nephew duo carried the bodies outside together and began dismantling them. With Man Chul's skills, it only took him 15 seconds per monster. Seeing him about to process the corpses, Go Soo-jin quickly shouted, but it was useless because what he was doing did not violate any rules. The uncle and nephew duo took turns killing and dissecting, creating a gory and chaotic scene. Once finished, they hurriedly got back in the car and sped off, leaving Go Soo-jin utterly shocked and unable to calm down. The car raced to the next location, too fast and too dangerous. Kim SeoJoon rushed inside and with a few basic moves, quickly dealt with the monsters, then hurriedly brought them out for Man Chul to process. He then dashed off as quickly as he had appeared, leaving the supervisor in the dungeon management room under the Ministry of Security and Administration baffled. The staff there were in complete chaos upon seeing the dungeon competition report, with Kim SeoJoon leading by having cleared 32 dungeons. Although hard to believe, after verification, they confirmed it was true. He managed to clear the dungeons and all those along the route in less than 10 minutes each without violating any regulations. The department head, upon hearing that Kim SeoJoon was a student of the Dream Hunter Academy, was startled, remembering that it was the academy founded by the Sword Saint's nephew. He began to suspect that the Sword Saint might have had a hand in this, and quickly went to check again. Second place, Lee So-yeon from East Academy, was feeling despondent, apologizing to her father for losing first place. Hearing her father's question about whether she could clear 32 dungeons in a day made her hesitate. He sneered, suggesting that if someone was secretly helping, it could be done. Satisfied, he turned and left, leaving her suspicious that her father might have been involved in something illicit from the start. Her father, Lee Seok-man, a former A-rank hunter and now the principal of East Academy, always believed that achieving benefits was the most important thing, with everything else being secondary. Using his cunning mind, he hoped she wouldn't be naive enough to think she was entirely clean, making Lee So-yeon doubt herself greatly. She quietly left her father's room, thinking about the memories of a boy from the past, a boy who always lived with integrity, in stark contrast to her own nature. Shame mixed with regret welled up inside her, causing her blood to boil with intense emotion. The sky had turned dark by this time. Kim SeoJoon and Uncle Man Chul were lying exhausted on a park bench, massaging their aching limbs. Kim SeoJoon mentioned that after deducting expenses and taxes, they had earned about 7 million. If they split it 50/50ths, each would get around 3,500,000. However, Man Chul wanted a 70/30th split, feeling that all the credit belonged to Kim SeoJoon. He insisted on taking the smaller share, leaving Kim SeoJoon with no choice but to agree. Kim SeoJoon was curious why Man Chul didn't seem surprised when he saw him raiding dungeons. Man Chul explained that he had seen Kim SeoJoon fight at the academy before, which surprised Kim SeoJoon. He smiled slightly at his uncle, appreciating that although he spoke gruffly, he was always there to cheer him on, providing significant moral support. On the second day of the dungeon conquest competition, Kim SeoJoon and Man Chul became known as the Dungeon Cleaners, consistently ranking first. With this momentum, Kim SeoJoon couldn't help but think of victory. With only 5 days left, they were both very excited about the prospects of winning and hoped everything would go smoothly. However, on the morning of the third day of the competition, Kim SeoJoon was surprised to find that all the dungeons around him had already been reserved. The nearest dungeon was at least an hour's drive away, and all the other dungeons had been booked. It seemed someone was trying to block his way. They decided to head to any dungeons that weren't reserved yet. However, when they arrived at the next dungeon, and the one after that, the same situation occurred. Eventually, he could only attack a mere 10 dungeons today. It was truly bizarre. Man Chul guessed that the second-place contender, Lee So-yeon, might be behind this. He urged Kim SeoJoon to report this to the organizers. It was infuriating. Kim SeoJoon thought about it for a while and realized that although he was still in the lead, there were still 3 days left. If this situation continued, he might lose the championship. Even if he ignored dismantling the monsters, travel time was still an issue. Man Chul said he would try to find the fastest route, but if the interference continued, he couldn't do much. Kim SeoJoon pondered for a moment and then smirked, revealing he had an idea. His expression was mischievous and cunning. The truth was that Lee So-yeon's father's men had hired other hunters to continuously reserve all the dungeons around Kim SeoJoon whenever he attacked a dungeon. However, today things changed when Kim SeoJoon reserved a dungeon right next to the Lee So-yeon's. Thus, if they reserved all the dungeons around, Lee So-yeon would have no dungeons to attack either, as Kim SeoJoon had anticipated. By using this method, both he and Lee So-yeon only managed to conquer a small number of dungeons today, preventing her from overtaking his rank. It was a shared downfall. Her father hadn't expected Kim SeoJoon to come up with such a countermeasure. He reassured Lee So-yeon to keep fighting and leave the rest to him. The next morning, on the 5th day, Lee So-yeon was walking when she unexpectedly encountered Kim SeoJoon and Man Chul striding confidently towards her. He subtly hinted at her cheating actions, causing her face to flush with anger. She knew he was belittling her, not out of goodwill, but because, as she believed, human beings were inherently selfish. In everything they did, they evaluated based on their benefit. If it was beneficial, they did it. If not, they didn't. There was no good purpose, such as kindness or goodwill. With that, she swung her sword and marched into the dungeon, causing a bloody commotion. Just as she stepped out of Jengjio, she was startled to see that Kim SeoJoon had already finished his attack. SeoJoon and Man Chol were hurriedly transporting corpses, and even asked for the corpses she had just killed. This puzzled Lee So-yeon, but when he explained he was doing it to make money, she turned away, feeling bored. She understood well that there was no such thing as a good purpose in this world. Therefore, no hunter had good intentions. To her, it was just a profession. At Park Min-chun's side at the moment, he was busy dealing with monsters in the dungeon along with Kalia. Earlier, they said it was a level 6 monster cave, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be level 10, making him highly suspicious. Perhaps the Church of Justice was up to something, just like 30 years ago, which made him extremely frustrated, despite Kalia's explanations. Suddenly, Jung Ji-min, a disciple of the magic spirit, appeared abruptly. She also felt that this was an unusual magical force, something that had never happened before. It seemed they needed to recheck the lower-level dungeons that the guild master was measuring at Kim SeoJoon's current competition venue. Unexpectedly, 3 dungeon gates suddenly appeared at once in a mysterious manner, causing all the supervisors to be extremely astonished. My goodness, it's so surreal. Whenever Kim SeoJoon and Man Chul appeared in front of a dungeon, it became a place of competition, with people flocking to see it. It seemed they could no longer use the old methods and had to find new ways to hinder them immediately. This made Sukun so angry that he was fuming. He swore he would submit a petition until it was approved. Spoiling them too much had made them spoiled indeed. Thanks to her efforts, a notification was issued stating that in case a dungeon that a contestant had reserved was attacked without their consent, the attack could be transferred at the dungeon supervisor's discretion. This made Kim SeoJoon temporarily relieved. They would have no other way to stop him now. But it seemed that Kim SeoJoon celebrated too early. If one method didn't work, they would come up with countless other ways to block him, such as blocking the road with the excuse of a broken vehicle, or 1,001 other reasons to hinder the due's movement. And then what had to happen eventually happened. The rankings were now dominated by Lee So-yeon. After some investigation, Park Sukun discovered that she was from East Academy, her father was the principal, and a former professional A-rank hunter. She was one of the few people acknowledged by her grandfather. Although her abilities were few, her connections were extensive, making it difficult to investigate anything. It seemed now that only the Sword Saint himself could intervene directly to resolve this. But even Park Sukun didn't dare to hope for that. She didn't even dare to contact him now. Seeing that Sukun had done his best, Manchul boldly suggested that the remaining matters should be left for the manly Kim SeoJoon to handle himself. As soon as he was mentioned, he flashed a dangerous, cunning smile, indicating he had already thought of a sinister plan. Kim SeoJoon, using the traditional method of bribing the supervisors, successfully reserved the dungeon and completed the attack quickly within 5 minutes. This caught them off guard, as the management team was there to supervise. They found out that he was from the academy founded by the Sword Saint's granddaughter, causing the commotion. Lee Seok, man, with his boundless ambition, aggressively ordered his subordinates to deal with him by any means necessary. After several days of relentless effort, Kim SeoJoon and Lee So-yeon ended up with the same score, forcing the organizers to hold an urgent meeting. It was the most chaotic meeting ever, with Park Sukun and Lee Seok-man furiously arguing. The organizers announced that since they couldn't recognize a joint championship and had no evidence that Lee So-yeon had committed any wrongdoing, they decided as follows. After a while, Shin Young-suk, the captain of the dungeon management team, saw that both Kim SeoJoon and Lee So-yeon were present and immediately explained the rules for the final round to determine the winner. The rules were simple. Among the 3 dungeons in front of them, each had to choose one and attack it. Whoever finished their dungeon first, and then attacked the remaining one, would be the winner. All the dungeons were level 2, so they were equally challenging, and both had to choose their dungeon themselves. Kim SeoJoon pondered for a moment. He knew the chances of her rigging this match were slim, but he still had to be cautious. He then requested to enter the first dungeon on the right, leaving the one on the left for her. She whispered in his ear not to feel too frustrated, which left him puzzled. Before he could grasp what she meant, she had already dashed inside. Without wasting time, Kim SeoJoon hurried in as well, although her words still echoed in his mind. Nonetheless, he decided to focus on winning, as that was the most important thing. As he ventured deeper, the eerie silence of the dungeon puzzled him. He had been inside for 5 minutes, but hadn't encountered anything. He wondered what was going on. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed, and within a second, a level 4 Martino beast with sharp fangs appeared before him. Seeing a level 4 monster in a level 2 dungeon made Kim SeoJoon curse. He swiftly swung his staff and killed it instantly. Although his speed seemed impressive, it took longer than expected to conquer the level 2 dungeon. Kim SeoJoon ran swiftly towards the exit, suspecting that Lee So-yeon had already moved on to attack the second dungeon. As he caught sight of the captain, he shouted loudly, reporting that there was a level 4 monster inside, making the match unfair, and demanded a rematch. However, the captain coldly informed him that this was impossible because Lee So-yeon had not yet emerged. Kim SeoJoon was stunned upon hearing this. She had been inside for quite some time already. Little did he know that inside, Lee So-yeon was preparing to face an even more terrifying monster. Memories of the past flooded her mind like slow-motion film reels. Back then, she still had her brother and enjoyed happy, playful training sessions with him. Although she always knew her brother was naive, believing in justice and improvement, compared to her, he was incredibly innocent. On that rainy night, witnessing her brother sacrifice his life to protect a complete stranger drastically altered her worldview. She swore never to live like her brother again, and her selfishness and resentment grew each day. Kim SeoJoon waited for a long time, but she did not come out, making him feel uneasy. He knew that this meant he had effectively won against her, but he sensed something was off. He speculated that the issue wasn't a mere dungeon error, but something related to Lee So-yeon. Suddenly, the manager shouted that the magical energy measurement device was behaving strangely, showing level 3 but now indicating level 4. If the dungeon was malfunctioning like this, it meant the magical energy was in chaos. The predicted energy wave was changing, and while the error might have a minimal impact, the dungeon's level suddenly rising could lead to an explosion if not managed in time, causing severe consequences. Kim SeoJoon realized that if he hesitated, Lee So-yeon would be in danger. Without another word, he dashed into the dungeon where Lee So-yeon was struggling with injuries inflicted by a punitive monster. A level 6 beast roared continuously before her, making her unable to believe that such a terrifying creature existed in reality and not just in books. At the moment when its sharp fangs lunged towards her, Kim SeoJoon stepped in just in time to block the attack. Trembling, he tried to fend off its terrifying assaults temporarily and ordered her to run. Indeed, it was a level 6 monster, thrashing about violently and causing powerful shockwaves, forcing Kim SeoJoon to dart back and forth to keep its attention. Each of its blows was incredibly strong, but he quickly grasped its attack patterns. He told himself to avoid its fatal strikes and lure it away. However, things didn't go as planned. The monster suddenly impaled him with its sharp horns, causing blood to spurt out. Despite the excruciating pain, Kim SeoJoon mustered enough strength to knock it away. Seeing Kim SeoJoon suffer so horribly for her baffled Lee So-yeon. They were not related at all, so why was he here to help her? He only needed to conquer the dungeon with someone else and win. She assumed he did it for money and furiously yelled at him to leave, saying she wouldn't thank him. Contrary to her harsh reaction, Kim SeoJoon calmly told her that although she was terribly wrong, she had no reason to die because human life was the most precious thing. His courageous spirit and firm yet gentle words reminded her of her kind and knave brother from the past. Compared to Kim SeoJoon, the monster's strength was like a rock smashing an egg. Its speed and power grew more overwhelming with each moment. Suddenly, he recalled a lesson from his teacher. Intuition belongs to the realm of thought. His whole body trembled as he realized he needed to make his intuition and thoughts one, creating the intuition of a transcendent being. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of energy, regaining his spirit and clarity. Once more, he charged forward, swinging his staff to engage it in combat. His entire body was enveloped in a storm of spiritual energy. Despite the unavoidable injuries, after a few clashes, he began to predict its attacks and muscle movements. It kept attacking while Kim SeoJoon dodged continuously. With this momentum, he hoped to hold out until professional hunters arrived. However, he was unsure if Lee So-yeon could withstand it, especially since one of her arms had been severely mauled by the monster. There was no time to hesitate. Kim SeoJoon summoned all his remaining strength into his body, launching one final attack with an energy that seemed to envelop the entire world. However, he instinctively knew that he couldn't win against this overwhelming killing intent. The clashing forces created a deafening explosion, and blood gushed from the monster like a waterfall after the blow. Nearby, Kim SeoJoon stood, panting heavily, making Lee So-yeon unable to believe her eyes. After dealing with the threat, Kim SeoJoon supported Lee So-yeon, helping her stagger out of the dungeon. Thankfully, she was still alive, though severely injured. Despite her state, Lee So-yeon stubbornly declared that she wouldn't call him a benefactor. Amid the chaos, an ambulance finally arrived to take her to the hospital. The events of the dungeon raid soon became public, causing an uproar. Although measurement errors had occurred before, never had there been such a drastic discrepancy in monster levels. Public attention naturally focused on the associations and the government. Kim SeoJoon and Dream Academy gained immense recognition from this incident. After days of exhaustion, Kim SeoJoon now found himself confined to a hospital bed, lamenting bitterly over the fact that the prize money was split. He was so distraught about the lost earnings that he was on the verge of losing his mind, muttering incessantly. SeoJoon came to visit him in the hospital, and seeing him wallowing in self-pity, informed him that all the prize money was now his. Lee So-yeon had forfeited her position, and not only that, she had exposed numerous instances of cheating she had engaged in. Additionally, she revealed the brutal actions of the Academy's headmaster, who was her father, leaving Kim SeoJoon utterly shocked. Park Soo-kun suspected Lee So-yeon had ulterior motives, but she clarified that while her negative thoughts about Kim SeoJoon hadn't changed, she had realized her own faults. Regardless, Kim SeoJoon had won the competition single-handedly. Moreover, he was exempt from taxes on his prize money and received an additional 100 million thanks to government incentives, leaving him in utter disbelief and unable to contain his excitement. Besides that, Park Soo-kun's Dream Academy finally ascended to third place thanks to his recent victory. This achievement qualified Kim SeoJoon as an evaluation factor. He could also explore Janggyo 4-star, making everyone happy that things turned out so well. With financial matters settled, they treated the entire group to a satisfying meal. Kim SeoJoon returned to his bed and eagerly tapped into the store on his phone to see what he could buy. Initially having 4 billion won, the Long Guinness artifact cost 1 billion won, leaving him short despite his calculations. Frustrated, he sighed deeply and reluctantly decided to save up for more equipment. He scrolled through the options on his screen, feeling that the Long Guinness artifact was probably the best choice, regretting that not buying it would be a missed opportunity. Although the items were worth hundreds of billions, the fake ones cost only 1 or 2 billion. They weren't real, but they definitely had specific uses. Despite his hesitation, Kim SeoJoon thought it prudent to be cautious, as the store provided little information about the items and only offered a rough estimation of their effectiveness based on mythology, not much more. Kim SeoJoon came up with an idea, planning to consult with the top Academy community members to search for anyone who had used such things before. he suddenly came across a post sharing experiences of having used 100 items, causing Kim SeoJoon to be surprised. After scrolling down for a while, he immediately read about the spatial bag, which had a perfect score of 10 out of 10. This prompted Kim SeoJoon to jump up and check it out, costing only 100 million won. If he ventured into dungeons, he could use it to store monster corpses and eliminate the need to carry heavy items during sweeps. He decided he had to buy it. Immediately. 3 days later, Kim SeoJoon happily tested the new purchases on the street, even though his account was now empty. Investing in himself seemed worth it. Suddenly, Sukun appeared, hearing about his use of the 4 billion won prize. She exclaimed in amazement, then glanced at Kim SeoJoon's shiny equipment, immediately understanding the reason. Next, both of them arrived at the dark dungeon filled with monsters, a sight that was eerie and foreboding. Kim SeoJoon considered the defensive capabilities of the level 4 creatures here, and decided to take a risky move by testing his new weapon. With its excellent physical defense capabilities, the long Guinness staff seemed like a perfect match. Kim SeoJoon didn't expect that with just a swing of the staff, the creature shattered like tofu, the strikes swift and effective. After slashing them into pieces, Kim SeoJoon pulled out his spatial bag and swiftly stuffed their parts inside, under Sukun's astonished gaze, sparking her curiosity. She wondered where he managed to find such high-quality items, and Kim SeoJoon casually mentioned he got them from a pawn shop for hunters near his home, arousing Sukun's interest to visit. Suddenly, he informed her that the shop had relocated, leaving her crestfallen. Kim SeoJoon chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat guilty for not telling her the truth. The atmosphere momentarily fell silent but heavy, overshadowing the place with a sense of gloom that made them both pause. Relying on his strong staff, Kim SeoJoon wanted to proceed to handle the situation in place of Sukun. With his potent offensive techniques that covered the area, he effortlessly attacked the horrifying swarm, swiftly clearing out the entire nest. Sukun, in awe, truly admired the legendary weapon that reportedly pierced through the 10 billion he-suitor. Despite being a replica, Kim SeoJoon's staff exhibited undeniable power that couldn't be underestimated, proving the reliability of the community posts. With only 25 days remaining, Kim SeoJoon resolved to diligently earn enough money, intending to focus solely on completing his training. Suddenly, Sukun informed him about Jimin, a disciple of the demonic spirit, Aka, a recognized genius among the acknowledged demonic spirits, who wanted to meet him, possibly to inquire about their previous encounter. Kim SeoJoon immediately agreed to the meeting, bringing joy to Sukun, who was about to message Jimin to arrange it, unaware that Jimin had already silently arrived from behind. Jimin, upon seeing Kim SeoJoon for the first time, couldn't help but shout in surprise and then suddenly became frantic, wanting to know where he got that item from. After a while of noisy commotion, she finally calmed down, though Kim SeoJoon was already feeling quite exasperated. Sukun explained that although Jimin was older, she still looked young because she had managed to preserve her youthful appearance using a technique to store memories differently in her body. Jimin, still agitated, demanded to know where Kim SeoJoon got the spatial bag. Her eager and greedy eyes made him sweat. According to what she knew, this bag was incredibly rare. She rambled on about some intricate details that made his head spin. He wondered to himself how she would react if he showed her his spear. Jimin then offered to buy the spatial bag for 100 billion, with a determined attitude that made Kim SeoJoon waver. He thought about how he could use that money to buy piss and private lessons, solving many of his worries. However, he ultimately decided not to sell it, leaving Jimin very disappointed. With a tired sigh, he let Jimin try the bag. Her eyes lit up like stars, but as soon as she put her hand inside, it jerked violently, startling her into dropping it immediately. Kim SeoJoon explained that only he could use it. No one else could touch it, let alone buy it. One would think Jimin would give up, but instead, she became even more fascinated with his bag. Completely excited, she insisted on knowing where he got it. After hearing that the store was closed, she didn't give up but asked to study it for a fee. At the mention of money, even the usually stoic Kim SeoJoon had to agree. Jimin jumped for joy and suddenly remembered the real reason she had come: to discuss the dungeon incident involving Kim SeoJoon. After a brief conversation, Kim SeoJoon recounted everything that happened in the dungeon, admitting that his victory was due to luck and the mana lessons he had learned from Merlin. Mentioning mana suddenly reminded Kim SeoJoon of the fact that magic and euro are derivatives. This led him to wonder how to use them, similar to how personal will could be related to the world's rules, as he believed the dungeon anomalies were related to this. Hearing this, Jimin suddenly frowned and stood up, wanting him to explain further. Kim SeoJoon explained that if magic and euro were considered errors caused by exploiting mana, then the dungeon's anomalies must be similar. His teacher, Merlin, often talked about breaking the world's rules and the role of personal will in his lectures. Connecting the two issues, he felt that the dungeon's anomalies were indeed phenomena caused by someone's will. After his lengthy explanation, Jimin remained standing, stunned like a statue. Kim SeoJoon thought he had said something wrong and awkwardly scratched his head. Unexpectedly, his profound knowledge led Jimin to suspect that he was a genius mage scholar capable of creating a spatial bag. Her enthusiasm was evident as she furiously took notes on everything he explained, making him feel a bit self-conscious. He had merely added his thoughts to the knowledge he had learned from Merlin, not expecting such a strong reaction from her. It seemed that the lectures from the Advanced Academy now had practical applications. His genius mind suddenly thought of opening a class to teach these concepts, but it didn't seem like a great idea. To do so, one had to not only follow the lecture but also understand and apply the content. Moreover, who would want to learn such things from a student like him? Jimin then softly mentioned that she didn't fully understand the concept of magic studies, her fervor for learning and researching it further evident. She marched straight out the door, leaving Sukun and Kim SeoJoon bewildered. Watching Jimin eagerly head to the lab, Kim SeoJoon was speechless, as her behavior was entirely different from what he had seen of her in the media. Reflecting on it, Kim SeoJoon realized that even the disciples of the Sword Saint, Kalia, and the Mage Saint were people difficult to meet. Yet, he had encountered all three. If this continued, perhaps even the Great Sound would seek him out someday. After finishing his meal, Kim SeoJoon sat in front of his phone screen, feeling that the chances of conducting a lecture were still too low. Before the feedback period ended, he wanted to complete another course. It seemed the only option was to make money to recharge Freebass and speed up his teaching progress. He went outside to find Sukun to ask her about hiring more instructors and organizing the system. But oddly enough, she did not respond. Frustrated, he approached her and hit her stiff body, which startled her back to her usual self. It turned out that Park Sukun was also worried about the plan to recruit new students, with many issues arising. Kim SeoJoon asked her if there were any upcoming competitions, like the ones held at the academy before, or perhaps a dungeon clearing contest that had recently taken place. Sukun searched online but found no competitions happening before the 20th as he requested. The only upcoming event was a mock exam organized by Huntermill next month. The mock exam, true to its name, was not an actual exam but a simulation of a professional hunter exam, held once a year. Failing it meant waiting another year, so the pressure was immense. Therefore, hunter training academies created mock exams for students to practice beforehand. Among them, the three top academies in Korea, Huntermill, East and Gan, organized mock exams on a grand scale. The scores students achieved in these mock exams often matched their scores in the professional hunter exams. The prize money for the top students was substantial enough to solve Kim SeoJoon's issues with teaching and finances. After pondering for a while, he realized that the mock exam was scheduled for the time Free Park ended. Scratching his head, he felt he had no other option but to try his luck and go there first. It was late at night. Kim SeoJoon was sitting and listening to a lecture on his phone when he suddenly heard an advertisement mentioning the mock exam for the Transcendentals. This caught his attention as the exam not only provided certification, but also had passing standards similar to those of professional hunter exams. Passing it was akin to achieving a 5th level Wuwa or a 9th level swordsman, which was quite impressive. Despite his excitement, Kim SeoJoon knew he wasn't yet capable of participating in such a demanding exam. He continued watching his lecture, but it was strange that every instructor kept advising to take the mock exam. This made him uneasy, realizing the mock exam was more important than he initially thought. Curious, Kim SeoJoon went on forums to read reviews from experienced individuals. Skimming through a few comments, he found people who were in similar starting situations as him had significantly increased their learning pace after participating in the exam. This motivated him, filling him with determination to take a bold step and give it a try. The next morning, he held his breath and clicked the Participate button. The screen quickly displayed the rules and various sections of the competition. The first task was a combat ability test. The atmosphere around Kim SeoJoon changed immediately after pressing the first button, surprising him with how real the exam felt. According to the instructions, there were 15 stages, based on the standards of the Transcendentals. The first stage was level 5 or 6, and each stage increased by 1 level, reaching level 20 by stage 15. Just thinking about it made him a bit nervous. Lost in his thoughts, suddenly, a huge dragon sprang from his phone, spewing venom and silk, startling Kim SeoJoon. Shocked, he realized he had failed the very first stage. Unable to believe his eyes, he rolled on the ground, shouting in frustration. The system had used a dragon to measure combat ability in the first stage, and it wasn't just any dragon but the destructive Fafnir. If the first stage was this challenging, he dreaded thinking about the 15th stage, which might involve fighting gods. Kim SeoJoon sat there in tears for a while, taking a deep breath as he tried to regain his composure. Despite everything, he considered himself lucky to have another 10 chances left after his initial attempt. Even though the first 10 tries hadn't brought much change, Kim SeoJoon was determined to take more risks and see how things would turn out. With these thoughts, he lifted his battle spear and boldly stepped back into the arena. "I'll show them," he thought defiantly. But after numerous failures, Kim SeoJoon now had only 5 tries left. This realization made him so frustrated that he burst into tears again, unsure of how he could ever capture it. Kim SeoJoon noticed that even seasoned professionals like himself were uncertain about what it meant to be a super virtuoso. If he wanted to advance the pace of his teachings, he needed to do something, but it seemed that each time he thought of a plan, the opportunity had already passed. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a notification, asking if he wanted to listen to a lecture on this subject, even if it would negatively affect his evaluation. Seeing that it was a lecture by Jejun Daeseon, Kim SeoJoon had no reason to decline this opportunity. Without hesitation, he pressed the consent button. Mr. Daeseon revealed a secret: just avoid its breath, then showcase some combat techniques against the dragon and exploit its weaknesses. With swift movements, he dispelled all of Kim SeoJoon's worries like a gentle breeze. However, the guidance was still somewhat complex for Kim SeoJoon, accustomed to straightforward teachings. Despite reviewing it repeatedly, he remained at a loss on how to apply the formula correctly. Then, he noticed a name in the instructor directory: a hero from the Lord, the ring bearer in mythology, the owner of the famous sword Balman, and the dragon slayer, Chien Aka, the foremost expert on Fafnir the dragon. Unable to resist, Kim SeoJoon clicked to learn more. The expert advised, just avoid its breath. As Kim SeoJoon listened, feeling increasingly disheartened, he abruptly turned off the advice. Reflecting on its characteristics, the expert offered 2 strategies, causing Kim SeoJoon to pause. He clarified that Fafnir's summoning breath would linger even after the summoning button was pressed. The key point now was to prepare a gold block. Kim SeoJoon, despite finding this method somewhat confusing, decided to buy a gold bar and continue with the lecture. Sirius revealed that during the summoning, Kim SeoJoon should throw the gold bar directly in front of Fafnir. This would surely prevent it from breathing fire right away, as it would be concerned about the gold disappearing. However, abruptly, Sirius stopped at this crucial moment and suggested that the students handle the rest themselves, leaving Kim SeoJoon frustrated and wanting to curse. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly pressed the retreat button. Suddenly, the dragon appeared before him again, roaring ferociously. Remembering the earlier lecture, Kim SeoJoon swiftly threw the gold bar in front of its eyes. The creature, seeing the gold, immediately stopped and closed its mouth. Its breath full of deadly intent dissipated along with it. Kim SeoJoon felt a brief moment of relief and rushed towards it. Unexpectedly, the dragon realized that it was just fake gold and became furious, roaring louder than before. This terrified Kim SeoJoon, who cursed under his breath. As predicted, he suffered a humiliating defeat, lying sprawled on the ground. His phone suddenly buzzed with a notification that Chirion's teaching progress had increased. This astonishing development left Kim SeoJoon bewildered. He quickly scrambled back and forth, trying to avoid the dragon's relentless attacks. However, his attempts to find openings for counterattacks were futile, and he was soon cornered by the dragon's lightning-fast strikes. With no other choice, Kim SeoJoon grabbed another gold bar from his bag and threw it swiftly past the dragon's face. The creature stared at it, confirming it was real gold, and angrily lunged towards Kim SeoJoon, who fled in exhaustion. Without hesitation, Kim SeoJoon threw gold bars from all four sides, stunning the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Kim SeoJoon used his spear with all his might, unleashing a powerful blow that pierced through its thick skin. This time he succeeded, dealing a significant blow to the creature. But it wasn't over yet. The dragon, unaffected by his attack, retaliated swiftly. Kim SeoJoon's efforts to handle the situation ended in failure once more, but the progress in his teaching was increased slightly, leaving him somewhat satisfied. Excitedly, he stood up again, seeing he still had 3 chances left, and rushed to continue his attempts to see what would happen next. Sukun was surprised not to see Kim SeoJoon in the dungeon lately, and when she asked him about it, he explained that he was currently focusing on training alone. Though he felt somewhat anxious about being perceived as glued to his phone all day, he shared his recent struggles in the first course of the semester where he had already failed once. Despite this setback, he was determined to complete the lectures and apply them practically to improve. 3 days later, the second course began, and Kim SeoJoon was apprehensive about what would unfold. After preparing himself, a fiery ball resembling a dragon ball suddenly appeared before him, startling him. The system instructed him to capture it and evade the pursuit of the monsters, leaving Kim SeoJoon stunned after reading the instructions. Despite his nervous laughter, he kept a steady gaze on the roaring monster in front of him. The challenge tested his physical endurance severely, yet he persisted through numerous life and death encounters. Moving on to the third course, tasked with defeating a sorcerer while his senses were disabled, Kim SeoJoon found himself bewildered by the sorcerer's resilience, barely managing to stand against its relentless attacks. In the fourth course, which demanded restraint against Puigaric's strength, Kim SeoJoon struggled to contain his hunger, forcing him to flee swiftly. Upon reaching the fifth course, after listening to a song and successfully passing the first phase, he initially felt confident. However, he soon realized the immense difficulty posed by the sorcerer's divine voice, which left him drained and struggling to maintain his composure. After enduring a rigorous competition, Kim SeoJoon finally received his abysmal exam results, but his teaching progress improved significantly. Despite 3 days passing without receiving any updates on new course selections, he grew increasingly anxious with only 5 days remaining in Free Fire. Despite nearing completion of his coursework, he pondered whether returning to the dungeon immediately would be more beneficial than waiting indefinitely. During a moment of confusion, Mentor, who hadn't been seen in a long time, suddenly appeared, startling Kim SeoJoon. It had been a while since he had seen the kid, which made Kim SeoJoon exclaim a bit loudly in surprise. He almost got caught by Sukun, which further embarrassed him, prompting him to immediately grab the kid and run outside. After a while, Mentor scratched his head and casually mentioned that he had come back after checking Kim SeoJoon's records. The results were so disastrous that Kim SeoJoon was shocked and almost froze in place. Mentor explained that given Kim SeoJoon's current level, any advice he gave would likely be futile. He gently advised Kim SeoJoon to focus on listening to the 2 recommended lectures. Kim SeoJoon, feeling desperate after hearing Mentor's sincere advice, was on the verge of tears. The genuine advice from Mentor made him feel hot-headed and unable to concentrate anymore. He then mentioned that in the absence of Mentor, he had diligently attended lectures. Cheerful, he took out his phone to check, and to his surprise, the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. He revealed that he had watched all 4 lectures at once, leaving Mentor astounded and unable to believe it. With exceptional statistics in hand, which had been accumulated in just 3 months, Mentor was left in awe. Kim SeoJoon then added that he had also participated in many exams, and wondered how he should choose an elective in such a prestigious exam. Mentor calmly advised him that he could simply choose the subject he wanted to study. Suddenly, Kim SeoJoon noticed that he still did not have an ID for the top academy, which surprised him and led him to suspect there might have been some mistake. He decided to visit the principal for clarification. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared like the wind before Kim SeoJoon could call him back. Afterwards, Kim SeoJoon resumed his full-body root basin training, emitting energy fervently with his beloved sacred teachings. Unexpectedly, a notification popped up on the screen, asking if Kim SeoJoon wanted to finish listening to the lecture. He immediately clicked on it, encouraged by the words of encouragement and genuine advice. The lecture on root basin by teacher Hangwoo has officially ended. The evening was slowly falling. Sukun saw him return and excitedly informed him that the application for the Hunter's Trial exam had started, and applications would be accepted for 1 week from today. After consulting, Kim SeoJoon happily and quickly helped him register. Kim SeoJoon secretly felt that although his scores in the Superhuman trial exam were disastrously low, this was a Hunter's exam. Maybe he would do better here. Besides, he was very confident, as he had obtained the power of root basin and even had the spear of Long Guinness. Sukun quickly completed the registration for him. She informed him that the exam would take place in 10 days. Suddenly, hearing him ask about enrollment made her a little frustrated. She wondered what old man Park Min-yeol was planning this time. But after all, he was her grandfather. Sukun's main concern now was not knowing which instructor to invite, as each field required a specialized instructor. Random invitations wouldn't work, and inviting someone reputable would be costly. Kim SeoJoon, hearing this, became somewhat interested. When Sukun mentioned that the salary of top-ranked instructors could reach billions, his greed was aroused. Excitedly, he volunteered to help Sukun, leaving her a bit puzzled. 3 days later, Kim SeoJoon was delighted to see that he had completed Hangwoo's lectures. Although he regretted missing the Korean lecture, the free pass was still valid, so it seemed fine. Suddenly, Mentor appeared, surprised to find out he had completed a course while it was away. Shocked, Mentor revealed there was a big issue and seemed quite urgent. Mentor explained that it wasn't a system error, but that the Supreme Academy had no information about him. This left Kim SeoJoon stunned. He shouted that if he wasn't a member of the school, how on earth had he been receiving information from the academy all this time since they operated entirely on a membership basis? Mentor also mentioned that the director had received a direct report but wasn't clear on the specifics. Although Kim SeoJoon didn't know who the director was, it seemed that this person had great power, not someone easily known by just anyone. The Supreme Academy system appeared to have no faults unless causality was altered, which in any case couldn't be changed. According to the director, it seemed there were traces of someone's interference that had yet to be identified. The more Kim SeoJoon heard, the more worried he became about being expelled. Seeing this, Mentor cheerfully reassured him that he would be fine since the problem lay with the academy, not him. Once a member, always a member, which made him feel somewhat relieved. Kim SeoJoon couldn't believe someone had meddled in this matter, suspecting that it might have been done intentionally for some purpose. He saw himself as just a person with a dream of becoming a hunter, living an ordinary life day by day. Mentor told him to continue training as usual and hoped he would understand that creating a new ID was quite tricky. Skipping this issue, Kim SeoJoon only had 2 days left and sought advice on what to do next. Mentor cleared his throat and explained that the Supreme Academy's curriculum was divided into 4 major parts: introductory, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Kim SeoJoon was currently at the introductory stage. After completing the advanced stage, he would reach a certain level, from which each person would have a unique training method to achieve higher effectiveness. The stage from advanced to transcendent was much more challenging than from elementary to advanced. Therefore, it seemed that Kim SeoJoon still had a long way to go. With Mentor's help, Kim SeoJoon was guided to new lectures to solidify his foundational knowledge before moving on to intermediate-level studies. Mentor's resolute demeanor made it hard for him not to believe. However, upon registering, the tuition fee shot up to 2 billion, making his face turn pale. Mentor suddenly advised him to collect causality regularly, sparking his curiosity about what it was. Mentor explained that causality was simply about one's status, similar to how their meeting was an example of causality. He added that in the future, when Kim SeoJoon's knowledge increased, he would naturally understand what these words meant. Mentor also revealed that besides him, there were many other students in the academy. Currently, there were 4 students who had become transcended, the highest number among all academies. Each academy had its own unique courses and specialties, but it was widely believed that to learn magic, one should go to Ali Academy. To learn weapons, go to Geo, and to learn a bit of everything, go to the Hunter Academy. People often said that having no special feature meant having no particular flaw, which indicated how renowned the Hunter Academy was, being one of the top 3 academies in Korea. Finally, the day of the professional hunter trial exam, organized by the Hunter Academy, arrived. Kim SeoJoon joined the bustling crowd, participating in the trial along with Park Soo-kun. This time, the competition was between 4 major divisions, each with different investment levels. The top performer would receive a scholarship worth 1 billion won. Kim SeoJoon had already calculated that the amount needed to buy a new free pass was about 500 million won. Although he had been diligently grinding in dungeons, his savings didn't exceed 30 million won. Therefore, the only way to get such a large amount of money was to achieve the top rank in the trial. With his ambition ignited, Kim SeoJoon confirmed his participation and went inside, shocked by the number of participants. He bid farewell to Soo-kun and quickly got in line. Suddenly, a commotion broke out with loud curses, causing the crowd to become more chaotic. It was Kim Kang-cheol from the Hunter Academy, who felt it was unfair that he didn't have to queue and kept cursing. The crowd whispered among themselves upon seeing Kim Kang-cheol, realizing that the Hunter Academy had sent him here, making it certain he would be in the top 3. Kim SeoJoon briefly bumped into him, and Kim Kang-cheol glanced at him before moving on. This encounter made Kim SeoJoon marvel at Kim Kang-cheol's overwhelming aura, recognizing him as a promising talent from the Hunter Academy. While he was engrossed in hearing people discuss who would win at the academy this time, a loud shout demanding entry caught everyone's attention. In front of them was a kid laden with all kinds of weapons, stubbornly refusing to queue up. His arrogant attitude made people boil with anger and curse. The entire area turned chaotic like a bustling market. Kim SeoJoon broke into a sweat, realizing that students from all academies across the country were present here. Among the noisy crowd was Park Do-suk, an apprentice hunter studying at a second-tier hunter academy. He was there only because of money. The tuition fees for the top 3 academies in Korea amounted to hundreds of millions each year. Hence, he gritted his teeth and studied at a second-tier school to get a scholarship. Do-suk decided it was better to be the tail of a dragon than the head of a snake. He was quite pleased with today's trial because, thanks to Kim SeoJoon, the Hunter Mill trial, consisting of 5 tests, didn't include any written exams. Among the tests to become a professional hunter, basic physical strength was the first category. The evaluation was based on how many laps one could run. After 15 rounds of exhaustion, only he and Kim SeoJoon were left on the field. Just beat him, just surpass him, Do-suk thought, panting heavily as he ran. But to his surprise, in the final moments, Kim SeoJoon was the first to cross the finish line. He then performed an impressive weightlifting display, astonishing everyone. It wasn't as heavy as he thought. Even though he practiced physical strength daily, it didn't seem this easy. Could it be because he had instinctively used Balsan's power after completing Hangwoo's course? He wondered, thinking that if Balsan's power was this strong, he might become like a giant after finishing the course. The fire of ambition burned intensely within Kim SeoJoon. Kim Kang-cheol, a student from one of the top 3 hunter academies in Korea, was also present today. This time, he was here under orders not to compete, but to observe Kim SeoJoon's movements. What was this sudden order about, and who was Kim SeoJoon? About a month ago, he seemed to have heard this name in connection with a dungeon chaos incident. Kim Kang-cheol pondered this as he walked. At this moment, the results board was unveiled amidst the buzz of the crowd. Kim Kang-cheol was utterly shocked when he saw that his score was 11 points lower than Kim SeoJoon's. Moreover, he was in 3rd place, not 2nd. Who was this Lee Min-yul? Someone talented enough to surpass him should be well known, yet he had never heard this name before. Where did this person come from? After seeing the results, Kim Kang-cheol resolved that he couldn't let this situation continue, but he remembered his superior's orders. He didn't need to do anything, just observe Kim SeoJoon. Kim Kang-cheol hesitated for a few seconds before the second test began. This test involved using mana, evaluated based on the number of attacks made by hitting a shield generator. Contestants had to use mana optimally to break the shield. Kim SeoJoon felt a bit uncertain and glanced at his competitors who went ahead. Now it was Lee Do-eun's turn, the goddess of Alley Academy. With a flourish, she shattered the shield in an instant, scoring a perfect 100, looking as cool as ever. Kim SeoJoon watched in awe, unable to take his eyes off her. Next, it was his turn. Kim SeoJoon steeled himself, thinking, just go for it. Wielding his staff, he aimed only to create Merlin's mana. Unexpectedly, his frost attack succeeded in slicing the shield in half, its power soaring to the sky. Kim SeoJoon shot to the top of the leaderboard, leaving the spectators in astonished silence. Is this the same person who was unsure of himself? Even Kim SeoJoon couldn't believe what he had just accomplished. The mana shield generator broke down after his attack, forcing a temporary halt to the competition. After all the ups and downs, hunters from the top 3 academies found themselves trailing behind Kim SeoJoon. The audience murmured about Kim SeoJoon, recognizing him as the one who had resolved the dungeon chaos and single-handedly defeated a level 6 monster. Park Soo-kun overheard and felt a bit anxious. She realized that if things continued this way, the trial would lose its significance. She had never intended for him to lead by such a large margin. No one knew how this professional hunter trial would unfold from here. The situation of Kim Kang-cheol being left far behind in the competition left his fans extremely disappointed. They secretly felt that given the current situation, only Lee Haejin could possibly stand against Kim SeoJoon. At this moment, Kim SeoJoon was sitting in the waiting room, catching his breath, with the holy spear in his hand. This spear was the same one that had pierced Gisu when he was crucified. The power it held was not to be underestimated, just based on the legends surrounding it. The problem was, he needed to understand exactly what its power was. All he knew was the story that had been passed down, nothing more. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar kid with a bow on his shoulder, singing loudly. Kim SeoJoon realized this was the same odd kid who had caused trouble with the authorities earlier. Seeing Kim SeoJoon staring at him, the kid cheerfully approached to introduce himself. He was Lee Min-yul, the one in 2nd place. Lee Min-yul's lively, talkative, and somewhat noisy nature left Kim SeoJoon at a loss for words. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced the next part of the competition, the dungeon raid. Kim SeoJoon, with a confident stride, entered the realistic virtual space. The monsters he needed to defeat were 10 Nercuras. Around him, a horde of creatures had already formed, screaming loudly, making his head hurt. With calm precision, he swung his staff, dispatching the creatures one by one, each falling lifeless to the ground. Despite this, their power was not to be underestimated. These were much different from the Nercuras he had faced before, but he also felt he had changed significantly. Kim SeoJoon, while skillfully fighting off the sharp claws of the beasts, reflected that just 3 months ago, he was nothing special, barely getting by each day. He was an ordinary person struggling to survive. But now, He had become a student at the Supreme Academy, met Park Soo-kun, and his life had transformed. Though the journey to becoming a superhuman was still fraught with challenges, it didn't seem so out of reach. After sweating profusely for a while, he successfully cleared the creatures, achieving a perfect score of 100. Emerging from the dungeon, Kim SeoJoon stood at the top of the rankings, receiving piercing gazes from the other contestants. They stared intently, not looking away. It made sense. Unless he was disqualified or surrendered, he was bound to win. I want to participate in a competition where the winner is predetermined, Kim SeoJoon thought smugly, ignoring the murderous glares from his rivals. He kept his composure, silent and determined. Lee Min-yul, who placed 5th this time, seemed as excited as if he had just won the lottery. Meanwhile, Kim Kang-cheol secured 3rd place, maintaining his cold and composed demeanor, which caught Kim SeoJoon's attention. It was only now that Kim SeoJoon realized Lee Min-yul was a free contestant, someone who didn't attend an academy but self-trained. Usually, such individuals lacked money or talent, but rarely, one would emerge with outstanding abilities. Lee Min-yul, training on his own and defeating the top academy seeds, was indeed a remarkable talent. Kim SeoJoon thought, I also have a teacher, but my teacher doesn't know they have a student like me. Lee Min-yul smiled and said something that Kim SeoJoon didn't quite understand. As he was about to ask for clarification, a tournament official approached, announcing an unexpected issue. Everyone immediately gathered to discuss the matter. The judges chosen for the competition had encountered an unforeseen dungeon and couldn't make it. We are currently seeking the solution. We apologize for the inconvenience. As soon as we have an update, we will inform everyone, the official said, bowing in apology. This must be orchestrated by the Church of Justice, Kim SeoJoon thought. He wasn't sure how they created a 10-star dungeon, but if it was the Church of Justice, it was within their capabilities. The problem was, this might cause the trial to be cancelled. If this continued, Kim SeoJoon would become the winner, rendering everything meaningless. I don't think the church went through all this trouble just to achieve this outcome, James Tur worriedly thought. Eventually, he suggested changing the format of the competition to one-on-one battles. It makes sense, but it's difficult to implement in practice. The number of participants in the Hunter Academy trial is very large. If we proceed with one-on-one battles, it will take a lot of time, and we don't have that much time, the official said, scratching his head. Moreover, it would create issues in scoring. Kim Kang-cheol did not give up. If we are to change the judges, they should at least be a rank hunters or higher. We can't wait here forever. How about organizing an event instead? Not all students, only those who wish to participate can register. The trial exam was being broadcast nationwide, watched by everyone, including the association and government officials. This incident disrupting the exam would tarnish the image of the Hunter Academy. He came up with this idea, hoping to have a one-on-one duel with Kim SeoJoon. If he won, all of Kim SeoJoon's previous fame would belong to him. If he lost, he would still be recognized as someone who fought against Kim SeoJoon. It was a win-win situation. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Kim SeoJoon pondered for a while, but in the end, he agreed because of the money. The emergency event was organized with 15 participants from different academies. News of the elite students from top academies competing together exploded across the media. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, and the news sites almost crashed. Dong Min, Dueling, and Kim Kang-cheol all shared a burning desire to defeat Kim SeoJoon. This was indeed a lot of pressure for him. Kim SeoJoon sat alone in the waiting room, lost in thought about the prize money if he won. Besides the winner's prize, if he won this event, he could earn up to 2 million won. After deducting 500 million to buy a free pass, he would have 1,500 million left. The lectures mentor recommended to him were priced at 2 billion and 2.5 billion each. If he won, he could attend those lectures sooner. Of course, first I have to win this event, he thought. He wasn't worried about Dong Min, Dueling, or Kang-cheol. The only person he was concerned about was Min-yul. Some people use auxiliary weapons, but he had never seen anyone use more than 3. Usually, people focus on mastering one weapon to increase their combat effectiveness, But when he counted earlier, it seemed Min Yul had more than 8 different weapons. Could he really use all of those? Kim SeoJoon wondered, increasingly confused. On the screen at this moment was the live broadcast of the match between Min Yul and another contestant. Min Yul's fighting style was fast, brutal, and decisive, combined with various weapons that kept his opponent guessing. This caught Kim SeoJoon's attention. It was a free and unrestrained way of fighting, a style typical of those who hadn't been formally trained to become hunters. Kim SeoJoon had a similar style. Min Yul's fighting reminded Kim SeoJoon of himself. Could Min Yul also be a student of the Supreme Academy? Thinking back, Kim SeoJoon realized Min Yul's words made sense. At the Supreme Academy, students learned through videos, and the instructors had no idea who was watching their lessons. The more he thought about it, the more Kim SeoJoon felt his hypothesis was correct. The match on the screen ended with Min Yul emerging victorious. The final match, the one everyone was eagerly anticipating, was between Lee Do-eun of the Ali Academy and Kim SeoJoon of the Dream Academy. The audience roared in excitement, everyone holding their breath to witness this thrilling showdown. Lee Do-eun was a genius. Calling her a genius might even be an understatement. She was one of the top 5 strongest students at Ali Academy, one of Korea's top 3 academies. Her talent was recognized by Jeon Ji-mink, a prodigious magician and arcane scholar, destined to become the next Archmage. For Lee Do-eun, nothing was impossible. At this moment, her entire body radiated fiery power as she approached Kim SeoJoon. But before she could even launch her initial attack, her flames were slashed away by his swift strike in an instant. Lee Do-eun gaped in disbelief. A magician with overwhelming mana could dispel the magic of other magicians, but to do so, one had to fully understand the principles of that magic and strike at the right moment. Kim SeoJoon wasn't a magician. How could he understand her magic, let alone dispel it? Lee Do-eun's eyes widened in shock. Kim SeoJoon glanced at the weapon in his hand. Feeling its power was indeed as rumored. Lee Do-eun, furious, launched another, even stronger fiery attack. Kim SeoJoon's expression remained unchanged. His hands moved nimbly, effortlessly dispelling each of her flames as if it were a trivial task. Despite Lee Do-eun's gritted teeth and maximum effort, Kim SeoJoon dodged with ease and grace. In the end, Lee Do-eun, exhausted and defeated, sank to her knees, conceding the match amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd. The next match was between Min Yul and Dong Min, and the result was unexpected for everyone. The two were fiercely grappling with each other when suddenly, Lee Min Yul pulled a blade from his weapon pouch and threw it at Dong Min, startling him. Min Yul continued to pull out numerous weapons from his person and hurled them at his opponent. The speed and unpredictable trajectory of the weapons left Dong Min unable to anticipate Min Yul's moves, causing him to falter. Lee Min Yul then delivered a direct blow to Dong Min's stomach, causing him to collapse, unable to defend himself. Min Yul's unconventional fighting style infuriated Dong Min, leaving him speechless with rage. The audience also found Min Yul's fighting style odd, though they couldn't pinpoint exactly why. Watching the match on the screen, Kim SeoJoon observed Min Yul's victory. He firmly believed that even without the constant weapon changes, Min Yul would have still won. Kang Cheol realized the Church of Justice's plan wasn't just to focus on Kim SeoJoon, but also on Lee Min Yul. The Church's ultimate goal was to have Kim SeoJoon and Lee Min Yul face each other in this trial. I don't need to intervene anymore, Kang Cheol thought. This event is already a success. Could it be that Lee Min Yul is part of the Church of Justice? If not, then no matter how talented he is, he couldn't have self-taught and defeated top academy students. The next match was between Kang Cheol and Kim SeoJoon. Kang Cheol vowed not to let the church succeed in making him a stepping stone for Kim SeoJoon. The two opponents clashed with immeasurable force, sending dust and debris flying. The ground cracked into pieces as Kang Cheol wielded a sword while Kim SeoJoon used a staff. Neither side yielded, engaging in an intense battle. After some time, Kang Cheol, breathing heavily, noticed that Kim SeoJoon's weapon, though it appeared to be an ordinary staff, could block all of his sword attacks. It wasn't just blocking, It was as if his sword strikes had no effect on Kim SeoJoon. The staff looked like an ordinary piece of iron, but it was not. It must be thanks to that weapon that he achieved such high results in this trial, thought Kim Kong-chil. I just need to be cautious of his weapon since our strengths aren't that different. Kim Kong-chil, grinding his teeth in frustration, swung his sword fiercely at Kim SeoJoon. He relentlessly pressured Kim SeoJoon, giving him no chance to counterattack. With his mind solely focused on claiming the top position, Kim Kang-chil's attacks were unceasing and intense. Kim SeoJoon was somewhat surprised by Kim Kang-chil's strength. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Kim Kang-chil drew his sword and struck repeatedly at the rocks surrounding Kim SeoJoon, leaving him momentarily stunned. Clearly, being in the top 3 of the Hunter Academy was more than just a title. Realizing he needed to give his all, Kim SeoJoon smirked, and his entire body was enveloped in darkness, startling Kim Kang-chil. Kim Kang-chil stood agape, witnessing Kim SeoJoon's sudden surge in power and complete transformation in demeanor. His aura was as fierce as a volcanic eruption. Each of Kim SeoJoon's powerful strikes threw Kim Kang-chil off balance, gradually pushing him back. Sweating profusely, Kim Kang-chil struggled to counterattack, but Kim SeoJoon's swift and precise swordplay was overwhelming. Compared to the advanced sword techniques and mana training at the Hunter Academy, Kim SeoJoon's effortless weapon handling seemed almost magical. Kim Kang-chil was suddenly sent flying 10 meters by one of Kim SeoJoon's blows, leaving him dazed and in pain. As he lay there, his mind wandered to memories of being defeated by Lee Ha-jun, who had mocked him bitterly. Being bested by Kim SeoJoon today reignited his fury and determination for revenge. A thunderous strike, fueled by Kang-chil's seething anger towards Kim SeoJoon, landed with an explosive sound. As the smoke cleared, the entire audience watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Seeing Kang-chil lying defeated at Kim SeoJoon's feet, there was no doubt Kim SeoJoon was the one advancing to the finals. The whole audience erupted in surprise like bees in a hive. The highly anticipated final match between Kim SeoJoon and Lee Min-yul has finally begun. Seeing Min-yul's hesitant expression, he knew that he also recognized the teacher that Min-yul was studying under, which surprised Lee Min-yul quite a bit. It might not have been a surprise if Lee Min-yul were not a visiting student at the Supreme Academy. In that case, it could be dismissed as a misunderstanding. However, if he, like himself, was also a visiting student at the Supreme Academy, then things would be completely different. Even though they were both visiting students at the Supreme Academy, it didn't mean that he was on the same side. On the contrary, he should consider him a competitor. He couldn't predict how Lee Min-yul would react, so he couldn't act hastily. Kim SeoJoon told himself that he wanted to take the risk and fight him. In response to Min-yul's doubtful gaze, questioning Kim SeoJoon's revelation about his teacher being a transcendent expert, he made a proposal. The loser of this match would have to answer one question from the winner. Amidst the cheers and support of the crowd, an agreement between Kim SeoJoon and Lee Min-yul was officially set. The final match officially began, yet both of them stood still, which puzzled the audience, making them look at each other in confusion. Both were busy being cautious of their opponent, sweating profusely. Suddenly, Min-yul drew a sword from behind his back and charged towards him. Now Min-yul was holding a sword, but considering Lee Min-yul's fighting style up until now, he thought it wouldn't be just a simple sword. From the beginning, he had to give his all to find his opponent's weakness. Kim SeoJoon said as he swung his staff in response. A beam of light flashed, and Lee Min-yul's sword immediately shattered into pieces, much to his own horror. Lee Min-yul quickly abandoned his weapon and retreated. Taking advantage of Kim SeoJoon's distraction, a rain of arrows suddenly poured down on him. Kim SeoJoon swiftly swung his staff, using the wind to blow away the arrows. Lee Min-yul witnessed this display in awe and admiration. Curious about the weapon his opponent used, he said, "If I win, you'll answer my question about that weapon, won't you?" Kim SeoJoon naturally agreed, but only if his opponent won. Both laughed loudly, and then continued to clash with each other, the sound of their swords clashing echoing in the air. Kim SeoJoon noticed a very strange feeling. Contrary to not hesitating to break the rules to win, he didn't seem to want to win at all. Occasionally, mocking words echoed around, but it seemed he didn't care about those words at all. Kim SeoJoon couldn't understand what Min Yul was thinking. Could it be that he didn't want to beat him? Lee Min Yul laughed and said he had tried his best. No matter how others insulted him, his value didn't diminish. Seeing Min Yul's strong resolve, Kim SeoJoon was invigorated and drew his staff to show him a fierce fight. Hearing Lee Min Yul's words earlier reminded him of the teachings of Shakyamuni. This world has a constant law of elimination, so we must be stronger than ourselves of yesterday. Through those words, Kim SeoJoon suddenly thought about wanting to break free from that world and see it from a different perspective. There's a legend about when Buddha, known as Gautama Siddhartha, was still a human. Before he became a Buddha and continued his ascetic practice, one day he saw a group of children running a race. They didn't understand why they were racing so many times. There was always one child who came last, but somehow his face never lost its smile. Curious, Buddha approached and asked the boy, "Why are you running like this?" The boy replied, "Because I like it." "What if the others catch up to you?" Buddha asked. "My finish line and theirs are different, so how can they catch up?" "What is the finish line you see over there?" "There are others standing there. So I'm not sure if that's the finish line. For me, it's just a passing point." That boy continued to finish last, and later, in the biggest race held in Buddha's country, it was said the boy achieved an incredible result. Buddha thought of it as building a tower. Putting in a little effort each time was building oneself and one's life. So Buddha repeatedly went through arduous asceticism to build a more perfect tower. But when he quietly listened to the boy's words, suddenly Buddha thought, building that tower doesn't actually need to be completed. If it collapses, it doesn't matter. Why had he never thought like that even once? Kim SeoJoon's society was one of competition. If you don't strive every day, you'll be eliminated. Just falling behind would mean disappearing, survival of the fittest. The big fish eats the small fish. Every day he had to strive and think that quickly developing himself would not make him fall behind. But the more he did, the more anxious he became, realizing he was obsessed with the Supreme Academy. Kim SeoJoon was engulfed by this obsession, having to strive not to be eliminated, not to be left behind, not to be surpassed by anyone, in order to survive this competition. It's okay. There are others standing there. So I'm not sure if that's the finish line, echoed in his mind. Even if others insulted him, his value remained unchanged. Every word mingled with Min Yul's face in Kim SeoJoon's mind. Now he finally understood clearly the teachings of Buddha. Why had he never thought this way before? If he used the Longinus spear, he could easily win. No matter what tricks Lee Min Yul used, he just needed to break them. His determination to win hadn't changed. Kim SeoJoon, full of resolve, gripped his weapon tightly. He wanted to determine his own value. Suddenly, seeing Kim SeoJoon's fiery spirit surprised Min Yul. He smirked, then dropped all the weapons he was carrying and picked up a small knife, the weapon he was most confident in. Both, as if injected with adrenaline, returned to the fight fiercer than before. Contrary to Kim SeoJoon's tense expression, Lee Min Yul seemed half serious, half playing, but his attack speed was like lightning. If that's the Longinus spear, each of its attacks poses a great threat to me. Moreover, it's really difficult to deal with those sudden and ever-changing attacks, thought Kim SeoJoon as he tensed up, trying with all his might to counter Min Yul. In a moment, he slightly flicked his hand, causing Min Yul to stumble and fall away. Even if I lose, it's fine, but I will do my best for victory. So fighting can be this enjoyable, Kim SeoJoon thought, smiling to himself. In front of him, Min Yul appeared again, and Kim SeoJoon rushed forward. It's not over yet, he thought, as Min Yul spun around and then suddenly disappeared in a cloud of mist, leaving Kim SeoJoon bewildered by this advanced stealth technique. Though not perfect, if he didn't stay focused, Min Yul would immediately vanish from his sight. It seemed like Lee Min Yul wanted to settle the match with this move, Kim SeoJoon thought, planning to use Merlin's mana spell. But just then, Images of the opponents defeated by Min Yul suddenly flashed before him. In his mind, Kim SeoJoon suddenly realized that during the battle, he had been too rigid. The words of his teacher echoed in his ears. Learning new things is wonderful, but learning forms habits, and those habits can become obstacles in expressing oneself. Learning is about absorbing what others have expressed. Learning creates the illusion that you are doing well, but in reality, you are just imitating others. You must not be satisfied with learning and must use your own methods. Learning should exist as a means to express oneself. Kim SeoJoon focused all his energy, combining Merlin's knowledge, Chiron's intuition, and Hang Woo's balsam power. In a moment, he unleashed a thunderous strike of his own creation, causing heaven and earth to shake. The spectators below couldn't believe that a student could reach such a level. It was truly unbelievable. From within the light emitted by Kim SeoJoon, the figure of Lee Min Yul gradually appeared behind his blade. "I lost," Lee Min Yul said with a grin. The news of Kim SeoJoon's ultimate victory spread to Kalia. Hearing that he had changed his weapon at the last moment, she was momentarily taken aback and announced that she would report this unexpected event to the apostles. "Is there any reason we have to go to such lengths?" someone asked. "No, I know Kim SeoJoon is someone we should keep an eye on, but the Korea Association has started a comprehensive investigation into the appearance of the 10-star dungeon. This incident has disrupted our plans prepared over the past 10 years. Honestly, I don't understand why we are doing all this just because of that kid," the disgruntled subordinate said, only to be silenced by Kalia's sharp retort. She recalled how, a few days ago, she had been threatened by her superiors to monitor his every move. The apostles used as messengers to relay the highest orders made Kalia uneasy. She bit her nails and trembled, remembering someone else capable of such things. After the match, Park Soo-kun was at a loss for words regarding this incredibly strong student, especially when Kim SeoJoon used aura bread, making him look like a monster. Kim SeoJoon said he needed to meet someone before going home, and that person was Min Yul. At this moment, surrounded by numerous academies like an idol, even though he lost to me in the final match, just the fact that he self-studied and did not belong to any academy, yet still reached such a level was enough to draw attention. From the standpoint of the academies, it's obvious that they all want to have him. A talent like that cannot be missed, Kim SeoJoon thought, nodding. But those people were clinging to him like leeches, making it impossible for him to talk to Min Yul privately. Min Yul dashed out of the crowd and hid behind Kim SeoJoon, saying he would join the Dream Academy, causing another uproar. After a while, they'd found a place to escape from the annoying academies. Lee Min Yul stated that what he said earlier was true. He wanted to join the same academy as Kim SeoJoon. Kim SeoJoon froze, not knowing how to react. He knew that even if he firmly opposed it, Park Soo-kun would probably not accept Min Yul into the academy. But he didn't want to interfere in Soo-kun's affairs in such an emotional way. "We will talk about that later. Do you remember our promise?" Kim SeoJoon asked. He wanted to know who the teacher Min Yul mentioned was. Lee Min Yul confidently and handsomely stated that he had no idea. Kim SeoJoon was furious, his anger almost visible as black smoke, stepping aggressively towards Min Yul, scaring him. "No, really, I don't know. The teacher doesn't even know I am his student. Just now, when you used the dagger, you said you were taught. Moreover, you said your teacher is an extraordinary expert. How can you not know who your teacher is?" Kim SeoJoon angrily retorted. "It's because the teacher never taught me anything. I learned it all by observing. I have never been taught by anyone." Lee Min Yul calmly responded. Lee Min Yul was a self-taught student. It was common for someone without money or talent to want to become a hunter. But Min Yul's case was different. He had talent and money, but chose not to be bound by any academy, opting for self-study instead. "I trained alone deep in the mountains. Although there was no one to guide me, I was quite satisfied because I didn't have to follow any suffocating curriculum of any academy. Until one day, while I was training as usual, I suddenly sensed that someone seemed to have fainted. That was the first time I met my teacher." Lee Min Yul told the other person. Although he was severely injured and covered in blood, he was determined not to let Min Yul carry him down the mountain. Sensing the urgency in his words, Min-yul abandoned the idea of taking him to the hospital. With no other choice, Lee Min-yul had to care for the man in an abandoned house on the mountain. At first, his condition was so severe that it was a miracle he didn't die immediately. But as time passed, Min-yul could feel the man recovering rapidly. A month later, on the way back home, Lee Min-yul was startled to discover a group of strangers surrounding the man in front of his house. Frightened, he hid behind a tree to observe the situation. Just as he was about to be discovered, the old man, with swift and masterful swordsmanship, decapitated all of them in an instant. For the first time in his life, Lee Min-yul witnessed someone with such extraordinary martial arts skills. After dealing with them, the old man loudly urged Min-yul to leave immediately and never return. Before Min-yul could regain his composure, the old man had vanished like the wind. Although he didn't know what had happened, Min-yul's instincts told him to heed the old man's advice. So before leaving, he packed his belongings. At that moment, he noticed the manuscript the old man had left behind in his haste. Min-yul intended to return it to him if they ever met again, but he hasn't seen the old man since. Bowing his head, Lee Min-yul said that thanks to the manuscript, he learned the techniques of using the weapons described in it. From the old man's fighting style, he was certain that his master had created the valuable techniques written in the manuscript. However, his master still didn't know that Min-yul possessed the precious manuscript, or that he had learned his techniques. Lee Min-yul, blushing, said he knew that the likelihood of him lying was high, but he wasn't just an ordinary cadet at the Supreme Academy, Kim SeoJoon. Min-yul further explained that the real reason he participated in this trial was that he thought that if it was such a large-scale competition, his master would find him. Kim SeoJoon listened from beginning to end, and only then did he ask tentatively if the person Min-yul called master was actually Hyuk Seong-in. Hyuk Seong-in, like the Sword Saint, was one of Korea's 5 symbolic heroes. Among the 5, he was the most mysterious. Seeing that the Sword Saint's granddaughter also knew this mysterious man, Kim SeoJoon asked her to help him inquire with the Sword Saint about the valuable manuscript in Min-yul's possession. At that moment, Min-yul realized for the first time that Park Soo-kun was the Sword Saint's granddaughter and was left speechless. The next day, Kim SeoJoon was at home, sighing because the money he earned was still not enough to buy equipment for his online course. Remembering what Lee Min-yul said yesterday, that today they would go back to the academy together to meet the Sword Saint, Kim SeoJoon went online and bought a free pass. This action sped up his learning process on the system, allowing him to quickly complete Chirion's class. However, even after finishing everything, Kim SeoJoon still didn't feel any changes in his body. When he completed Hangwoo's class, he could feel the platinum power flowing through his body, but this time there was nothing like that. According to martial arts stories, the transformation technique should feel like twisting bones and realigning them or purging impurities from the body. Feeling a bit disappointed, but having already finished, Kim SeoJoon scratched his head and tried to console himself. Just then, a chill ran down his spine, feeling like a cold blade was placed against his neck. A strange voice echoed in the room, startling Kim SeoJoon and turning his face pale. Hearing the opponent mention a difficult adversary for that kid, Kim SeoJoon immediately thought that the owner of the voice could be none other than Hyuk Seong-in. While Kim SeoJoon was shocked by Hyuk Seong-in's sudden appearance, the old man praised his sharpness. "No matter how much I think about it, I couldn't have guessed that you could sense my presence," he said. "I'm curious about that too," Kim SeoJoon replied. "Maybe it's because of the transformation technique that Kylan taught me. If that's the case, it feels more like a superhuman sense than just a simple transformation technique. Maybe this technique has some additional side abilities." Kim SeoJoon scratched his head, musing to himself. Hearing him mention that Min-yul didn't even know that he was Hyuk Seong-in, and that he intentionally left the sacred text for him, Hyuk Seong-in became furious. "It seems Min-yul is on his way here. He should be arriving soon, so why don't you greet him?" Kim SeoJoon suggested. "If I wanted to, I would have met the kid a long time ago, but right now is not the time to see him," Hyuk Seong-in responded. "That wasn't the reason I came to see you in the first place. Time is running out, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to know if you have any involvement with the Church of Justice. For some time, I've been tracking down the Church of Justice. I don't trust those beasts. Most people in the world see the Church of Justice as the heroes of humanity, the ones who ended the Great Flood, but not everything that is seen and heard is the truth. You surely know about the giant beast Baidu, which the Church of Justice is hunting, right? Hyuk Seongin asked. Through Hyuk Seongin, Kim SeoJoon learned that on that day, the monster had not been defeated. It was such a terrifying beast that people referred to it as the Second Great Flood. Hearing this firsthand, he was utterly shocked. If the Church of Justice couldn't hunt it down, why are they still regarded as the saviors of humanity? He wondered. It's because they must have done something to the monster, Hyuk Seongin explained. Or more accurately, the Vyam must have done something to the monster, but it didn't die. Initially, I thought it was just a vague, baseless theory of mine, but after several years and some significant incidents, I'm convinced. Have you ever wondered why the position of Dukyapjeon's apostle suddenly disappeared, just like the way the giant beast Nercurus vanished? Hyuk Seongin laughed bitterly and said, "This whole thing sounds incredibly illogical. The 7 apostles have always been a group that has been together for a long time, but only the apostle of Dukyapjeon died of old age." The more Kim SeoJoon listened, the more bewildered he became. I see a significant similarity between these two disappearances. To uncover the truth behind them, I've always tracked the Church of Justice, and I've concluded 2 things. First, those beasts from the Church of Justice tried to kill me for investigating them. Second, the recent 10-star dungeon conquest event was just a conspiracy by the Church of Justice, and you are the reason behind this scheme. As Hyuk Seongin spoke, Kim SeoJoon felt like he was struck by lightning. He couldn't understand what the Church of Justice was up to. Hyuk Seongin revealed these secrets to Kim SeoJoon, hoping he would take care of Minhyul on his behalf. If I could, I would have raised and educated him myself. However, as long as the Church of Justice is lurking around, it's impossible for me to personally raise the boy. The Church of Justice has a special method of observing their targets. Although I don't know exactly what that method is, when their target acts, they can see the entire outcome of those actions. That's why those beasts call it observation. I'm one of their most closely watched targets. Anyone who contacts or is associated with me is marked, which is why you have to be the link between me and the boy. You are the only exception. The Church of Justice cannot observe you. So, even if you and I meet, those beasts won't sense anything unusual. Additionally, if I act through you, they will only think that you are the one acting, not me. I don't know why they can't observe you. Hyuk Seongin's long explanation left Kim SeoJoon's mind reeling. He wondered if, somehow, this was related to why the Supreme Academy. Before leaving, Hyuk Seongin handed Kim SeoJoon a book containing notes on knife-throwing and stealth techniques, asking him to pass it on to Minhyul. He then gave Kim SeoJoon another book on magical techniques as a token of gratitude. Surprisingly, Kim SeoJoon refused to accept it, which irritated Hyuk Seongin, as this priceless treasure, desired by many, was flatly rejected. Kim SeoJoon, grinning slyly, said he only needed financial support for raising children. Hyuk Seongin, one of the 5 heroes, was flabbergasted for the first time in his life, being asked for money so bluntly. Kim SeoJoon stood firm, insisting on no money, no favors, which forced Hyuk Seongin to eventually relent. If he were to pay right away, there would be a discount, costing only $3 million. Kim SeoJoon, looking smug, cheerfully named the price, calling it a bargain and a promotion. Hyuk Seongin, seeing the numerous zeros, immediately fumed and cursed Kim SeoJoon's entire lineage. Kim SeoJoon, not one to back down, listed a series of reasons why he deserved the $3 million, leaving Hyuk Seongin no choice but to agree. After settling the money matters, Hyuk Seongin departed from Kim SeoJoon's house, instructing him to look after Minhyul. Just as Hyuk Seongin left, Lee Minhyul arrived at Kim SeoJoon's door. Upon hearing that his master was Hyuk Seongin, Minhyul was utterly stunned and speechless. Kim SeoJoon quickly handed Lee Minhyul the notebook, feeling ecstatic about the forthcoming payment. When Minhyul asked why Kim SeoJoon didn't keep the book for himself, Kim SeoJoon hesitated, unsure of how to explain. If he said the secret techniques were useless to him, it might seem like he was belittling SeoJoon. But he thought this might lead him to the Supreme Academy. As Kim SeoJoon pondered his response, Minhyul suddenly shouted with eyes full of faith and hope, asking to join the Hunter Academy with Kim SeoJoon, leaving him at a loss for words. With such an excellent student, Sukun would surely be overjoyed. Kim SeoJoon, though initially surprised, gradually realized the significance of this matter. He planned to train with the mysterious book that SeoJoon had given him. Each time he received a favor from SeoJoon, he wouldn't have to spend time searching for Minhyul anymore. Hold on, it's not like that. I could also potentially earn more money from SeoJoon if I continue associating with Minhyul like this. He'll be my cash cow. Kim SeoJoon's eyes sparkled with anticipation, envisioning a future filled with dollars, unable to suppress a smug smile. With the addition of one more student, Park Sukun immediately thought about everyone joining team competitions that Academy students participated in. Because many people participated, the prizes were much larger. If Kim SeoJoon and Lee Minhyul cooperate, I think the two of them could win those competitions. Kim SeoJoon was naturally enthusiastic. 3 days later, Kim SeoJoon felt a bit of regret for spending $4 million on a course that only featured Hakwin from start to finish, flexing his muscles extravagantly. Hakwin was actually a student of Chirian, who, after delivering a lecture with complex theories, truly showed Kim SeoJoon the power of his well-defined muscles. With a slight movement, Hakwin's entire muscles swelled up, enhancing the power of his lightning and abundant muscles like an 18-year-old boy. This made Kim SeoJoon unable to take his eyes off the screen, somewhat stunned and wondering if he could become as vibrant in the future. The daily task screen appeared after that, and inside was the N-class mission without end, demanding the use of weights of 1 ton or more, leaving Kim SeoJoon feeling dizzy. Seriously, this is no joke, he thought to himself, staring blankly at the screen. As for leg training techniques, Kim SeoJoon decided to open Jang Sambong's lecture, the elder of the sword school and the creator of the extreme rights and extreme sword techniques. It was the first time he had seen a mortal who could use cloud and wind techniques lightly, without leaving him completely stunned. Later, the daily tasks appeared, maintaining a stable speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds, fall from a height of 30 meters or more from above 20 times. Kim SeoJoon had to rub his eyes several times. I just realized I didn't read it wrong or confused. Suddenly a voice rang out from the door. It turned out that Mr. Manchul's daughter, Suryo, came to look for him. She said she lost contact with her father. So I came to see you and ask about the situation. Kim SeoJoon was shocked. He suspected that his father might be drunk and had fallen asleep somewhere. Actually, I argued with my father yesterday, Suryo said softly. I told him I wanted to become a professional hunter. I've had powers for about a month now. So I told him I wanted to join a hunter academy instead of going to university. But my father didn't agree. Kim SeoJoon nodded understandingly. Well, testing yourself as a hunter is better now than working at a company. I understand why Suryo wants to find a job as soon as possible to help her father, but no parent wants to put their child in danger, especially not Manchul. He has heard many things about hunters. I'm sure he doesn't like the idea at all. After comforting and sending Suryo off, Kim SeoJoon immediately called his father, but there was no answer for a long time. On the church group side, Kalia was a bit worried when they couldn't locate Kim SeoJoon anywhere. By any means necessary, do not reveal the infiltration of a 10-star dungeon, she said, biting her nails and glaring at her lackey. Kim SeoJoon continued his training for the day. The system required him to carry a weight of 1 ton for it to be considered a successful task, making him want to vomit blood. If I had known this beforehand, I wouldn't have sold the monster corpses. Luckily, I bought KBC, though I never intended to use it for this, Kim SeoJoon thought. He then immediately used all his strength to lift the bag that felt like it weighed a ton. Blood rushed to his head, but the bag still didn't budge. He collapsed on the ground, panting, thinking he needed to increase his strength with mana to pull it. After a while, still exhausted, he reached a new low, being crushed by the bag like a shrimp. If Su-kun hadn't rescued him in time, today would be his death anniversary next year. Right, Miss Su-kun, this building is 15 meters tall. Right. I want to jump off the rooftop, Kim SeoJoon said coolly. Su-kun was still stunned, not reacting in time, as he went ahead and did the experiment himself by jumping off. Seeing this scene below made Su-kun doubt, could it be that Kim SeoJoon has gone mad? What would the new trainees think if they saw him like this? No, can we even recruit new trainees anymore? She was quite worried about the bleak future ahead. Min Yul had just gone out for a while, and when he returned, he was frightened by the sight of Kim SeoJoon, turning pale. Kim SeoJoon was extremely worried as it had been 4 days without any contact from Uncle Man Chul. This had never happened in the 10 years since he had known him. Certain that something must have happened, Kim SeoJoon immediately stood up and announced that he would go out to find Man Chul himself. When he arrived at the construction site, he was bombarded with admiration and praise from the workers, making his head spin. After some casual inquiries, he got to the main point, but strangely, no one had seen Man Chul recently. Hasn't he disappeared after following that person a few days ago? One worker mentioned. About 3 or 4 days ago, a stranger came to our monster transportation company. Wasn't it Man Chul who received him? The stranger offered a very attractive fee. I found it suspicious because he made a personal commission instead of going through the company's formal procedures. Usually, that means the job is either very dangerous or illegal. Maybe Man Chul needed money badly, perhaps for his daughter's tuition, or something like that, the man continued. Kim SeoJoon's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He quickly turned around and ran to inquire more about the company, but the company staff refused to disclose customer information, even if someone was missing. The regulations remained unchanged. Losing all hope, Kim SeoJoon sat in the park, dejected. Although there was no concrete evidence of Uncle Man Chul's disappearance, he was extremely uneasy. Uncle Man Chul had shared hardships with him from the beginning. When Kim SeoJoon lost all his savings after an accident, Uncle Man Chul had comforted and cared for him. Despite not being wealthy, he had given Kim SeoJoon 3 million without hesitation. Kim SeoJoon had used that money for tuition at the Supreme Academy, which led to his success today. Gritting his teeth, Kim SeoJoon vowed to himself that he couldn't just sit still and do nothing. Suddenly, he quickly picked up his phone and called Park Su-kun, asking her to help him meet the Sword Saint immediately. When he finally met him, Kim SeoJoon proposed that he wanted to challenge him to a duel. Both the Sword Saint Su-kun and those around him were left speechless, thinking that Kim SeoJoon was acting out of grief-induced madness. If I win, I want you to personally intervene in this accident, not just offer assistance, Kim SeoJoon said calmly. On the other hand, if I lose, I will drop out. I know I can't beat you fairly, that's obvious. So if I can inflict even a small wound on you, I hope you will consider it my victory. He knew that something had happened to Man Chul since he met the suspicious person, and the company refused to give him any information, citing confidentiality. But it would be different if the person asking was the Sword Saint, one of the 5 great heroes representing Korea. It was a gamble, but it might be the only way to save Man Chul. After thinking for a while, the Sword Saint agreed. He turned and entered a small room, gently and emotionally taking out a carefully stored sword. Legend has it that when Kim Su-rin, a general of a kingdom, was training on a mountain, he received a treasure weapon, a divine sword along with a military strategy book. He then achieved a resounding victory. Even though this was only a replica of the original, the Azure Dragon Sword was still a masterpiece created by Korea's greatest blacksmith. There was only one scenario in which the Sword Saint used the Azure Dragon Sword, when he decided to kill his opponent. The secretary, pale-faced, intended to intervene but was stopped by the Sword Saint. I'm sure he wouldn't dare challenge me if he only had determination, so at the very least I should entertain him. I am quite serious, am I not? Outside, Su-kun was currently terrified, trying to persuade Kim SeoJoon to stop. But as a man of his word, Kim SeoJoon wanted to put an end to the mystery surrounding him. I still don't have enough strength or authority to protect those around me. That's why the Sword Saint must directly deal with those involved with me. I need to draw the Sword Saint into this to imprint this resolve into everyone's mind, Kim SeoJoon thought. His determined and confident eyes, ready to win, even moved Park Soo-kun. The official duel commenced, with both sides brimming with fiery determination. The Sword Saint wasted no time, swiftly drawing the Azure Dragon sword from its sheath. After allowing Kim SeoJoon the first move, he poured all his strength into swinging his staff forward. However, all his efforts were extinguished in an instant by the Azure Dragon sword. The storm-like power emanating from the sword left Kim SeoJoon struggling to catch his breath. Suddenly, the staff in his hand began to glow and lunge towards the Sword Saint. Of course, the Sword Saint remained unfazed, coldly countering each attack. He was serious now. Every strike, every movement was executed with the precision of a finishing blow. Kim SeoJoon, sweating profusely, could only admire the relentless swordsmanship and deadly aura of the Sword Saint. Kim SeoJoon puffed out his cheeks, trying to hold his ground against this unparalleled genius. The Sword Saint relentlessly slashed at him without mercy. This kid, just a few months ago, was nothing more than a snot-nosed brat. Although I sensed his potential during our last encounter, he was merely outstanding for a student. But what I'm witnessing now, in this very moment, is that with each passing second, this kid is striving to grow, the Sword Saint thought in astonishment. Kim SeoJoon, fully immersed in countering the attacks, could barely keep up as the Sword Saint's onslaught continued. The weapon in Kim SeoJoon's hand intrigued the Sword Saint, as it could still withstand the furious and earth-shattering strikes. This duel would have ended long ago if not for that weapon. I didn't intend to use my full strength, but should I push a bit more? He pondered. With that thought, the Sword Saint launched another wave of fierce attacks, forcing Kim SeoJoon to his knees. Damn it, I've been too arrogant. I thought I could do this just because I defeated a few promising students, but students are still just students, young, inexperienced, and untested by life's harsh realities. I failed to see the truth. The gap between the Sword Saint and myself is immense, and it frustrates me that he hasn't even shown his full strength, Kim SeoJoon lamented, feeling helpless and pained. His staff clashed once more with the Azure Dragon sword. How could you think of challenging me with just this? The Sword Saint glared at him, questioning. The movements of the Sword Saint were relentless, his actions continuous and unceasing. I admire the Sword Saint, and I want to become like him. I revere his strength, but more than that, I admire the way he achieved this strength. I've been too confident in my so-called transcendent title, unconsciously underestimating the Sword Saint. I am still much weaker than the Sword Saint, much weaker, but one day, I will reach a new height, even higher than his. I want to surpass him. Kim SeoJoon had to be tenacious, determined not to give up. He kept countering, even as the Sword Saint continuously struck him down. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, he felt his weapon lighten in his hands. Every step forward was indescribably difficult. In that daze, with a swift motion, the Sword Saint's blade slashed across his body, causing him to collapse, bleeding and in agony. Keep your promise, Kim SeoJoon whispered with the last of his strength before blacking out. Meanwhile, Man Chul and the mysterious man were trapped in a cave. Despite their dire situation, Man Chul remained optimistic, believing that Kim SeoJoon would come to rescue him. No matter how difficult things got, Man Chul had faith that Kim SeoJoon would find a way. After being severely beaten by the Sword Saint, Kim SeoJoon suddenly woke up. Just then, the door burst open, and the Sword Saint walked in, expressionless, and threw the Azure Dragon sword at him. Everyone was shocked, mouths agape. Don't make a fuss, I'm just keeping my promise. With that sword as your mark, everyone in the association will know what to do. I'd rather you handle this than do it myself. Do it well, the Sword Saint said. It was unexpected that he would actually entrust Kim SeoJoon with such a powerful and prestigious weapon. The Professional Hunters Association is a government agency that manages and oversees hunters, while also being a profit-driven organization established by professional hunters to serve their interests. Facing Kim SeoJoon now was Lee Ta-beom, the chairman of the Professional Hunters Association. Outwardly, he was cheerful and smiling, but internally, he was in turmoil. No one could tell. Kim SeoJoon had unexpectedly brought the Azure Dragon Sword to him. Just 3 days ago, Hyuk Seong-in had stormed in, demanding that Lee Ta-beom transfer 3 billion won to Kim SeoJoon. Now, Kim SeoJoon himself had come. This was not a good sign. 4 days ago, a man named Man Chul disappeared after entering a dungeon at someone's request. Since it's mandatory to notify the association before entering a dungeon, please tell me which dungeon he entered and with whom, Kim SeoJoon asked in an even tone. Lee Ta-beom hesitated upon hearing this, as his superiors had ordered him not to disclose this information to anyone. To buy some time, Lee Ta-beom asked to verify whether the Azure Dragon Sword Kim SeoJoon held was real or fake. If any delays cause issues, can you take responsibility? Kim SeoJoon retorted. Lee Ta-beom, holding his head in frustration, finally disclosed, "The Holy Sage is investigating the infiltration of a 10-star dungeon at my request. Recently, he found a clue and went to a 6-star dungeon for a secret investigation." Wait a minute, Kim SeoJoon interrupted. Didn't Hyuk Seong-in mention that the Church of Justice was behind the 10-star dungeon's destruction? Something doesn't add up. Feeling deeply suspicious, Kim SeoJoon stood to leave. Before exiting, he turned and asked Lee Ta-beom if he could use the Azure Dragon Sword as collateral for a loan from the association. A while later, Soo Ryu anxiously called Kim SeoJoon, asking about her father. He calmly reassured her, but Soo Ryu remained agitated upon hearing that her father was trapped in a dungeon. Her mother had died 11 years ago due to a dungeon break, sacrificing herself to save Soo Ryu. This loss drove her desire to become a hunter, to prevent monsters from taking her loved ones again. Kim SeoJoon gently comforted Soo Ryu before hanging up. According to the association's chairman, the Holy Sage and Man Chul had entered a dungeon with star monsters. Despite the Holy Sage being old and sickly now, he was still one of the 5 strongest beings. There had to be a reason they were trapped in that 6-star dungeon. It might be a trap set by the Church of Justice to eliminate the Holy Sage. In this situation, no one could help them except for me, Kim SeoJoon thought. Suddenly, his phone beeped, notifying him of a transfer from the Korea Hunters Association. Awesome, he exclaimed. He had used the Azure Dragon Sword as collateral, and they had agreed to the loan. It was a great deal considering the sword's value. This should be enough to buy the necessary equipment. I'm preparing to enter a place even the Holy Sage couldn't escape, so I need to be fully equipped and have enough money on my card. Kim SeoJoon continued to hunt Shopee sales with abandon. After selecting a new weapon, he immediately headed towards the dungeon. Even though they were just 10-star monsters, hunting them down was challenging. They resembled ordinary trees, making them difficult to spot. Kim SeoJoon, reluctant to risk his life, but eager to test his mettle against them, focused his internal energy with closed eyes. A strange sensation surged within him that words couldn't describe. Outwardly, they looked like ordinary trees, but he needed to assess the power of his new weapon. Taking a deep breath, Kim SeoJoon swiftly threw the weapon towards one of the trees. The sharp blade of the sword was about to touch the tree's trunk when it was immediately deflected aside. Reacting quickly, he managed to evade its counterattack. Not stopping there, the tree retaliated with a forceful counterblow towards him, both in speed and destructive power, leaving Kim SeoJoon in awe. This spear is what Odin used to cast Thaemenia, the first giant to create the 6 realms. Kim SeoJoon muttered to himself, after successfully transforming the Durex monster into a withered, dried-up stump. Considering its destructive potential, it was likely forged from extraordinary materials. As Kim SeoJoon silently vowed and struggled to bring the sword back under his control, he concentrated all the mana in his body. Only then did the weapon return to its original position, but at a cost that left him breathless. According to legend, this sword could automatically return, but its copied version always had limitations. With his current abilities, he could only call it back once. Yet, he was certain that one day he would master this power freely. Luckily, he had pawned the Fan Long sword. Kim SeoJoon grinned slyly. After a few basic maneuvers, he delved deeper into the cave to continue searching for Man Chul. At present, Man Chul was carrying a stranger on his back, desperately fleeing from the pursuing monsters. Suddenly slipping and falling to the ground, he trembled with fear, awaiting the wrath of the approaching monsters. Just in time, the old man woke up and quickly used a shield to temporarily block the monsters' dark powers, allowing them to escape. "Hold them off! I'm almost halfway to the coffin," the old man shouted loudly to Manchol. If he hadn't brought the old man here from the start, this wouldn't have happened. "Hurry up and run!" After a fierce struggle, the old man couldn't hold on any longer and painfully collapsed to the ground. Manchol, terrified, held him tightly, crying bitterly in deep sorrow. Thinking about his daughter and the future without him by her side, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared. The silhouette was unmistakably Kim SeoJoon's. He had found them. After instructing Manchol to stay put, Kim SeoJoon immediately charged towards the horde of monsters to divert their attention. Man and beast collided in a flurry of punches and kicks, their combined force causing devastating damage. No matter how many times they struck, the creature's body kept regenerating, making it impossible to get close. "I'll use the sword to penetrate its weak spot." Kim SeoJoon gritted his teeth and ran further away, then hastily grabbed the sword lying scattered on the ground. Unfortunately, both Manchol and the sacred sword hadn't made it out of the area yet. Kim SeoJoon's face turned pale with worry. Without them, he couldn't unleash the sword's power. The monstrous creature grew increasingly ferocious, spewing countless dark energies like a raging flood, making Kim SeoJoon struggle even more. Upon realizing that the other two had safely distanced themselves, he now seized the opportunity and boldly thrust the sword straight towards the creature. It screamed in pain, splitting into pieces, its force blasting out like a storm. This time, Kim SeoJoon flexibly wielded mana, swiftly calling the sword back to his side, looking composed and handsome. Kim SeoJoon successfully earned the awe and respect of the tree-like beasts. "Look, they now understand the danger of this weapon," he remarked triumphantly after several rounds of combat. "But it seems they're all trying to stop me." Picking up the Naya bow, Kim SeoJoon could only afford a few basic strikes against them, knowing the situation would turn any moment. Shortly after, Manchol carried the sacred law to the meeting place as agreed. The current condition of the sacred law wasn't ideal. Now was the time to use the emergency medicine he always carried. It was just an emergency measure, but it would alleviate his condition. Kim SeoJoon gently lifted the sacred law's head and administered the medicine into his mouth. The holy mage gradually woke up. Seeing Kim SeoJoon there, he was a bit surprised. "You really came here to save us. How did you know we were here? Wait, what about those monsters?" Kim SeoJoon, with a cheerful face, answered all the holy mage's rapid-fire questions, saying he had already taken care of them all. He wanted to know why the holy mage brought Manchol here to study the monsters. "I needed someone to move the corpses, and for some personal reasons, I needed to make a ruckus. But I couldn't do it alone with this old body," the holy mage explained. "You secretly did it because you were afraid the Church of Justice would find out, right?" Kim SeoJoon's words hit the holy mage's weak spot, leaving him open-mouthed, wondering how he knew this. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, stunning everyone for a moment. The holy mage's face turned pale, revealing that everything was caused by that monster. For someone as talented as him to be scared, it meant that thing was no ordinary foe. The mountain before Kim SeoJoon suddenly split apart, turning into a fierce mutated monster. It was a mutant. Though, apart from its size, it didn't look too different from the ones he had encountered before. "Let's try to avoid its sight and escape this dungeon," Kim SeoJoon suggested. "I've tried, but it's impossible. Somehow, when we attempt to escape, it detects and chases us immediately. That's why I got injured like this," the holy mage said. "This monster is not just an ordinary mutant. Its shell is too hard, and magic cannot penetrate it. Even if we could break it, its regeneration speed is so fast that it heals immediately. I even thought it was an evolved monster that has eliminated the weaknesses of a regular mutant and enhanced its strength," the holy mage said sadly. He admitted he was old and not as strong as he used to be. Hearing this, Kim SeoJoon suddenly had an idea. "What if, while you're weakening it, I destroy its core?" The holy mage, hearing this, felt as if boiling water was poured over him. worried he wouldn't be able to hold out. Yes, he had the strength to talk thanks to his emergency elixir, but it wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed at any moment. So, if they were to do this, they would have only one chance. Kim SeoJoon thought, and then suggested he would be the one to distract it, so the other two could quickly escape. The holy mage, seeing Kim SeoJoon's sword for the first time, was amazed, his eyes filled with excitement. He wanted to join him in executing the plan. The golden hour had come. Everyone immediately got into their battle positions, ready for a fierce night of monster hunting. The plan was simple. When it was weakened by the holy mage's divine power, Kim SeoJoon would pierce its core with this spear. Kim SeoJoon outlined the battle plan. First, he would lure it away and buy time. During that time, the holy mage would give his all to cast his magic. When it weakened, Kim SeoJoon would destroy its core with the spear. But there were two variables that could occur in this plan. First, he might die while luring it. Second, it might attack the holy mage while he was casting the spell instead of him. The first variable would not happen as long as he performed well, but the second one worried him because he couldn't be sure the situation would go smoothly. He entrusted everything to Man Chul. The three of them cheerfully encouraged each other, bracing themselves for a brutal night. That night, Kim SeoJoon held his precious sword tightly, standing next to Man Chul, who was carrying the holy mage on his back. Both of you should stay here and not get too close. If it detects the holy mage while he's casting the spell, he said to the holy mage and Man Chul. Seeing the determined look in Kim SeoJoon's eyes, they could only wish him luck. Kim SeoJoon smiled back and immediately dashed towards the opposite branch. Seeing the monster from such a close distance made him feel a bit creepy. More importantly, he sensed a tremendous energy around it. Now he understood why the holy mage had to struggle so much. Kim SeoJoon thought. Taking advantage of its distraction, he crept closer and then shouted loudly to attract the monster's attention. Seeing Kim SeoJoon deliberately provoking it, the monster fiercely swung its branches at him, striking furiously. It attacked more violently than he expected, causing him to stray quite far from the positions of the holy mage and Man Chul. The weakening spell was not ready yet. Kim SeoJoon ran, glancing around. The monster's force was so strong that the surrounding ground was soon shattered, and Kim SeoJoon himself was flung into the air like a frog. Squinting his eyes, he spun back towards the monster, but the pressure it exerted made him tremble uncontrollably. Besides trying to dodge as much as possible, there was no other choice. Kim SeoJoon gripped his sword tightly, ready to charge. At this moment, he sensed that the holy mage had successfully cast his spell. The right person at the right time indeed. He immediately sprang forward, standing in front of it, and shouted loudly to draw all its attention towards himself. Kim SeoJoon ran for his life, with the monster hot on his heels. Each of its attacks felt like a landslide, making him shudder all over. Good, it's still chasing me. Just a bit more, and I'll reach the designated spot. If I can lure it there, the plan will be complete. Kim SeoJoon thought with relief as he ran. Just as it was about to catch up to him, the entire mass of its gnarly roots and rugged trunk were bound by the holy mage's spell, restrained by invisible chains. Its speed and strength significantly diminished. The holy mage's spell was indeed effective. At this rate, I will be able to destroy its core. He was elated, but within 10 seconds, he realized the monster seemed to be deliberately aiming for the holy mage rather than him. The holy mage must be out of mana by now, and Uncle Man Chul is just an ordinary person. Moreover, he's carrying the holy mage on his back, which means they can only evade the attacks a few times at most. Kim SeoJoon knew the moment couldn't be delayed any longer. In the blink of an eye, he gathered all his strength into a single strike. With a cold mind and pinpoint accuracy, he successfully drove the sharp spearhead through its core. The monster thrashed in agony for a while before collapsing with a thud. Though Kim SeoJoon had destroyed its core, his body was also drained of energy, unable to recover. He saw Uncle Man Chul nearby, injured in the leg by the force, causing Kim SeoJoon great concern. The three of them happily talked and laughed, celebrating the mission's success. Suddenly, a strange sound arose again. The motionless roots on the monster's body twitched as if stimulated. How could this be? I used the speeder to destroy its core, didn't I? Could it be the core isn't completely destroyed? Kim SeoJoon's eyes widened in shock and horror at the scene before him. It turned out the monster had 2 cores. The remaining core was now controlling the entire body of the beast, transforming it into a frenzied killing machine, unstoppable by any means. The 3 of them watched in fear as the monstrous beast raged, with a storm blowing wildly around them, as if signaling the end of the world. In a desperate situation, the holy mage mustered his last bit of strength, creating sharp energy waves to hold the monster off. The holy mage has exhausted his mana. He won't be able to hold out much longer. To take that beast down, we have to destroy the remaining core, Kim SeoJoon thought anxiously. His sword, previously hidden among the tree branches, was now inaccessible. However, he still had the spear of Longinus at his side. If he could land a direct hit, he might be able to destroy its core, he thought quietly. Then, he asked the holy mage to use the decaying spell once more, giving it his all. Now it was a matter of risking everything. Kim SeoJoon dashed towards the monster, dodging its enormous roots as he ran. Although he feared failure, at this moment, he was the only one who could accomplish this task. He swung his spear, creating dazzling arcs of light, but before he could achieve anything substantial, the tenacious roots entangled him. To pierce the core with Longinus, he needed to get closer, but there was no opening to do so. This was entirely different from simply relying on it, he thought angrily. One of his legs was tightly wrapped by the roots. Fortunately, the holy mage's paralyzing spell had temporarily halted the monster's movements. Seizing the moment, he pulled himself back. The magical chains were thinning and weakening, just as he had guessed, due to the immense pressure on the holy mage's body. Kim SeoJoon, realizing the holy mage was running out of mana, grew increasingly anxious. He spotted an opening in the monster's defense and immediately rushed forward. However, the monster broke free from the holy mage's chains and swiftly knocked him down. Kim SeoJoon was struck directly, suffering severe trauma as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Longinus could destroy the core, so he thought he just needed to get close. That was a mistake. He trembled, trying to grasp Longinus, his eyes filled with horror as the monster prepared to drive its roots into him. Just when he thought it was the end, the holy mage intervened in time to block the attack. I can't believe a student like him can achieve such an extraordinary level of martial arts, thought the holy mage. How long has it been since I last felt my body shudder at someone else's prowess? 5 years? In just 1 year, no one in Korea will be unaware of this young man's name. Who knows what level he will reach in another year? This young man has the potential to surpass the nation's heroes and become a hero for all of humanity. But for now, he lacks the necessary strength. That's why you must live, even if I have to die in your place today. The holy mage, in agony, shouted at him to run, but Kim SeoJoon refused to flee in shame. Despite the holy mage's frantic yelling and cursing, urging him to leave quickly, he stubbornly stayed. Kim SeoJoon didn't want to see the holy mage sacrifice himself for him like that. But the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for him. Yes, running away was the best choice now, leaving the holy mage to handle things and taking Manchul to safety. Conversely, the worst choice was to fight this bastard in such a disadvantageous state. I've made my decision, Kim SeoJoon thought, but for some reason, he didn't want to run. He gritted his teeth, recalling what Hakwin had said during the first lecture. What do you think strength is? Hakwin, the greatest god in mythology, emphasized the importance of muscles during the orientation. However, the strength he wanted to impart wasn't just physical. Strength wasn't just about physical prowess, but also about redemption. Because of Hera's curse, I went mad and killed my beloved wife and child. Tormented by guilt, I thought of ending my life. Luckily, my good friend Gio so persuaded me to undertake 12 labors for atonement. Hakwin had said this. Those 12 labors were incredibly impossible. Killing the Nemean lion, dismembering the Lernaean hydra, capturing the hind of Serenia and the Erymanthian boar, cleaning the Augean stables, driving away the Stymphalian birds, capturing the Cretan bull, taming the man-eating horses of Diomedes, stealing the girdle of Hippolyta, herding the red cattle of Geryon, stealing the apples of the Hesperides, and capturing Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld. After completing these labors, Hakwin's fame grew over time. However, people began mocking him, saying he had committed too many sins to become a hero. They kept finding reasons to say Hakwin could never atone for his sins. Despite the insults constantly ringing in his ears, Hakwin resolutely refused to give up. He only hoped that one day, forgiveness would become a natural part of life, and only then could he forgive himself for that fateful day. Thus, he completed the 12 labors and was honored as a true hero. Additionally, Hakwin saved the gods of Olympus during the war against the giants. Hakwin, who had lost his mind and killed his family, had achieved redemption and heroism through sheer determination and strength. Hakwin, at the end of his journey of redemption, had become the greatest hero. The strength that guided him on his path was his determination to atone. Whenever he endeavored to achieve something or become someone, others would often say it was impossible based on their own experiences. But Hakwin had his own personal reasons that compelled him to succeed, and that alone was enough to make him a hero. Each and every word of Hakwin's encouragement had penetrated Kim SeoJoon's mind. The fear that had weighed heavily upon him, burdening his chest, was now lifted. There were countless reasons why he thought he couldn't win, and thousands more reasons to flee. Yet, under the guidance of a seasoned sage, the actions of a 28-year-old like himself might seem reckless, but he aimed to live a meaningful life. He didn't want to give up and destroy his future. Kim SeoJoon clenched his jaw in determination, pushing forward. Hakwin's words of encouragement echoed loudly in his ears. In that moment, Kim SeoJoon transformed into a divine force, paving the way to unleash his latent strength. With overwhelming force, he demolished every obstacle in his path, his power surging and radiating throughout space. The monsters, faced with this unprecedented onslaught, could only bow their heads in resignation, awaiting their fate. The destructive power was so immense that it swept away rocks and blinded the core of that monster's heart. After his impressive display, Kim SeoJoon was exhausted, collapsing on the branch of an ancient tree. Under the watchful eyes of the holy law, he was now gripped with fear of death. The world was not as safe as people often thought, and the closer he approached death, the more he worried about it. Yet, the world still needed him, as affirmed by the holy law. "That is why I took you on as my disciple," the holy law said. "You have exceeded my expectations by far. But still, you cannot escape the deep darkness within your own heart." But reconsidering those worries was indeed far-fetched. It served as a wake-up call for him. Even if he were to die, his disciple would carry out this mission in his place. He saw in this brave young man the dawn of a new generation of heroes, which filled the sword law with pride. The next morning, Kim SeoJoon jolted awake in the hospital. The two old men were only slightly injured, nothing serious. He realized he had been unconscious for 6 hours straight, feeling as if his soul had left his body. At least that seemed to be the case. Everything had been resolved, and there were no obstacles. Park Soo-kun, upon receiving the news, also prepared to visit him in the hospital. Naturally, she was concerned about him. The person who had disappeared along with her grandfather's cherished sword, and now the sword law knew about Uncle Manchel's situation. When a young girl wanted to become a hunter, he immediately suggested that she become her guide. Mantel froze stiff, as if glued in place, thinking he had misheard his two opponents stuttering nonsensically. It wasn't the time. He should pass on his profound knowledge to the next generation. He doubted he would live through the year, and until then, there was nothing else to do. So it was best to dedicate his final moments to guiding his daughter, a gesture he considered a life-saving grace. The holy law chuckled knowingly. I should also instruct Kim SeoJoon, but his request was swiftly declined. Kim SeoJoon was only interested in money. Suddenly, at that moment, the hospital room door was unexpectedly blocked. A saint's sword flung to the side, crumpling like a shrimp. Kim SeoJoon immediately trembled as if shocked, almost forgetting to contact Park Soo-kun. The presence of this person also meant they would be leaving together. Kim SeoJoon had not anticipated the saint's sword, and now his mind was tangled like a spider's web. His entire body was agitated, unsure of what to do next. Fortunately, with the holy law present, the saint's anger somewhat subsided, and they both engaged in a pleasant conversation for a while. The holy law revealed, "I nearly died that day, saved by Kim SeoJoon." The saint's sword again pointed towards him, heating the air like a furnace. It was beyond Manchol's wildest dreams that Kim SeoJoon would dare to try and sell the holy sword. Despite the holy law's efforts to dissuade the saint's sword, they were unsuccessful. "Please forgive him this time," they urged, but upon hearing that Kim SeoJoon had indeed taken the sword to sell, the holy law was left speechless. The fire of hatred had already ignited, consuming the saint's sword, leaving Kim SeoJoon trembling with fear. He quickly clarified that he hadn't sold it, but merely used it as collateral, expressing respect for the holy law. "I won't kill you," the saint's sword declared. "So, if you can endure a blow, I'll overlook this." The saint's sword boiled with rage, ready to strike, while Kim SeoJoon believed a single blow wouldn't appease them. "They intended to end me with a punch," he thought, retreating against the wall. No matter how much he pleaded, the saint's sword couldn't contain its rising fury, hurling a thunderous fist toward him. After a deafening bang, the wall shattered. Kim SeoJoon managed to block the blow with a powerful wave of his hand, though it stung and nearly knocked him down. He survived. More importantly, his arm remained intact when it should have been broken or worse. The saint's sword's face changed, about to ask how he managed it, when Kim SeoJoon thought they were going to strike again. He immediately summoned all his strength and dashed out of the room, leaving everyone baffled by his sudden departure. Manchol remained seated beside the holy law's bed, recounting the incident and requesting to know exactly what had happened on that day. The holy law narrated the entire ordeal in the cave to the saint's sword. Still, the sword couldn't believe that Kim SeoJoon could truly accomplish such feats. The holy law felt that the saint's sword still didn't fully acknowledge Kim SeoJoon's talents. "Indeed, even if what you say is true, I still won't acknowledge that kid. I haven't seen anyone truly talented among those hyped-up S-rank hunters. They're all utterly useless," the saint's sword remarked. The holy law shared the same thoughts with its companion, believing that such talent still wasn't enough to be recognized. Both the saint's sword and the holy law were heroes who had saved the world from great disasters. Thus, they shared a common perspective. Professional hunters have taken on a different meaning in the modern era. "It's merely a job with generous pay," the saint's sword added. They didn't deny that a new era was coming because they were the ones hoping for peace more than anyone else. However, they were still concerned about what would happen once all heroes disappeared and the looming threat awakened. Would the world be strong enough to resist it? "I don't know anymore. Anyway, that's the purpose of establishing the Church of Truth," the holy law mused. "But Saint's sword, among 8 billion people in the world, one person has appeared who makes the impossible possible. Our era has ended," the holy law smiled. At that moment, Kim SeoJoon was outside, casually chatting with Park Sukun and Manchol. Suddenly, Shuri rushed in from outside, tears streaming down their face as they quickly hugged their father. Both father and child joyfully embraced and comforted each other. Manchol looked over at Kim SeoJoon, expressing sincere gratitude. "They often say the most beautiful scene in life is when everything returns to its original form," he remarked. As time passed, all three of them gradually left the hospital, returning to their respective paths in life. However, there were a few changes. First, the holy law accepted Manchol as their disciple. Next, as promised, Kim SeoJoon received compensation for saving the holy law's life, totaling 10 billion won. He used 500 million to reclaim the holy sword and returned it to the saint's sword. Though he had almost been sent to the other world by the saint's sword, everything eventually settled. Initially, Kim SeoJoon hadn't planned this, but fate led him to gain the holy sword and a significant sum of 9.5 billion won through those items. With these assets, he significantly boosted the course completion rate to 47.3%. It had been a long time. Today, Kim SeoJoon met Minhyul again at the academy. Minhyul hadn't even bothered to visit him in the hospital because he believed Kim SeoJoon would soon recover. Even as everything else changed, there was one thing that remained constant: Dream Academy. It had become like home to him. Kim SeoJoon continued attending Hakwin's lectures. Thanks to his newfound belief in the power of gods, his learning progress accelerated significantly. Hakwin's teaching style remained tough yet logical, blending muscle with intellect. Kim SeoJoon grimaced, feeling that his current physical condition couldn't fully match that strength. Each day, he finished Hakwin's course faster than usual. He planned to use the remaining money to buy elixir, a divine medicine that, if he had enough mana to summon the sword, would turn him into a true disaster on the move. Additionally, the superstore was selling a lot of elixir that could help him replenish mana. After some thought, Kim SeoJoon decided to return to listen to the lectures. Everything seemed fine, except for himself. From now on, he couldn't fully absorb energy from elixir, despite studying and practicing seriously with Merlin. It was all theoretical mana, not related to mastering it to fully absorb energy from elixir. If he had to study anyway, studying now was probably the best option. Kim SeoJoon muttered to himself and messaged his advisor, asking for recommendations on some excellent lectures. The advisor immediately introduced Kim SeoJoon to a series of top-notch lectures that emptied his pockets once again. Park Sukun saw Kim SeoJoon, ragged and depleted, coming to ask for money. She was furious and scolded him like a mother scolding a disobedient child. It must be understood, he agonized, swallowing tears into his own heart. He was only 500 million won short of the tuition fee. Sukun sighed with understanding. Another day, another competition with a prize of 3 million won for the winner. However, there was a problem. Kim SeoJoon needed a team to participate. Currently, there were only 2 students in the academy, his dream and Minyul. If Minyul were the one, he could complete his part without any issues. However, according to the rules, they couldn't participate because they didn't have a third member. Moreover, finding someone trustworthy to invite was also a problem. Was there anyone reliable enough to join the competition with them? Just one person who wanted to become a hunter and hadn't yet registered at the academy would suffice. He didn't expect much, just one person. In an instant, the idea of recruiting Shuryo Sukun into the academy to participate in the competition flashed through Kim SeoJoon's mind. A bit surprised by his own impulsive decision, he rushed out to find her. He headed straight to the residence of the Holy Mage, where he found him looking weary, leaning on a staff as he stepped outside. It pained Kim SeoJoon to see him like this. The Holy Mage chuckled knowingly, informing him that Shuryo had been traveling everywhere since mastering elemental magic just 2 days ago. She had become his disciple shortly after entering the Hunter's Academy, where the first thing taught was mastering mana and its techniques. Typically, mastering mana for the first time would take 2 to 3 weeks, so Kim SeoJoon was utterly astonished. Sharing a mutual sense of surprise, the Holy Mage felt a deep connection with Kim SeoJoon upon witnessing Shuryo's rapid progress. He decided to dedicate the rest of his fleeting life to nurturing her unexpected potential. Kim SeoJoon then recounted all that had transpired in the academy to the Holy Mage, expressing his concerns for Shuryo's safety and persuading him to allow her to enroll in their academy. The Holy Mage, who was already under the watchful eye of the Church of Justice, hadn't expected Shuryo to become a target. However, he agreed to Kim SeoJoon's request, considering all aspects for their safety. Kim SeoJoon genuinely regarded Shuryo as a younger sister and would have proposed the same even if this incident hadn't occurred. After some contemplation, the Holy Mage finally consented to bring Shuryo into the academy. Everyone welcomed her warmly, especially Minyul. Returning to the matter of participating in the competition, Kim SeoJoon announced that the 3 of them would form a team. Shuryo and Minyul were thrilled to hear this. When it came to naming their team, Kim SeoJoon thought for a while before coming up with the name Dream Team, which sounded meaningful and catchy. With unanimous determination, they vowed to train diligently to win. Thus, they gained recognition throughout Korea, and the name Dream Team became widely known. This was how the Dream Team was formed, sparked by a competition not organized by the government or associations, but by private companies. Simply put, it was a competition sponsored by major corporations aiming to gain access and recruit outstanding students. While some professional hunters operated independently, most belonged to specific associations and functioned as teams. Therefore, the intention was not only to evaluate individual strength, but also teamwork and potential. This hidden agenda fueled intense competition, attracting support from the government and associations in the form of sponsorship. Some television stations and other organizations also joined in. Thus, the current competitive landscape was born, where only top-tier and second-tier hunter academies could participate. This sudden strike competition became the focal point of attention and funding, a stage for the best of the best. Jung Se-woo, Park Hyun-jung, and Do Min-jun from the Gon Academy were present, causing astonishment among everyone. Hearing the gossip about these famous figures from other academies, Min-yul felt dissatisfied on behalf of Kim SeoJoon, thinking he was just as capable as them. However, no one seemed impressed by him. As the first round of battles commenced with the appearance of the 7-star monster spider, Lee Do-hyun from Team Aries grimaced as he observed many teams failing right from the outset. He speculated that perhaps Jung Jae-min had applied some new research or had a different strategy for this artificial dungeon, leading to the high rate of failures among the student teams. He wondered how surprised the boss would be with these results, and debated whether he should watch the ongoing battles of the remaining teams. The Gon Academy successfully completed the dungeon in 30 minutes and 12 seconds. At the same time, Kim SeoJoon's dream team finished in 9 minutes and 34 seconds. However, the judges noticed a discrepancy and remarked that the time measurement was indeed flawed, causing a delay of 30 seconds. The actual time for Kim SeoJoon's team was 9 minutes and 4 seconds, showcasing their efficiency. Returning a few moments earlier inside the dungeon, Kim SeoJoon skillfully used the long Guinness to effortlessly cut through the thick spider silk of the monster. Meanwhile, Min-yul handled the combat aspect. Their teamwork impressed the girl in their team, widening her perspective. Feeling restless, she unleashed mana to emit black energy strands, swiftly incapacitating the monster in an instant. With their task completed, all three joyfully exited the dungeon. Min-yul, amidst his continuous banter, was asked by Kim SeoJoon about his weapons. He cheerfully revealed that he had discarded everything except a dagger and arrows, as per his master's instructions. Engrossed in their conversation, they failed to notice the strange and admiring gazes from those around them, mixed with awe and respect. Eventually, everyone recognized them as Kim SeoJoon and Min-yul. Later, in the second round requiring the collection of magical crystals within the dungeon, Kim SeoJoon's dream team again secured first place with a time of 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Moving on to the third round of artificial creature elimination, his team led once more with a time of 19 seconds. Next was the fourth round in the Rayat Forest. Kim SeoJoon and Lee Min-yul divided their areas, attacking relentlessly while Shuryo supported from behind. They swiftly targeted the roots of the creatures, which continued to regenerate. Despite their reduced numbers, Kim SeoJoon suddenly noticed a glowing object floating above, radiating an immense amount of mana. Speculating it might be the dungeon's core or an intermediary device aiding in creature regeneration, he was startled by a golden glow behind him. Acting quickly, he swung his staff towards the mysterious glowing object, shattering it upon contact. However, his precious bow passed through it as if it were air. A bizarre encounter amidst the relentless attacks of the roots. Kim SeoJoon hesitated momentarily, realizing that he still hadn't fully grasped the power of Long Guinness. He believed that Long Guinness couldn't be inferior to any other sword. Determined, Kim SeoJoon exerted all his strength, running back towards the glowing object, eager to try again. Meanwhile, the Gon Academy team on this side also finished, struggling for 44 minutes and 51 seconds. They were extremely confident that their achievement this time would surely dominate the other teams. We made accurate predictions and avoided mistakes. We also doubled our endurance compared to our previous run with Team 6 and Ali. We've broken our own limits. This is the best result we've achieved. Jung Si-woo murmured to himself, simmering with satisfaction. Just as they reached the exit, they saw Kim SeoJoon's dream team already waiting there. They entered and exited at the same time, but Dream's team left first. "I think we've definitely won this time," said the girl in their group cheerfully. Jung Si-woo felt this was within expectations. The fact that Kim SeoJoon's team consistently achieved top scores until now was initially seen as luck, but the leaderboard displayed now shattered the arrogant demeanor of others. Dream Academy stood first with an incredible time. This irrationality made the stands erupt in excitement. Do-hyun widened his eyes, silently speculating. With this achievement, Kim SeoJoon's team could step into the professional hunter world immediately after the competition. I'm sweating just thinking about it. I must recruit them at all costs. Kim SeoJoon himself couldn't believe what he had accomplished. Initially speculating that Long Guinness could penetrate the mana barrier, now the precious sword could achieve the same effect. Finally, he concluded that they had different levels of effectiveness. He had a feeling that this wasn't the unique ability of Long Guinness. Reflecting on the moment, he unleashed his power and destroyed that glowing mass. Kim SeoJoon pondered that Long Guinness might have the ability to strike directly at the essence of the target. He still needed to experiment further before drawing conclusions. Lost in thought, he muttered to himself. Lee Min-yeol and the girl beside him were also amazed that Kim SeoJoon had made all the demons disappear completely effortlessly. Jung Si-woo swallowed his anger and sought out Kim SeoJoon, snapping at him. What trick did you use? I admit Kim SeoJoon is a rare talent. Not long ago, I heard about what happened in the simulated exam of the hunting team. Achieving an infinite score in round 4 is extremely impossible. If it were Lee Ha-yeon, then maybe it would be possible. I must have underestimated you to compare you with her. Her level is completely different from ours. Jung Si-woo muttered for a moment before turning away and leaving Kim SeoJoon baffled. Lee Min-yeol, furious, followed suit with a stream of angry muttering. As the final round was about to begin, Kim SeoJoon felt that their team might win because they had consistently been ranked first in every round. This set of challenges seemed much easier than he had thought. Suddenly, a loud voice called out behind them. A man approached, hesitantly presenting an offer. I've come here to make you all an offer. If you agree, we'll give you tickets to participate in the competition with a prize of up to 6.5 billion won. The staggering amount stunned Kim SeoJoon's team, almost too unbelievable to grasp. However, there was a condition. You know there will be a 7-star creature in the 5th stage. Although summoned by magic, it's not as strong as a true 7-star creature. Nevertheless, it's not something a few cadets can easily face. Moreover, the goal of this stage isn't just to defeat the boss creature, but to evaluate how the students handle powerful creatures and adapt to their surroundings. These aspects will be comprehensively assessed to determine your scores. Of course, defeating the boss creature will give you the highest possible score. But no team has ever conquered this annual battle. Our condition is simple. Please defeat the cluster monster. If Dream Team fails, they will lose the entire prize money. Each word from the man made Kim SeoJoon hesitate momentarily. If they refused, they wouldn't lose anything. The influence of the 3 major academies was certainly weighing on them. More importantly, how would Jung Si-woo react as planned? Other academies seemed to suspect foul play and were definitely trying to undermine Dream Team and restore their lost honor with this offer. Kim SeoJoon glanced at Lee Min-yeol and Shuryu for a moment, unsure of what to do. What should I do? If we succeed, we'll receive 6.5 billion won. But if we fail, we'll lose all 3 billion won that we could have. He pondered deeply, then made a new proposal to the man. The total prize money for this tournament is 6.5 billion won. Use my influence to convince them to increase the total prize money to 10 billion won, and then we'll accept their offer. This statement stunned both Min-yeol, Shuryu, and the man. I need 500 million won right now. If we split the 6.5 billion prize money among the 3 of us, each would receive more than 2 billion won. After deducting 500 million won, I'd have 1.5 billion left, which wouldn't be enough to cover the increasing karmic law. But if the prize money is increased to 10 billion won, I could buy both lessons and elixirs. That would be enough for me to accept the risk. Kim SeoJoon thought happily. The man could only turn back and relay Kim SeoJoon's proposal to his superiors. They could see through the organizers' intentions. I think their combat instincts are really good, but I think they'll refuse. In truth, Dream Team didn't need to take such risks. It showed how confident they were. The surrounding staff whispered in disgust, but he firmly believed that Kim SeoJoon's team could do it. After all, this monster was just a mummy, Nothing difficult for Dream Team. The final round of the competition quickly began. For the goal of 10 billion won, Dream Team enthusiastically joined hands and stepped into the dungeon, filled with excitement. As they entered, a sinister aura enveloped everything. Outside, Do-hyun was horrified, spilling his coffee upon realizing that inside the dungeon at this moment, it wasn't a 7-star creature, but a ferocious 10-star monster. It seemed that something had gone wrong here. Do-hyun couldn't bear to witness the students being killed by the monster's ruthless attacks. Frustrated, he immediately climbed over the barrier and rushed inside. Nevertheless, there was still a possibility that students could die from the magic-summoned monster's psychic attacks, which could inflict mental damage. In the past, incidents caused by psychic monsters summoned by magic were usually creatures of 5 to 6 stars. Now, facing a 10-star psychic monster, it wasn't something the students could easily contend with. Do-hyun was horrified, thinking that Minhyul and Shuryu were currently under the control of the monster's psychic influence, their minds agitated and in disarray. If this continued, the entire Dream Team would suffer disgraceful deaths. The machinery coordination was overwhelmed and struggling with no solution in sight. Furious, Do-hyun cursed the useless staff, tearing his hair in frustration as he thought of Jimin. Suddenly, the system display showed a scene that astonished everyone. Kim SeoJoon was directly confronting the monster, yet his mind remained calm, as if nothing unusual was happening. Earlier, Shuryu and Minhyul had attempted to control the monster's mind, causing them to clutch their heads, rolling on the ground and screaming incessantly. The monster now redirected its focus towards Kim SeoJoon. "You must be feeling victorious now, but for how long?" the monster taunted. "Do you not realize you're nothing? How shameful! Do you think you'll continue to succeed even after becoming a professional?" In the midst of its arrogant rant, the monster suddenly froze, stunned to find Kim SeoJoon as composed as a block of tofu. This was all thanks to the rapid advancement of his enlightenment process. Seizing the opportunity while it was off guard, Kim SeoJoon swiftly wielded his staff, causing the monster to panic and attempt to retaliate with shattered, incoherent words. In Kim SeoJoon's mind, amidst the infinite thoughts, the sinister intentions of the vengeful daughter were sprouting seeds of doubt and worry that he had harbored deep in the darkness. It was the ancient teachings of his teachers that had elevated his enlightenment process to an infinite level, while the malicious whispers of the monster continued to echo in his ears, clinging persistently like leeches. One person spoke of desperation about their past, while another worried about the future, and another found tranquility in the present moment. If the painter lets greed cloud their vision and paints a picture with malice, the result will be stained black. Sometimes, one must release burdens and doubts from within their heart. If feeling confused, accept the present, climb the verdant mountain peak, and lay down to listen to the sounds of water and the azure clouds in the sky, akin to the mountains, rivers, and earth surrounding them. Aren't we all children of the universe, deserving to be where we belong, even if one doesn't feel so? Through trust in these magnificent truths, Kim SeoJoon successfully escaped the psychological manipulation of the monster. Boljo bestowed upon Kim SeoJoon the strength to gain insight and realize the truth of his life through the advice and teachings of the people. Kim SeoJoon was able to cleanse away the dark veils enveloping his life, steadfastly advancing forward. Directly facing the bewildered monster, every nerve in Kim SeoJoon's body tingled as if shocked, the seeds of doubt and worry withering away. He would no longer be swayed by sinister intentions. In other words, he was in a state of unshakable determination. With closed eyes and focused mind, Kim SeoJoon's body emitted an intense, blinding light as he wielded his staff, swiftly striking towards the monster, returning it to the earth in an instant. The system screen dimmed and abruptly went dark, causing a commotion like a swarm of bees. The organizers were puzzled by this strange scene. The creature was originally an intelligent 10-star monster. Honestly, no student here could withstand its psychic attacks. Moreover, physical attacks had no effect on it, as it was a ghostly entity without a physical form. That's why only those with spiritual powers could handle an 8-star dungeon ghost, which had appeared in Korea before. However, Kim SeoJoon defeated it with just one strike. He truly isn't someone our guild can easily manage. Do-hyun chuckled in the players' waiting room, his eyes widening with amazement as he witnessed Kim SeoJoon's recent performance. A 10-star monster summoned through magic should at least be an 8 or 9-star creature. With 9-star monsters, only S-ranked hunters can effectively attack them. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible. If it were Lee Hyun, maybe he could handle it. But that's not possible, Do Hyun continued. Kim SeoJoon, after the intense battle with the dungeon ghost, was trembling and unable to stand up properly. Could it be because his enlightenment progress had increased? He had spent 90 days, progressing only 17.5%. But now it had jumped to 31.7%, an increase of 14.2% in a short time. No matter how you look at it, that's the pinnacle of enlightenment, the joke remarked. While Kim SeoJoon was disheartened, Lee Min-yeol and Shuryo had regained consciousness. They were again stunned and almost fainting upon learning that Kim SeoJoon had defeated the monster on his own. The three of them supported each other, limping out the door. As soon as they appeared, they were surrounded by recruiters from famous universities, all clamoring to recruit Kim SeoJoon. The scene was chaotic, like a bustling market. Do Hyun immediately rushed in to rescue them from the mob. Park Soo-kun received news and hurried to the hospital to check on him. Thankfully, he was fine. I was very scared because I thought something terrible would happen to him. Kim SeoJoon. He still hadn't participated in the professional hunter test, but I couldn't see him as just a student anymore. This had been decided from the first meeting. I also gained a lot from Kim SeoJoon. It was obvious and worth celebrating. But what were these complex emotions in my heart? SeoJoon hugged himself awkwardly, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. It turned out to be the chairman himself, who had come to see him because of the jokes incident this time. The young man was holding a dragon sword, the sword that the saint had never entrusted to anyone. Upon hearing that the joke had appeared, I thought no one could survive. He handled everything himself. Finally, I understood why Jeom Seom cared so much about him. Moreover, even the beloved granddaughter of the sword saint was by his side. Fortunately, I came here myself. The chairman smiled broadly and asked, Kim SeoJoon, now is a good time to remember what just happened. Why did the boss have to be Draugr and not a mummy? This is all because the mana core of the dungeon was overloaded by Jung Ji-min. For the first time, the mutation research results were applied to this mutation competition. If the reason for the overload of the mana core of the dungeon is mutations, this means that we can create a fake distortion. And if we can really cause a fake distortion, then the Great Flood is also a distortion. Kim SeoJoon was thinking of biting his nails, and the chairman directly apologized to him for this incident and said that the proposal would meet all the requests. Kim SeoJoon immediately gave 3 fingers to indicate 3 billion won and 3 billion won for each person in the group, making the chairman stiff and stern. The raid, filled with unexpected surprises, had finally come to an end. Kim SeoJoon had displayed exceptional skills, far beyond the imagination of the elites from the 3 major academies. Due to the incident caused by the 9-star monster Brow, who overloaded the mana core, affecting everyone from the guilds to ordinary people, all of Korea was buzzing about Kim SeoJoon's dream team. The protagonist, Shuryo, adamantly refused the prize money because she felt she didn't contribute as much as Kim SeoJoon and Min-yeol. I didn't do much either. Most importantly, the captain handled everything by himself. We might have died without him. If we died, what use would the money be? Lee Min-yeol also firmly refused to accept the 3 billion won, making Kim SeoJoon almost cry with joy. 3 billion won was the first place prize along with a total of 3.5 billion won for second place, 3.5 billion won in sponsorship from major organizations and guilds, and finally, 9 billion won as promised by the association's president. From a total of 19 billion won earned, Lee Min-yeol and Shuryo each took only 3 billion won. Adding to his 9.5 billion won, Kim SeoJoon had a total of 22.5 billion won. He could take the holy course with just 4.5 billion won. Kim SeoJoon happily thought to himself. When asked if the team could raid a 6-star dungeon, Shuryo said that he could only raid if there was at least one A-rank hunter in the team, as Soo-kun was still a B-rank hunter. At this rate, we won't have the right to raid the dungeon, Kim SeoJoon thought, puzzled. SeoJoon worriedly kept apologizing, making Kim SeoJoon a bit embarrassed. But now, what should he do? Since he couldn't raid a 6-star dungeon, he couldn't make much money. Should he wait a bit to earn 4.5 billion won? Or should he buy the mana course first? It would be best to learn both or ask the advisor, Kim SeoJoon thought as he fumbled with his phone. Suddenly, the advisor jumped out of the screen, nearly giving Kim SeoJoon a heart attack. Not funny, Kim SeoJoon said tensely. Hearing about his dilemma of which course to take first, the advisor suggested that he could take both if he got a karma discount, leaving Kim SeoJoon astonished. It was exactly as it sounded, a special event where he would get a discount based on his karma. Kim SeoJoon had heard of such discount events existing in the Supreme Academy. Though they were not very common, he could get up to a 100% discount. Kim SeoJoon felt as if fireworks exploded in his ears. The shock was overwhelming. He couldn't even dream that one day he could take the Jekyundae Song course for free. There was an event happening at their academy, specifically designed to support students with the highest scores. It was exactly an event to help those who scored high in the mock exam, the advisor explained. Recalling his previous mock exam scores, Kim SeoJoon realized that they were quite dismal. He had barely scraped through. But unlike back then, he now knew the footwork of Jung Sambom and the strength of Hakwin. His determination and mindset had also grown significantly. So perhaps he could score higher if he took the test again, though it still seemed impossible to score high enough to become one of the top students. Kim SeoJoon was pulling his hair in frustration when the advisor changed his tone, giving him a glimmer of hope. The advisor revealed that instead of calling them the students with the highest scores, it would be more accurate to call them the students with the most improved scores. Simply put, the event considered the increase in scores compared to the previous test. The discount rate would match the improvement rate. For example, if his score increased by 50% compared to the previous test, he would receive a 50% discount. This meant he didn't need to achieve a perfect score. The benchmark would be his previous test score. The advisor smiled and said that as long as Kim SeoJoon's score was better than before, it would be okay. Feeling that he couldn't pass up this opportunity, Kim SeoJoon immediately agreed to give it a try. That afternoon, Kim SeoJoon prepared a fake gold bar that Fania liked and paid the registration fee to participate in the mock exam. If I do this, I'll have 21.5 billion won left. I need to achieve at least a 60% discount to bring it down to 10.8 billion, so I can get both courses. Additionally, if I consider the 2 billion gold for the elixir, I need a 70% discount. In terms of points, that would be 20.3. There are a total of 7 subjects, and I just need to increase my score by 3 points in each subject. Perfectly doable, he thought, feeling optimistic. Kim SeoJoon focused his mind, thinking deeply. Then, without hesitation, he quickly pressed the Agree button. The first part of the official test began. The scenery around him changed unpredictably. He held the gold bar tightly in his hand, sweating as he waited for the monster to appear. Suddenly, a burst of speed shot past Kim SeoJoon, causing him to stagger slightly. He gritted his teeth and tried to throw the gold bar at the monster, then immediately pulled out his wand and sprinted in the opposite direction to distract it. Unexpectedly, the creature had grown 9 additional heads, multiplying its strength 9-fold. Kim SeoJoon had only 30 minutes to complete the test. It seemed like he was caught in an incredibly unlucky situation. The advisor, with a bewildered look, seemed innocent compared to Kim SeoJoon, who was now screaming in frustration. "Didn't you know?" the advisor asked, looking puzzled. "I thought you knew. We wouldn't ask the same questions as the last test. People would just remember the answers. Is that why you brought the gold bar?" Kim SeoJoon was dumbfounded, realizing too late that the advisor should have told him this earlier. He had no choice but to run while trying to fend off the barrage of magic the monster was spewing at him like rain. "I just need to increase my score by 3 points in each subject. No more. No less," Kim SeoJoon thought, gritting his teeth, determined to endure everything for the sake of his precious scores. Regaining his composure, he used his strength combined with light footwork to launch continuous attacks. The monster, not to be outdone, opened its mouth in anger, baring its fangs, and spewed a stream of poisonous mana, nearly hitting him. A moment later, Kim SeoJoon was actually struck by one of its cuts on his shoulder, causing excruciating pain. He collapsed, screaming in agony, unable to do anything else. Kim SeoJoon had failed the first phase of the test, with 28 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Seeing him lying on the ground, crying, the advisor approached and asked gently, "Does the monster's poison hurt that much? This creature is ranked first in poison, so it's pretty painful, right? Pretty intense, isn't it?" The advisor added, observing Kim SeoJoon's state. Kim SeoJoon felt like he was about to meet his ancestors. Recalling ancient mythology, he remembered that when Chiron was poisoned by this monster, he couldn't overcome it and begged for death, not wanting to be immortal anymore. "I understand why he asked for death now," thought Kim SeoJoon, his face pale. After some rest, he finally managed to get back on his feet. This was his first time trying, but his learning speed was increasing. If he kept at it, he could achieve the karma-free training simultaneously. Although he could stop now, the advisor wasn't sure if he would have enough points. Despite his fear, Kim SeoJoon pressed the button to continue the test. The 9-headed monster reappeared, even more ferocious. This test was about his combat skills, meaning he could only score high by defeating the monster. Steeling himself, he threw his sword in a perfect arc towards the monster. Just as he thought he had decapitated one of its heads, a new, more formidable head grew in its place, leaving Kim SeoJoon speechless. After a terrifying explosion caused by the monster, Kim SeoJoon found himself flat on the ground, stunned. Only 19 seconds had passed. He lay there, unsure of what to do. In the previous exam, he had scored 4.2 points by fighting with the Longinus spear. He wasn't sure how the scoring worked, but if it was based on the effectiveness of his attacks, he felt cheated. Kim SeoJoon scratched his head in frustration, wondering how many heads he had to chop off to defeat the monster. The advisor suggested looking up online guides, but they weren't much help. Even if you lose points, you can still score high based on the strategies from the commentaries. "It's your decision," the advisor said with a bright smile, which only annoyed Kim SeoJoon more. After countless failures, Kim SeoJoon had grown thick-skinned and fearless. He cursed the annoying advisor under his breath as he charged forward. After numerous grueling battles, Kim SeoJoon finally reached a score of 8.8, an improvement of 4.6 points, which made him immensely satisfied. The advisor praised him enthusiastically, making Kim SeoJoon's chest swell with pride, though he knew the advisor often mocked him more than praised him. "Anyway, I've achieved my goal of gaining 3 extra points in the first subject. Let's continue," Kim SeoJoon told himself determinedly, even though he felt he had botched everything up. Kim SeoJoon, pale and kneeling, sank into the ground with a despondent look. 9 days ago, he had taken the second test of basic endurance, which required him to hold up the sky in place of the god Atlas for an hour. The strain nearly broke his back, and he only managed to score 5.9 points, an increase of 2.2 points. 6 days ago, he competed in a test of eyesight against the incarnation of the god Argos, nearly losing his eyeballs. He scored 4.2 points in reflexes, an increase of 1.9 points. 3 days ago, Kim SeoJoon endured the mana drain of Ashley for the allotted time, achieving a mana score of 1.6 points, an increase of 0.4 points. After adding up all his points, he was shocked to realize he had only 9.1 points, a far cry from his goal of 20.3 points, missing by 11.2 points. The advisor grinned, explaining that he needed to improve his score by over 50% to receive the event's reward. Sweating and feeling desperate, Kim SeoJoon grimaced as he started the 5th test. Determined to pass, the 5th test required him to listen to the Requiem of Archleech for a specified time. Thanks to his strong mind, Kim SeoJoon managed to pass this challenge peacefully after washing his hands with the song. In level 2, he had to banish a demon from the 9th level of hell that was controlling his mind. This challenge was a breeze for Kim SeoJoon, who didn't even bother listening to the demon's babbling. In level 3, he had to resist the temptations of the goddess Aphrodite. As she swayed closer, Kim SeoJoon wondered more about her scant clothing in the cold than feeling any attraction. thus overcoming the trial with ease, much to the advisor's amazement. Level 4 presented a cacophony of screams from the depths of hell, which he had to endure for a set time. Unfazed, Kim SeoJoon silenced the noisy demons with a few ignorant questions, leaving the advisor stunned by his unexpected prowess. In Level 5, he had to resist the temptations of the Demon King's incarnation. The Demon King manifested human sins before Kim SeoJoon, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Yet somehow, he managed to resist and overcome the trial. However, at the final sin of pride, Kim SeoJoon failed miserably. After numerous retries, he finally succeeded in overcoming the challenge. The next test was scheduled to take place in 3 days. The advisor was astonished to see Kim SeoJoon's progress, which had jumped from 15.5% to 31.7% in just a week. The progress in Hakwin's lectures was also remarkable, leaving the advisor in disbelief. Kim SeoJoon humbly attributed his success to luck. By the end of the day, he had achieved a mental score of 22.8 points, an increase of 13 points, a result so satisfying that he cheered loudly. A few days later, Kim SeoJoon received his final results. His goal was to improve by 70%, but he had actually achieved an 80% increase. This essentially translated to an 80% discount, allowing him to finally access Jechin Daeseong's lectures. If not for his strong heart, he might have fainted from the excitement. "I'm just curious, what score do I need to avoid failing?" Kim SeoJoon asked the advisor. The advisor explained that he needed to score over 60 points in each subject, and even if his total score exceeded the required points, a single subject below 60 would result in failure. In other words, Kim SeoJoon needed a total score of at least 630 points. Hearing this was like a thunderbolt to Kim SeoJoon, whose total score was only 52.2, far short of the target. With his discount voucher in hand, Kim SeoJoon decided to register for Jechin Daeseong's class. He found the meteor strike technique particularly appealing and tried to enroll. However, the system errored out, stating he needed the level 5 Jechin Daeseong's advanced technique to participate. "Someday, I will learn the meteor strike technique," Kim SeoJoon thought, deciding to start with what he could. He registered for the introductory spear techniques and basic signatures of Jechin Daeseong. The 5.4 billion won tuition fee made his hand tremble, but he reluctantly confirmed the registration. As soon as he pressed the button, his phone screen froze, causing Kim SeoJoon to panic slightly. If anything happened to his 5 billion, his life would be over. Just then, the screen displayed a burst of spell energy from Jechin Daeseong's position. Finally, Jechin Daeseong appeared to teach Kim SeoJoon. He instructed him in basic spear techniques and advanced skills, demonstrating the moves with remarkable proficiency. Kim SeoJoon watched in awe, his eyes wide with amazement as the system then set forth a requirement for him to perform Jechin Daeseong's ultimate technique, 100 strikes of the Gat technique. Kim SeoJoon took a deep breath, unsure if he could accomplish it. Indeed, from the beginning, he'd have been studying the basic class for beginners, but now, moving into the intermediate classes, his lessons were considered extraordinary. That's why the tuition was so high. It was a completely different level. He felt this more deeply than his advisor had explained. Afterward, Kim SeoJoon tried practicing with the staff, following the techniques taught by Jechin Daeseong. They were truly superlative skills. With just a few swings, sparks of magic erupted, causing the ground around him to crack. Kim SeoJoon stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, unable to believe the immense power of this magic. Meanwhile, at a nearby restaurant, representatives from the top 3 hunting academies, Aligon and Hunter Mills, were holding a meeting. "The current situation of our top 3 hunting academies isn't good," someone said. "They say that all 3 of our academies combined aren't even equal to one Dream Academy." Jin Yun spoke up. "What do you think we should do?" Jin Song replied, "At the very least, we need to crush his fighting spirit." Jin Yun's calm response sent Jin Song into a fiery thought. If there were any mistakes, all the hunters could disappear. Jin Song also felt Jin Yun's argument was valid. The two were about to leave in frustration when Jin Yun mentioned an exhibition match, pausing for a few seconds. Jin Yun half smiled. Perhaps we should consider sending Li Huang this time. Back at Kim SeoJoon's location, he had turned everything around into rubble with just a basic staff swing, as if the power of a deity had erupted during his swing. Kim SeoJoon thought, even so, this technique consumes a considerable amount of energy. It truly lives up to the reputation of Jekyin Daeseon's intermediate curriculum. Kim SeoJoon had participated in a super class on power for beginners, surpassing his own limits. Therefore, Kim SeoJoon currently had no other choice but to fight. At this rate, 10 would be difficult, not to mention 1,000. Kim SeoJoon sat on the ground, breathing heavily, deep in thought. Wasn't he also planning to attend a mana training session today? Kim SeoJoon had been making remarkable progress in his sessions with Hequin. If he could manage to attend both the mana class and the key cultivation class under the swordsmanship master, it might help him achieve his goals. The advisor suggested this idea, and Kim SeoJoon quickly regained his spirits. After repairing the surroundings, guided by his advisor, Kim SeoJoon decided to give the key cultivation class a try. Listening to the master's lecture, although his mind was buzzing, he grasped the basics. He understood that one part of the body was called the brain, or the mental area. Kim SeoJoon wondered to himself, the upper region is the brain, the middle region is the heart, and the lower part is the stomach. So summarizing this cultivation session, compared to mana training, cultivating Kai in the body will require Zhengjio. Accumulating this Kai is relatively straightforward but time-consuming. Safety lies in Qi cultivation, whereas effectiveness and safety are combined. That must be his point, Kim SeoJoon contemplated. Suddenly, the system displayed a lecture on Qi strength taught by a teacher. Kim SeoJoon felt something odd here. I can't participate in both lessons simultaneously, can I? According to Master Yeodong Bin, that was the mental area. So that meant the lecture on Boljo's steadfast mind could act as the top. He asked the advisor, is this steadfast mind something you need to learn in the super class? It could also be said that all super students have learned the upper level by using Boljo's steadfast heart, right? Does that mean that the use of all three upper parts is not impossible? The pace of cognitive progress in lectures, and I certainly need it, Kim SeoJoon decided. Looking at the screen, he said to himself, the other students of the advisor have only chosen based on their preferences until now. Kim SeoJoon now presented his cute face with his eyebrows sparkling, begging his advisor to help him ask the instructor if he could learn both. But money was the most worrying issue. Kim SeoJoon had just returned home when he spotted Park Soo-kun standing inside with three unfamiliar individuals. They turned out to be representatives from the other three top hunter academies. Upon seeing Kim SeoJoon, they hurried over to greet him. Kim SeoJoon couldn't fathom what the representatives of the top three academies were doing here. It turned out they wanted to invite Kim SeoJoon's academy to participate in a friendly tournament. They were visibly excited, but when Kim SeoJoon heard that there was no prize money involved, he quickly lost interest. In the end, he passed the responsibility onto Min Yul, leaving the representatives dumbfounded as their plans were suddenly derailed. Just a few minutes earlier, Kim SeoJoon's demand for a prize of 6 billion won had shocked and dismayed them. They hadn't expected him to be so money-minded. After some deliberation and hesitation, Jin Yun finally spoke up, proposing to offer a prize but with conditions attached. They wanted Kim SeoJoon to decide the rules and conditions of the tournament, and they also insisted that all members of Dream Academy participate. Everyone agreed cheerfully, including Soo-kun, who even volunteered to join the competition. Thus, the prize was set at 6 billion won, as originally suggested by Kim SeoJoon. The tournament format was decided to be a doubles competition, not a team-based one, meaning the winner could take home the entire 6 billion won. From then on, all members of Dream Academy diligently practiced magic every day, driven not only by the prospect of the 6 billion won prize, but also by additional rewards, 4 billion won for second place, and 2 billion won for third place, making the total prize pool 12 billion won. Seeing Park Soo-kun putting in so much effort for him left Kim SeoJoon feeling a bit awkward. If she's doing all this for me, there's no need to push herself so hard, he thought. I've always received your help, but I've never done anything for you in return. At least I should repay the favor once. Trying to reassure her, Kim SeoJoon said, "You don't need to worry too much." Sukun quickly responded, "All right," then promptly ushered Kim SeoJoon out so she could focus on her training without distraction. Kim SeoJoon scratched his head and stepped outside, feeling that there were still a few things he needed to prepare for the upcoming tournament. At that moment, his advisor sent him a message, suggesting that he temporarily pause his mana course. The matter seemed complicated, and the advisor couldn't explain everything over the phone. Although Kim SeoJoon didn't fully understand, he decided to focus on his current courses to make progress. Several days later, on the morning of the friendly tournament, Kim SeoJoon's entire group arrived at the venue, which was as grand as a battlefield. The tournament, organized by the top 3 academies, drew a large crowd of early spectators, gathered around the entrances and exits. Sukun opened the schedule, revealing that the first round was a knockout competition among students from various schools. Suryu and Minyul's representatives were engaged in a fierce martial arts contest, causing the crowd's chatter to abruptly cease upon the arrival of a particular figure. Surrounded by journalists and photographers, He Yuli, renowned hunter from Shuryu, faced a barrage of flashing lights and questions. One bold reporter, perhaps courting disaster, asked about rumors suggesting she wouldn't participate in the tournament because of Kim SeoJoon. Lee Hyun paused for about 2 seconds, then managed a diplomatic smile and turned the question back on Kim SeoJoon, which left the reporters visibly flustered and tongue-tied. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Kim SeoJoon realized she was the famed hunter Lee Hyun had mentioned. Lee Minyul tried to praise her, but was promptly teased by the only girl in Suryu's group, leading to a playful commotion between the two teams. This spectacle quickly caught the attention of the journalists, who then noticed Kim SeoJoon's group participating in the tournament, swarming around them like bees to honey. Kim SeoJoon could only smile wryly and led his team into the waiting area. The organizers informed them that personal equipment would be strictly prohibited during the tournament, and each participant would be provided with suitable gear. While the quality was decent, Kim SeoJoon's team wasn't entirely accustomed to using it. Meanwhile, Lee Minyul and Shuryu continued their boisterous rivalry, behaving like cats and dogs, causing a constant uproar that left Kim SeoJoon at a loss for words. Kim SeoJoon held the spear provided by the organizers, feeling a slight unease about whether it would serve him well. The first round matched him against a blonde-haired opponent who looked disappointed upon seeing Kim SeoJoon's seemingly frail appearance. In his mind, he harbored dissatisfaction towards Jung Saidoo, who had withdrawn from competing upon hearing of Kim SeoJoon's participation, viewing him as incompetent. Why did they have to enforce a rule banning personal equipment just because of this guy? Muttered the frustrated opponent, stepping back in hesitation. He resolved to make Kim SeoJoon realize who the true top-tier newcomer was, feeling determined and brimming with intense resolve. However, as soon as the match commenced, Kim SeoJoon vanished like the wind, leaving his opponent bewildered. Confusion turned to fear as Kim SeoJoon suddenly reappeared, launching an unexpected attack that left his opponent trembling. A massive shockwave emanated from Kim SeoJoon, rattling the ground and scattering dust and debris all around. In a final, direct confrontation, his opponent was so overwhelmed that he froze, unable to resist any longer. Victory swiftly tilted in Kim SeoJoon's favor within moments. It was then that his defeated opponent noticed the spear in Kim SeoJoon's hand had already cracked into pieces, much to his astonishment. He realized that it couldn't withstand the power unleashed by Kim SeoJoon. Reflecting on this, he lamented that he would need a new spear after each round if things continued like this. Meanwhile, Shuryu and Minyul erupted in excitement over Kim SeoJoon's performance, and the internet buzzed with articles about his duel with Lee Hyun and predictions on who would emerge victorious. Comments flooded in, expressing wild anticipation for the outcome, even landing the discussion in the trending search suggestions. Moreover, the top 3 academies had pledged to cover all expenses incurred during the friendly tournament, a gesture aimed at attracting attention to Kim SeoJoon. Sukun remarked that this was likely because Kim SeoJoon was making a significant impression, both internally and externally, by challenging the perceived invincibility of Lee Hyun, previously seen as an insurmountable wall. In stark contrast to the jubilation of Kim SeoJoon's group, The atmosphere was electric with anticipation and support for his breakthrough efforts. At this moment, Lee Hyun was feeling extremely disheartened, weary of hearing Kim SeoJoon's name mentioned countless times in the newspapers. No matter how hard he struggled, in the end, he was just an ordinary student. Jin Hyun responded to his concerns about Kim SeoJoon, looking through the window from the room. He saw Kim SeoJoon chatting cheerfully, without a trace of tension, which only heightened Jin Hyun's anxiety. Meanwhile, the tournament and the search for the champion were still ongoing. As expected, Lee Min-yeol had climbed to a high rank, and although Kim SeoJoon thought Shuryu would struggle, the girl fought remarkably well. As for Kim SeoJoon himself, by this time, he had already replaced 9 weapons, each costing up to 10 million won. The total cost of replacing all these weapons was likely to exceed 1 billion won. It was like digging a financial pit deeper than one's stomach, yet they couldn't refuse to replace a completely broken weapon like this. The organizer was sweating, thinking to himself at this moment. Kim SeoJoon requested to use his own weapon, causing the organizers to frantically consult their superiors to find the best solution. In the next match, Shuryu, who was feeling nervous and anxious, found out that her opponent this time was Lee Hyun. No wonder she couldn't calm down. Shuryu was probably under a lot of pressure. She hadn't been studying Saint's Law for long. Kim SeoJoon, seeing Suryu's anxiety, did his best to reassure her that winning or losing didn't matter. But after the previous match's incident, he felt he hadn't been much help. Many emotions arose when working together to achieve something known to everyone, and the feeling of success after improving one's skills. The whole process was truly comforting. Therefore, that's why he could feel a closer connection than anyone else. He had to demonstrate that he could also accomplish something, and that she deserved to accompany them. Suryo silently resolved. The sound of the signal bell rang out. Suryo immediately bid farewell to Kim SeoJoon and stepped onto the battlefield, taking a deep breath to calm herself down. Lee Hyun made a grand appearance, making Shuryu worried again. After the signal to start, Lee Hyun quickly used magic to leap back like an arrow. Despite the blazing heat, Lee Hyun didn't even bother to move a toe, only using his contemptuous gaze to challenge Shuryu. Go ahead, try with all your might. By doing so, you'll realize just how insignificant you are. So give it your best shot, Lee Hyun arrogantly said, provoked. Shuryu was infuriated, gritting her teeth and swung her arms, using all of her strength to teach Lee Hyun a lesson. Why does everyone say such boring things? Lee Hyun remained calm as nothing happened, sighing. Shuryu, on the other hand, braced herself and spewed intense fear in all directions, all while maintaining a targeted lock on Lee Hyun, dashing swiftly towards him. The surrounding organizers were astonished. They couldn't understand why a mage like Shuryu would engage in close combat with an opponent like Lee Hyun. Shuryu charged, unleashing a flurry of attacks along with an endless stream of magical power. The audience became increasingly amazed as they witnessed Shuryu, a mere student, demonstrating such unpredictable and impressive spellcasting and movements. Typically, a mage's role in a team was to stand back and cast spells. But in real combat, could it truly play out that way? What if mana was disrupted? What if the mage was in a mana-restricted state? What would happen if there was a mana explosion, and the world was devoid of mana? What if there were no hunters to protect the mage? The reality was that situations could change at any moment. At the peak of the Great Flood era of mages, this was the combat method used by the mage saint. Kim SeoJoon observed and pondered. In the early days of the Great Flood era, the mage saint was known as a disaster. With that in mind, other countries referred to the mage saint as the war mage. Lee Hyun waited for Shuryu to flail about for a while before finally drawing his sword. The force was so overwhelming that Shuryu coughed up blood. Despite her painful attempts to counterattack, she couldn't even scratch Lee Hyun. Without a word, Lee Hyun suddenly struck Shuryu's face with physical force, causing her to tumble down, knocked out. Everyone was left stunned and pale-faced at the sight. Just as Lee Hyun was about to pull Shuryu up and give her another slap, Kim SeoJoon and Min-yeol couldn't bear to watch any longer and rushed over. At the organizer's reminder, Lee Hyun finally shoved Shuryu aside, straightened up, smoothed his hair, and walked backstage. Kim SeoJoon hurried to help Shuryu, who was now battered and bruised from Lee Hyun's provocation. Furious, Kim SeoJoon's temper flared, and he was about to charge at her, but Shuryu quickly stopped him, tears welling up and sobbing. She blamed herself for not being strong enough. After the fight with Lee Hyun, the healers arrived to treat Shuryu. Fortunately for her, the injuries weren't too severe. As for Lee Hyun, he only received a mild warning for his violent behavior. Lee Min-yeol, in an attempt to avenge Shuryu, also ended up getting beaten badly. Under Suryu's agitation, Kim SeoJoon tried to hold her back, urging her to let it go. The friendly competition then continued, but Kim SeoJoon could hardly remember anything else, not even the worried look on Soo-kun's face, or how many times he had to replace his spear. Finally, the much-anticipated match arrived, the match between Kim SeoJoon and Lee Hyun. Let me ask you something. Was it really necessary to do that? You are the most talented among professional hunters, so perhaps you don't understand the anger of having your future made a mockery of. The grim reality and despair of trying with all your might, but still being unable to move forward. But you know what? That despair is proof of someone's effort. And you trample on that effort. That's not something you can belittle, even if you have perfect skills. Kim SeoJoon spoke in one breath, making Lee Hyun's head hurt with annoyance. Are you done yet? Lee Hyun asked irritably. I know you won't understand even if I explain it to you. So try it yourself. I mean, do your best, Kim SeoJoon said sternly. Kim SeoJoon was tense, cheeks puffed with determination, his gaze sharp and cold, vowing to make Lee Hyun taste the dreadful feeling of failure. He seemed to get some praise from people, so he thought he must be something, right? Why that hypocrisy? When you beat those weaklings to appear here. Lee Hyun boasted, responding arrogantly. That's enough trash talk. The match officially began. Lee Hyun, too fast and too dangerous, immediately took a defensive stance. In contrast, Kim SeoJoon remained indifferent, which only fueled her anger. Furious, she drew her sword and charged straight at him. Kim SeoJoon quickly retreated, his body agile and nimble, easily dodging Lee Hyun's slashes as if it were child's play. His disdainful attitude towards her only made Lee Hyun angrier, and she increased her strength to the maximum. But to Kim SeoJoon, it was nothing more than a mosquito bite. Seeing Lee Hyun so desperate that she had to use a sword, Kim SeoJoon finally started to warm up, his terrifying and intense power making Lee Hyun falter. A super-powered mana attack from him sent her flying like an arrow. For someone as strong as Lee Hyun, this was a severe humiliation. Despite seeing Lee Hyun still able to stand, Kim SeoJoon continued to unleash incredibly powerful moves, giving everyone goosebumps. Lee Hyun was unique. Unlike others who needed to struggle and scrape by, she could reach the pinnacle effortlessly. In other words, she possessed extraordinary abilities. A genius always dominates the mediocre. Even when people praised her as the greatest hunter in human history, she felt neither pride nor satisfaction because it was merely a given. But now, in this solo match against Kim SeoJoon, she felt as if she was being overshadowed by him. Under Kim SeoJoon's rotating power, Lee Hyun was attacked to the point of coughing up blood. Just a slight twist of his spear left her dizzy and disoriented. The next blocking move churned the earth and sky, causing Lee Hyun to collapse, finally ending with a spear thrust that shattered Kim SeoJoon's spear. Lee Hyun had truly run out of ways to fight back. This is impossible, absurd. How could this be? There is no way he is stronger than me. He can't be stronger than me. Is there really someone more skilled than I am in this world? How can this be? Lee Hyun thought, gritting her teeth in anger. Still, she clutched her sword tightly, intending to stab Kim SeoJoon. Unexpectedly, he struck her face physically, making her blood boil. Given the current situation, Lee Hyun had a weapon, so she clearly had an advantage over the unarmed Kim SeoJoon. More importantly, it seemed Lee Hyun had no intention of giving up. Kim SeoJoon was continuously beating Lee Hyun like a punching bag. Maybe you don't know this, he began. But out there, many people accept being beaten down in order to strive and rise. Life is not easy. They don't have innate talent like you, so they have no choice but to train hard every day. Lee Hyun didn't want to hear any of this. She kept swinging her sword wildly, but none of her attacks hit. But you know what? Those people don't care about counterattacking or winning. Even if they get tormented every day, what they care about is how far they've come, not whether they win or not. So no matter how many blows they take, they never fall. They move forward step by step, enduring hit after hit, and they keep getting back up from one fight to the next. To an outsider, it might seem calm, but in reality, there's a raging storm inside. The only way to win a seemingly impossible battle is to keep fighting with resilience. That is the true genius, Kim SeoJoon said, looking straight into Lee Hyun's swollen face, speaking coldly. Seeing Lee Hyun still stubbornly insisting she was the best hunter in history, Kim SeoJoon responded mockingly, "How ridiculous. I've already made you wobble with just my bare hands. What kind of genius are you? These people are not for you to trample on and sneer at." With the strength of a god, Kim SeoJoon delivered a single punch that officially defeated his opponent. The moment Lee Hyun kneeled at Kim SeoJoon's feet, everyone around was shocked. In the first round of the friendly competition, Kim SeoJoon officially won. The situation had come to a point where the three top academy representatives were restless. They didn't want to admit it, but they had to acknowledge that defeating Kim SeoJoon was impossible. He had made Lee Hyun dizzy with just 3 moves. This was not the level of an ordinary student. While everyone was in despair, unable to imagine confronting Kim SeoJoon any further, Jin Hyun suddenly came up with an idea. We were defeated by Kim SeoJoon, but we weren't defeated by Dream Academy, right? He grinned maliciously. After that historic match, Kim SeoJoon was swarmed by countless reporters like an idol, making him run for cover. Seeing Kim SeoJoon return to the room, Sukun eagerly informed him, "All of Korea is in an uproar because of you. Comments and articles on the internet are popping up like crazy. Everyone is praising you to the skies." But among the praise, there were also mocking comments. Park Sukun may be the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, but she's only a B rank, clearly riding on Kim SeoJoon's coattails, which made him furious. Glancing at Minhyul, Kim SeoJoon felt a pang of sadness seeing her trying to smile despite her sorrow. Aside from that, we need to think about how to approach the second match. There's already a list of members for the upcoming dungeon raid, Park Sukun said. Kim SeoJoon panicked, realizing that both Suryu and Minhyul were in the hospital. Who would team up with him now? Sukun replied that she would check with the organizers. She then cheerfully said goodbye and left the room. Exhaustion finally hit Kim SeoJoon's entire body as he collapsed onto the chair to rest, berating himself. Why did I use divine power at the last moment? I should have just knocked out the opponent directly. It was unnecessary to use that power. He panted with regret. Suddenly, his advisor appeared like a ghost, startling Kim SeoJoon nearly to death from a heart attack. She informed him that she had consulted many teachers and even the principal, all of whom had said no and shook their heads. Kim SeoJoon could only sigh in disappointment. These superiors really don't think like I do. Hey, listen to the whole story first, the advisor interrupted. The principal said that if it's Kim SeoJoon, then it's allowed. The advisor's sudden change of stance made Kim SeoJoon's emotions swing wildly, like a roller coaster. The principal only said it was possible. She wasn't sure because from the beginning, she said that using both methods at the same time was impossible. First of all, every creature can absorb and use a certain amount of mana. Mana is the essence of life's energy, so it cannot exceed the capacity of a living being. There is a limit to the resources a living being can endure, the limit of causality. Even using just one of the two is enough. A being that surpasses this inherent limit of causality may deteriorate or even vanish into nothingness. However, even if you, Kim SeoJoon, use both methods, there is still a possibility that your being will not deteriorate or disappear. This is because your causality has never been measured. No matter what the situation was before, your causality has never been measured. Do you remember the last time when there was no one else available? So I reported this to the principal. Since your causality hasn't been measured, you don't have a defined limit. Therefore, considering the retention of both Danjian effects, there is still a possibility that your being won't dissipate. This is what the principal herself said. She also said that using both danjuns at the same time requires attention to certain things. First, both must be activated simultaneously. Second, you must endure the tremendous burden of causality. The advisor rattled off to Kim SeoJoon. If you open both danjuns like this, the amount of mana needed to fill them will also increase. But that number doesn't simply double, it increases exponentially, which is fatal. Simple training won't be enough to compensate for this, so the use of the divine elixir Elisa to supplement mana is crucial. In other words, Kim SeoJoon will have to spend a lot of money on this. It's really adding insult to injury for someone already struggling financially. Seeing Kim SeoJoon cry in despair, the advisor suggested he consider this, since the principal wouldn't take the possibility of a transcendent being using both danjuns lightly. If this actually succeeded, many unimaginable things could happen. She said she had high hopes for him. The advisor smiled mischievously. When Kim SeoJoon expressed curiosity about the principal's identity, the advisor reminisced for a moment and then revealed that she was a second-ranked transcendent being. The first time Kim SeoJoon heard the term second-ranked transcendent being, he was quite surprised. Just as the advisor was about to tell Kim SeoJoon about the history of the Supreme Academy, SeoJoon suddenly opened the door and entered the room, startling the advisor, who quickly made his exit. At the same time, Jin Yeon appeared and announced that the second round had been agreed upon by everyone. Therefore, in the second round, we will change the rules a bit. How about we attack the dungeon with a team consisting of a student and a trainer, rather than just students? Jin Yeon smirked and said, if that's the case, Park SeoJoon and Kim SeoJoon might be on the same team. But SeoJoon is only a B-rank hunter, while the trainers of other teams are at least A rank. People have already said enough about Park SeoJoon. If this power gap is exposed, while Kim SeoJoon was still hesitating, SeoJoon immediately demanded that Jin Young raise the prize money. Kim SeoJoon was taken aback. Don't worry about me. As the director, I haven't been able to help you at all. Let me help this time. What they say doesn't mean anything to me. SeoJoon smiled and said to Kim SeoJoon. After thinking for a moment, Kim SeoJoon made a proposal to Jin Young, demanding that representatives of the top 3 academies should also participate to make it fair. If you give us 6 billion won in prize money up front, we will accept any rules you set. Otherwise, forget it. Seeing Kim SeoJoon being so straightforward, Jin Young, though pale, had to agree. The final rules for the 2 rounds were as follows. Representatives and student representatives from the Dream Academy, Huntermill, Gaeun, and Ali would form teams and attack the dungeon. The dungeon would be divided into Dungeon 1, Dungeon 2, and Dungeon 3. The students would enter Dungeon 1. The representatives would enter Dungeon 2 and fight solo there. If the mana stones obtained from each dungeon were placed on the pedestal, the boss in Dungeon 3 would be summoned, and everything would end when the students and representatives together killed the boss. The team with the shortest total time to clear Dungeon 1 and 2, and to kill the boss in Dungeon 3, would win. After receiving the 6 billion won, Kim SeoJoon immediately used it to purchase courses. At the testing grounds for the second round of the Dream Team, SeoJoon had been standing there waiting for Kim SeoJoon to come out for some time. SeoJoon was visibly tense, sweating profusely like rain. Knowing that SeoJoon wasn't as strong as the representatives, there was nothing she could change about it. However, the time for the second round was cumulative, not individual. She had to shorten her own time as much as possible to win this round. I've already opened my upper danjian, SeoJoon thought to herself, but she wasn't sure if she could catch up with the former S-rank hunters. Lost in these miscellaneous thoughts, the announcement to enter inside suddenly rang out. Kim SeoJoon waved goodbye and quickly slipped inside. As soon as he set foot inside, a mountainous monster was already waiting for him. With such a concentrated gathering since the afternoon, it was convenient for Kim SeoJoon to handle it once and for all. Initially, Kim SeoJoon intended to swing his stick gently to disperse the mist. However, he slipped, causing the force to exceed his expectations. After a whirlwind fight with the monsters, Kim SeoJoon easily obtained the mana stone and quickly exited. While waiting for Park SeoJoon to return, Kim SeoJoon hastily placed the stone on the pillar to record the time. Unexpectedly, the scoreboard displaying Hunter Mill's results appeared, shocking him to the core. The time difference between Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 2 was significant because Dungeon 1 was for students, while Dungeon 2 was for representatives, which made sense. However, it was the opposite for his team. If he placed the stone now, he could completely win. But if Park Soo-kun lost to even one student, she would face harsh criticism. However, if he waited for her, he would completely lose the chance to win. Moreover, Dungeon 2 seemed highly challenging. Could Park Soo-kun really fail? Kim SeoJoon was confused, blaming himself for being too greedy for money, which prevented him from making a reasonable judgment. Looking at the scoreboard and recalling Soo-kun's words from earlier, Kim SeoJoon tightly gripped the mana stone in his hand, trembling with determination towards Soo-kun. Right now, she was struggling with a lizard-like monster spewing a sea of flames. Kim SeoJoon was probably waiting for her outside. Even if she couldn't be faster than him, she had to conquer this dungeon. Before the onslaught of the fiery smoke from the monster, Soo-kun continued to strive tirelessly. In reality, her skills were not outstanding. She was just the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, one of the heroes in the Great Flood War, whom her grandfather had personally trained. Despite this lineage, she was only ranked as a mediocre B-class hunter. Park Soo-kun deeply respected her grandfather, but also harbored resentment toward him for constant comparisons, which led her to also resent herself. In this moment of life and death, she remembered Kim SeoJoon's encouraging words and smile, which seemed to give her strength. 1 dot of admiration, 2 dots of unconsciousness. She knocked out the group of monsters with flat faces. When I first met Kim SeoJoon, I thought we would just use each other. I thought I could use this student to enhance the reputation of the Dream Hunter Academy. But the professional hunter test is coming soon, and this competition will likely end our relationship. Soo-kun thought as she struggled against the lizard monster spewing flames. Even though it's brief, it's time to end this fleeting relationship. Even if I don't have much, I want to help Kim SeoJoon a little. As long as I don't hinder him. Soo-kun thought as she held the mana stone tightly in her hand, tears welling up. Soo-kun stepped out, deeply moved, and unexpectedly saw Kim SeoJoon standing in front of the dungeon entrance, looking as if he had just come out, which made her feel extremely bitter. Why did you do that? Soo-kun cried tearfully, asking Kim SeoJoon about this accidental incident. Park Soo-kun, I do need money, but not to that extent. I can earn money any time, but a broken heart cannot be healed. Kim SeoJoon smiled and said, placing both stones on the platform. The system will calculate the total time. It's already said, if you want to win, you must find and defeat the boss within 48 seconds. Soo-kun, I really want to tell you this. If I'm alone, I can't get this far. So this time, I'm counting on you, and in the future too. You're the only one I can trust. If I faint, please take care of me. Kim SeoJoon said, every word making Park Soo-kun deeply moved, tears streaming down her face. After comforting Park Soo-kun, Kim SeoJoon immediately swung his weapon forward. There were only about 30 seconds left, just 30 seconds. There was no way to find and defeat the boss. Instead, he unexpectedly used his strong force to impact the dungeon, making it unable to resist anymore, causing the dungeon to collapse. Kim SeoJoon, the grand young man, spoke of acting too quickly, too dangerously. He had used Aura Sword, combining the power of a god with astounding effect. Feeling that this wasn't enough, he also drank a potion he had just purchased. In less than a second, a surge of magical power surged forth, overwhelming Soo-kun completely. Kim SeoJoon's entire body was enveloped in a tremendous field of energy, both types of Danjian combining together. Recalling the teachings of his teachers, Kim SeoJoon tightly gripped his staff, directing it from within and decisively swinging it outwards. The entire space followed suit, seeming to fracture and burst with each of his movements. Finally, a single piercing strike hit directly, incredibly powerful, each blow being exceptionally striking. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth, flames erupting and blazing brightly, the scene blinding. The surroundings were no longer visible as the students and teachers of Dream Academy gaped in astonishment at Kim SeoJoon's pinnacle display just now. a shock that left them speechless. The Dream Academy's assault round ended in 41 seconds, something that had been impossible until now. Waking up abruptly, Kim SeoJoon jerked in surprise, realizing he was back in his hospital bed. Sukun hurriedly informed him that he only calmed down after winning. Seeing that Kim SeoJoon was unscathed, Park Sukun finally embarrassedly thanked him, their eyes exchanging affection and love, the romantic atmosphere abruptly disrupted by the sudden rush of reporters who burst into the room. There was only one individual Kim SeoJoon defeated, not the entire Dream Academy. What do you think about this statement? One reporter rushed up to Kim SeoJoon, pointing the mic straight at him. After a thoughtful pause, Kim SeoJoon finally spoke up. I'm just a student of Dream Academy. Besides, I didn't really do much. I was just following the principal's instructions. Sukun was taken aback when Kim SeoJoon redirected the attention to her, the reporters quick to redirect their questions toward her, leaving her extremely flustered. Information about Kim SeoJoon has spread across various newspapers and media outlets, especially with Dream Academy's involvement. In this friendly competition, all eyes were on him, not only for defeating Lee Hyun, a legendary talent in professional hunting history, but also for demolishing the dungeon. It's truly an incredible story, almost like a battle of gods. However, even with Kim SeoJoon's incredible peak, the story has yet to be proven true. Now, let's put an end to the debate. The secret lies with the principal of Dream Academy. After mentioning Kim SeoJoon, a YouTuber redirected attention to Sukun, continuously praising her, suggesting that Kim SeoJoon could only achieve everything thanks to the synergy with her. Upon watching the clip, Kim SeoJoon was visibly delighted, agreeing that Sukun was the light of his life. On the way back to the academy, to fully absorb the effects of the divine potion, Kim SeoJoon coincidentally encountered Lee Hyun, who was seemingly waiting for him. Kim SeoJoon had no intention to engage with her and coldly walked past her. Lee Hyun was shocked by his indifferent attitude and tried to strike up a conversation after a moment of hesitation. There were rumors that Kim SeoJoon was the disciple of the Sword Saint, and Lee Hyun awkwardly asked why he was using a staff instead of a sword, suggesting Kim SeoJoon wasn't living up to the title. Kim SeoJoon didn't want to talk and quickly tried to leave, but Lee Hyun persisted with questions about everything from normal academy teachings to his eating habits and training methods. Frustrated, Kim SeoJoon tried to evade her by flying away using his skills, but Lee Hyun managed to keep up closely, which irritated Kim SeoJoon even more. He scolded her, comparing her persistence to a fly that wouldn't go away, asking if she had any more curiosity left. He suspected she wanted to find reasons to justify her loss to him, perhaps even intending to use the Sword Saint as an excuse. Lee Hyun defended herself, claiming she was just curious. Kim SeoJoon scratched his head in confusion, listening as Lee Hyun mentioned she was looking for Park Sukun. Immediately alert, Kim SeoJoon warned Lee Hyun not to follow and swiftly walked away. Reflecting after the friendly competition, Kim SeoJoon wondered where Park Sukun could have gone so suddenly. Park Sukun was currently kneeling at her grandfather's house, requesting to wield her sword again, which surprised the Sword Saint. It wasn't the first time she had asked to handle the sword herself. Why do you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kim SeoJoon? Do you intend to abandon your dream to follow that kid and become a professional hunter? The Sword Saint asked. I'm not abandoning my dream. I want to pursue a different path, Sukun replied firmly. Recalling Kim SeoJoon's previous words that dreams are verbs and professions are nouns, Sukun felt empowered. Kim SeoJoon had spent all his money on supplies, thinking it would cost him double, only to find out it was triple the amount, which was quite shocking. While he was pondering his financial headache, Hyuk Song-in suddenly appeared like a ghost, startling Kim SeoJoon. Every time I meet you, I can't help but be surprised. Even the Justice Church doesn't notice me, but you always seem to see me. I guess it's because I'm getting old, so my abilities aren't what they used to be, Kim SeoJoon remarked in amazement. Hyuk Song-in spoke softly. Is something wrong? How's your surveillance of the Justice Church going? Kim SeoJoon was curious about Hyuk Song-in's intentions. Before delving into the conversation, Hyuk Song-in asked about Min-yul's condition. Kim SeoJoon explained that Minhyul wasn't seriously injured and had already been discharged. That idiot said he only used one weapon. Give this to him, Hyuk Songin said, handing over a note. I've made some notes so that next time he won't be easily defeated like that. I'll also give you the 3 billion I promised, Hyuk Songin continued. Upon hearing the sum of 3 billion, Kim SeoJoon suddenly brightened. Besides Jungjimin, the disciple of the Law Saint is also at Dream Academy, he mentioned casually, surprising Hyuk Songin. Kim SeoJoon kept reminding Hyuk Songin about the 10 billion for the Law Saint's disciples' care in a subtle yet tactful manner. Subtle enough? 3 billion should be enough, right, old man? Kim SeoJoon gently prodded. Suddenly, the Sword Saint appeared at the entrance of the academy without them realizing. The three exchanged glances warmly. Kim SeoJoon felt overwhelmed by the forceful presence of the two passionate old men. Kim SeoJoon was sweating profusely as he saw the two old men starting to argue heatedly, seemingly ready to fight right there. Unable to calm them down, Kim SeoJoon reluctantly drew his sword, which finally made the two pause. How could he become so strong in such a short time? They wondered, their hearts still racing. Kim SeoJoon was so frustrated that he began cursing incessantly, scolding the two old men for their childish behavior. Finally, Hyuk Songin recalled the reason he had come. It seemed the Justice Church had some scheme involving a legendary beast, although it wasn't confirmed yet. The disciples had already started taking action. As Hyuk Songin finished speaking, both Kim SeoJoon and the Sword Saint were taken aback. Do you think the actions of the sect regarding the legendary beast are excessive? The Sword Saint asked. Didn't I just say there's nothing certain yet? Hyuk Songin responded. Regardless, from now on, we need to investigate thoroughly. So, Kim SeoJoon, can you help us with this? Hyuk Songin asked. He couldn't handle this alone, especially considering the dangerous experiments the sect had been repeatedly conducting in the dungeons. You're about to participate in the selection exam for professional hunters, right? After that, you can enter any dungeon you want, Hyuk Songin added, maintaining his bewildered expression. The Sword Saint wanted to know why Hyuk Songin needed Kim SeoJoon's help, but Hyuk Songin avoided answering. Seeing both old men gearing up for a confrontation again, Kim SeoJoon tried desperately to intervene and change the subject. Forget that. Why are you here, Sword Saint? Are you looking for Sukun? She said she had something to do, so she left earlier. I don't know where she went, Kim SeoJoon explained. The Sword Saint looked at Kim SeoJoon with a puzzled expression. What's so special about you that Sukun admires you so much, he wondered. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted them, causing all three to immediately tense up and activate their alert mode. A figure rushed towards Kim SeoJoon from a distance, and upon closer inspection, Kim SeoJoon realized it was Lee Hyun, not a stranger. Lee Hyun was taking a stroll when she happened upon Dream Academy. Sensing a surge of energy emanating from it, she decided to peek inside. To her surprise, she was met with the fierce expression of the Sword Saint, intimidating enough to make her want to cry. Hyuk Songin and Kim SeoJoon seemed unconcerned with her sudden appearance, deeply engrossed in discussing a dungeon infiltration they had just undertaken. Just as she arrived, Lee Hyun witnessed Kim SeoJoon demanding money from Hyuk Songin, which left her shaken and somewhat shocked. Despite having lived through countless hardships, she had never witnessed something like this before. Kim SeoJoon agreed to settle for a sum of 13 billion won, plus an additional 3 billion for Minhyul's care. Lee Hyun wondered once more if he truly needed money more than her magic. If he desired, she could personally teach him instead of just imparting her magic. Hyuk Songin tried to salvage some dignity in his final remarks, but found Kim SeoJoon's repeated refusals increasingly unsettling. It was the first time she had seen someone refuse to become a disciple of a hero like him. The Sword Saint teased Hyuk Songin in a way that left Lee Hyun wondering how Kim SeoJoon only asked for money and nothing else. The two old men continued to argue fiercely, exhausting Kim SeoJoon even more. Lee Hyun watched intently, unable to tear her eyes away, sweating nervously and feeling she had perhaps misunderstood the situation. After Hyuk Songin left, the curious Sword Saint inquired about the relationship between Kim SeoJoon and Hyuk Songin, which wasn't exactly formal, but could be termed as a business relationship. Kim SeoJoon brushed off the question and now turned his attention to Lee Hyun. Seeing Lee Hyun flustered and trying to dismiss the incident, Kim SeoJoon, with his hot temper, brandished his sword threateningly, frightening her immensely. Lee Hyun expressed her desire to join Dream Academy loudly, startling Kim SeoJoon. "Why do you want to join Dream Academy? What's the rush?" he asked suspiciously. "The professional hunter selection exam is just around the corner. What's your purpose? Or are you a spy from Hunter Mill Academy?" Kim SeoJoon's wary gaze made Lee Hyun incredibly anxious, despite her attempts to explain that she genuinely wanted to enroll. Even Kim SeoJoon couldn't believe the sight, and the Sword Saint, seeing the situation, left as well. Left alone with Kim SeoJoon, Lee Hyun's desperation reached its peak at being alone with him. "Sukun has already left," Kim SeoJoon informed her. Lee Hyun, relieved, was about to use this as an excuse to leave when Kim SeoJoon threw something heavy at her, making her unable to escape. No matter how much mana she freed, she couldn't lift it up. After returning, Sword Saint found Sukun still kneeling here, unable to speak a word. Seeing Sukun acting stubbornly like this, he immediately took up his sword and approached. The air around him filled with countless releases of fury. Speed swordsmanship demands speed. It's a technique for swiftly subduing opponents with nimble attacks. Sharp swordsmanship primarily uses stabbing, exploiting vulnerabilities against close-range opponents in battle. However, stabbing strikes are often executed concurrently with speed techniques, the quickest swordsmanship move. Wanjian causes opponents to reveal flaws with versatile sword techniques, emphasizing the importance of speed. But the core is unchanging offense, a sword technique causing mortal wounds with unexpected full-force focus. Slow, but not ineffective, Sword Saint dances the sword while explaining the fundamentals of Reapers to Sukun. "The sword will give you a deadline. Master all the swordsmanship I've shown you by then. The deadline is before the professional hunter selection test ends. If you can't do it by then, you'll never be allowed to hold a sword again. If you think you can't do it, quit now. Go ask the cold Sword Saint." Park Sukun hesitated not one bit, instantly agreeing, resolutely stating, "I'll definitely do it." Lee Hyun now witnessed Kim SeoJoon's super energy for the first time, broadening her view. At the same time, she wanted to cry because he didn't let her put down that heavy burden. When the director arrives, Lee Hyun can only cry hoo. After absorbing the energy, Kim SeoJoon turned around and realized he had forgotten her the entire time. Lee Hyun struggled behind him. "Mind your language." Kim SeoJoon turned to leave, suddenly breaking when he realized Lee Hyun had been holding this thing all this time and still had the strength to support it, handing it back to Kim SeoJoon. Lee Hyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, stretching her arms and legs and inhaling deeply. But when Lee Hyun held it again, she still felt strangely crushed by its weight. Why couldn't the seal activate when Jung Jimin held it, and not when others touched it? Why did it only occur to her now? Wasn't it Park Sukun who helped her pick up the kitty shit when it fell on her? Why couldn't she retrieve the weapon herself when she fainted in the dungeon, using divine strength to fight the giant tree? So, Manchul and the Holy Law had to help her, or does the seal only activate when someone wants to steal or use their own equipment? Kim SeoJoon thought, requesting Lee Hyun to put that thing in her pocket to try it out. As she stuffed it in, she was overwhelmed by the fury inside, just as Kim SeoJoon had predicted. Min-yul and Shuryo had returned together by now, seeing Lee Hyun's face twisted. Min-yul heard about Lee Hyun wanting to enter Dream Academy and immediately objected heavily. "Oh, that's right, Min-yul, your master told me to give this to you. He also said, don't always be beaten up by anonymous little girls." Kim SeoJoon happily handed Min-yul that item without paying attention to it. Lee Hyun wanted to let go of her hands and feet to hold the thing behind her. The reason why she followed him. It was to find out how to get that power, and this was an opportunity to see how he trained daily. She was sure she would take advantage of it to understand everything. Lee Hyun calmly thought, backache from earlier. Finally, Kim SeoJoon also asked her to return to him to complete Hakwin's daily mission. Lee Hyun rejoiced in planning to leave, unexpectedly blocked by Kim SeoJoon, requesting she train with Surya. Lee Hyun didn't want to, but because she wanted to be accepted here, she also had to endure. Surya was very happy to train with her too, with her super energy screen, making Surya want to shock herself in place. At the Professional Hunters Association's Seoul branch meeting, the board gathering among staff had been prolonged for a long time, all because it had never happened in professional hunting history. Caused by Kim SeoJoon. Korea is currently very chaotic for the upcoming professional hunter test. The cause of this confusion is Kim SeoJoon from all forums all over Korea discussing Kim SeoJoon. The chairman of the meeting appeared, dispelling the atmosphere of boredom and fatigue. The staff quickly became lively again, eager to know how this year's exam would be conducted and whether Kim SeoJoon would be exempted to ensure fairness. The chairman announced that this year's exam would use an absolute evaluation method rather than a relative one, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Secondly, the exam's difficulty would also be significantly increased. When asked how much the difficulty would increase, Wang Dongdu from Hunter newspaper inquired, ensuring that no one could achieve a perfect score, including Kim SeoJoon. The chairman stated that everyone below was unanimously opposed to the absolute evaluation method, finding it excessively challenging. If no candidate achieved a perfect score, then there would be no professional hunters this year. The chairman coldly informed them that under the previous scoring method, the top scorer always achieved 100 points, but under the absolute method, being at the top did not necessarily mean achieving the maximum score. This was why the old laws had been amended, but it was impossible due to the intervention of major associations. At least a grade was necessary to start an association. This was why the major associations did not want Kim SeoJoon to obtain a grade certificate to lure him to their association. However, they did not know that Kim SeoJoon was a dragon that couldn't be controlled. They thought they could sit securely on the throne. The moment Kim SeoJoon stepped into the professional hunter world, the whole world would enter a new era. The chairman thought silently. He further informed them that those who could become class A hunters this year would be given priority in dungeon raids next year. This year's exam would also be broadcast publicly for everyone to see. Sukun returned, slightly shocked to see the house in a mess like a tiger's den. Sitting beside Kim SeoJoon, she mentioned that she wouldn't be able to come to the academy regularly until the professional hunter exam was over. Kim SeoJoon didn't want this at all, and hesitantly proposed that after becoming a professional hunter, he could come here. Because his house was as cramped as a basic nostril hole with no place for training. Actually, I have something to tell you. What do you think if I turn the academy into a guild? Sukun made a surprising proposal that made Kim SeoJoon somewhat surprised. Didn't you say that sweeping dungeons is your dream job? However, I have one condition. Please lead this guild. Park Sukun said again. Kim SeoJoon was startled, as if a gunshot had gone off right next to his ear. Unable to believe what he was hearing. The reason Sukun proposed this idea was because it was highly likely that Kim SeoJoon would achieve an A-rank hunter certification after this exam, making him the best choice. From then until now, Kim SeoJoon remained stiff and rigid, not understanding what was going on. Minhyul enthusiastically agreed with both hands and feet, originally intending to propose the same thing, but Sukun had beaten him to it. Even Shuryo passionately supported the idea, leaving Kim SeoJoon at a loss for words. Therefore, he had to pass this exam. I'll do my best, Sukun gently told Kim SeoJoon. The short relationship between the two had almost come to an end, yet ending one relationship brought about many new ones and new stories. An ending did not mean the end of everything. It was just a continuation, a new beginning, and a new life. Time passed, and the final professional hunter exam was approaching. Unfortunately, Sukun couldn't accompany Kim SeoJoon to the competition due to unfinished business. Kim SeoJoon really wanted to ask what that business was, but he couldn't. First, he needed to focus on the upcoming exam. Following Kim SeoJoon this time were not only Minhyul and Surya, but also Lee Hyun. Though Lee Hyun hadn't been approved to enter Dream Academy, he still stuck to Kim SeoJoon like glue, much to his annoyance. Only after Minhyul and Shuryo intervened did Kim SeoJoon reluctantly accept the crowded company. By now, the crowd around them had begun to take notice of Kim SeoJoon's appearance, whispering and gossiping softly. Sensing things were not right, Kim SeoJoon swiftly darted off like lightning, leaving Minhyul and Shuryo speechless at his incredible speed and danger. In the VIP room of the monitoring center, the examiners were sipping tea and chatting about Kim SeoJoon. Except for Jinqian, the leader of the Hukyong Guild, none of the others believed Kim SeoJoon would actually become a class A hunter. However, if he did pass, Jinqian was determined to claim him at all costs. The people around them sweated nervously, speculating that Kim SeoJoon might not make it through. The first exam was a highly challenging writing test designed to be unsolvable for most candidates. Unexpectedly, Kim SeoJoon topped the exam with a perfect score, astonishing everyone. The guild leaders were left speechless, their throats tight with disbelief. The professional hunter selection exam includes a written test, basic endurance, proficiency in mana for dungeon attacks, combat capability, with a total of 6 tests spread over 3 days. Today marks the first day of the long-awaited exam, where 2 tests will be conducted, the written test and basic endurance. While the written test isn't overly difficult, only Kim SeoJoon managed a perfect score of 100 points. Minhyul, on the other hand, performed abysmally with just 50 points. Kim SeoJoon, seeking to share his secret for high scores, emphasized the strategy of tackling easy questions comprehensively and not skipping the difficult ones. His proficiency was such that he often formulated answers in his head upon reading the questions. However, Lee Hyun, despite her reputation, scored only 32 points, leaving a silence hanging in the room. Despite her historical prowess, her talents in other aspects seem yet to fully bloom, contrary to what many expected. This sparked discussions about how this could be, especially with Kim SeoJoon achieving perfect scores in both the written test and basic endurance. Jinqian's outburst in the room questioned the fairness of the basic endurance test difficulty, adjusted based on criteria set by the 4 leaders of the great guilds present. The revelation of Kim SeoJoon's absolute score implied his basic endurance was on par with all others present. Rumors swirled that Dream Academy might transform into a guild after the exam ends, with Kim SeoJoon potentially becoming its leader, supported by the Academy's director, who is related to the Sword Saint. Even the most oblivious understood the implications of a guild backed by the Sword Saint, granted dungeon attack rights for the next 5 years due to the new association president's maneuvering. The potential establishment of such a guild could shake the foundations established by countless guilds. Jinqian slammed the table furiously, while the red-haired girl in the guild hurriedly asserted that Kim SeoJoon definitely wouldn't achieve a perfect score on the second day. They had changed the type of questions and increased the difficulty level, so unless he suddenly became stronger overnight, there was no way he would score perfectly again. Confident in her assertion, but luck turned against her. Kim SeoJoon excelled once more, scoring 100 on both the 3rd and 4th tests, leaving the entire guild in stunned silence. Only 2 tests remained: combat with monsters and against another contestant. If we fail tomorrow, pondered Hamachian in confusion, Kim SeoJoon will become an A-rank hunter. Jinqian suddenly made a 180-degree turn, demanding that everyone in the guild revise their preparations entirely, without discussing the upcoming combat test. An A-rank judge from the Sorabi Guild was also replaced by Jinqian that night. Late that evening, a bodyguard from the Sword Saint visited Kim SeoJoon, eager to inform him that the leaders of the 5 major guilds would intervene in the competition, despite the Sword Saint's desire for things to proceed smoothly. The bodyguard was determined to ensure Kim SeoJoon did not encounter any trouble that might affect Sukun. Upon arriving at his doorstep, mana energy radiated from Kim SeoJoon's body, astonishing the bodyguard. Kim SeoJoon, seeing the bodyguard, rushed over anxiously to inquire about Sukun's well-being, his aura displaying a newfound level of power that was entirely different from before. How had he achieved this level in just a few months? Did the Sword Saint already know? Flushed with embarrassment, the bodyguard relayed the information to Kim SeoJoon. The following day marked the third and final day of the professional hunter selection exam. Once again, Kim SeoJoon scored a perfect 100 on the fifth test amidst the jubilation of his peers. However, Kim SeoJoon remained solemn amidst their happiness. Suddenly, someone burst in from outside, in disarray, revealing that the judges for the upcoming combat test were none other than the leaders of the 4 major guilds. The news struck like lightning, leaving everyone paralyzed with sweat. Kim SeoJoon now lifted his head, his eyes hinting at something profound. In this final match, even Lee Hyun, as powerful as she was, only scored 64 points in her duel with Manchester, the wielder of the Supreme Truth Sword. The skills displayed by all contestants were exceptional. I don't like to suppress talent, but this is the path for those seeking the ultimate truth, thought Manchester. The news spread everywhere that the upcoming match would be between him and Kim SeoJoon. Everyone buzzed with discussion, feeling that Kim SeoJoon defeating a judge was inconceivable in the history of professional hunter exams. From old to young, online and offline, all awaited this legendary showdown with bated breath. His performance in the competition is truly astonishing, said someone genuinely impressed. But that's where it stops. In this field, he'll never achieve perfection. Manchester spoke up, but in truth, Kim SeoJoon had known about this since yesterday, thanks to the revelation from the bodyguard. Even the end of the hunter exam, if SeoJoon couldn't master swordsmanship, she would abandon her dream of becoming a hunter. This match will determine Kim SeoJoon's score, entirely at the judge's discretion, continued Manchester. No matter how skilled he is in combat, if they deem his performance worthy of 99 points, but not 100, there's nothing he can do. They've been at the top for so long, their ambition to maintain their position only grows. The bodyguard suggested, the only way to resolve this is for Kim SeoJoon to meet with the Sword Saint and seek help. If conditions are like before, even the Sword Saint has no choice but to agree. Kim SeoJoon wanted the bodyguard to inform SeoJoon of his current situation, hoping to encourage her in this way, showing her that if he could achieve the impossible, she could too. However, he added, I won't go to the Sword Saint myself. At this moment, SeoJoon struggled with sword practice, despite days of sleepless training. Today was their appointment and the final day of the hunter selection exam. Though painful to see SeoJoon covered in wounds, the bodyguard respected her decision, resolved not to intervene with the young lady. I think I understand why she longs to wield the sword once more, thought the bodyguard quietly. Standing before Manchester, Kim SeoJoon resolved to achieve a perfect score to return to SeoJoon. There was only one circumstance in which the judges couldn't evaluate: when they let a contestant win. I believe you won't throw in the towel, but you might end up bedridden for a month, Kim SeoJoon confidently remarked. Hearing his bold words, Manchester was seething with rage. Kim SeoJoon, now in position, gritted his teeth, preparing to draw his formidable long Guinness spear to attack him. Kim SeoJoon recalled an event 9 years ago involving his uncle, Manchul, who shared the same name as the leader of the Sorabi Guild. It turned out that Manchul owed his name to Manchester, a hunter who had saved his father's life, naming him after his son out of gratitude. Kim SeoJoon was familiar with the great disaster of that time. His uncle had recounted how, surrounded by monsters in a refuge tunnel, the government and military had abandoned them due to manpower shortages, leaving everyone to die. Even the 5 heroes were unable to stop the horde of monsters. At a time when everyone believed it was over, the sole person who dared to stand up against the monsters was the founder of the Supreme Swordsmanship and Manchester's father, the hunter Gunzi Manchul. Reflecting on Gunzi's incredible strength at that time, he wielded his supreme skills to single-handedly slaughter the monster army and save 50,000 lives before succumbing to exhaustion and passing away. Kim SeoJoon, deeply intrigued by this story, revealed his own aspiration to save money to apply to the academy. Manchester happily patted him on the back, urging him to maintain this diligence. Meanwhile, Manchester efficiently handled a 10-star dungeon collapse in the city center. The most important aspect of the supreme swordsmanship wasn't external strength, but the unwavering will of those seeking absolute truth. That was the fundamental principle of the supreme swordsmanship. Listening to Manchester's speech on television, Kim SeoJoon couldn't help but admire him. He dreamed that one day he too would be as cool as him. Coming back to the present moment, right here, Kim SeoJoon made a move that sent Manchester flying out. Blood flowed like a river, yet he knew how to seize the opportunity, piercing Manchester with his mana-infused lightning strike, completely knocking him down. The ground even cracked deeply under him. Manchester bent over, vomiting blood beside his ear. Mocking laughter echoed loudly in chaos, as he was humiliatingly defeated by Kim SeoJoon. I used to think this match was a joke, but now I must admit it. Manchester trembled as he spoke, admitting that if Kim SeoJoon had delivered a finishing blow earlier, he would surely have perished. Despite the failure, Manchester still wanted to continue the fight. The judges had an obligation to continue the examination unless the contestant was incapacitated. If one accepts defeat in the face of failure, then they are not a person seeking the ultimate truth. If you want to walk the path to find the ultimate truth with your true self, then ask yourself these questions. Have you truly exerted all your effort? Have you fought until your last breath? Have you disregarded everything to defeat your enemy? Knowing that Kim SeoJoon did not want to go all out against him, Manchester now exerted all his strength, causing chaos around with his techniques, quickly turning the surroundings into ruins. I will never lose my ultimate truth. The only time I lose it is when I die. Manchester shouted loudly, then unleashed a decisive sword strike straight towards Kim SeoJoon. Haven't you surrendered to Hyukyeon before? Kim SeoJoon retorted. Is that why you're playing the leading role here? Trying to involve me in your desperate schemes? Because you don't want to let go of what you desperately hold on to for personal gain? That's the ultimate truth your father spoke of, right? Kim SeoJoon dodged aside while boldly cursing Manchester to his face, leaving him dumbfounded. The ultimate truth, the essence of the decisive sword strike, is unwavering will. There were times when Kim SeoJoon admired that unwavering will of Manchester's. You shouldn't feel ashamed, even if you face your father, he continued. While I also wish, as I said earlier, that you'll be lying in bed for the next 2 months. Kim SeoJoon said proudly. Provoked to fury, Manchester's bloodshot eyes unleashed 6 bursts of formidable power straight towards Kim SeoJoon. Kim SeoJoon calmly responded with an explosive fire force, causing excruciating pain that seemed to pierce through the skies. It truly left Manchester gasping for air. What's going on? How is he so strong? What did he use to strike us with such force? Manchester's vision blurred, and in a daze, he tried to flee forward in fear. But it wasn't that easy. Kim SeoJoon moved swiftly, relentlessly pursuing him. With a decisive punch combining his strength, Manchester felt like a sack of sand being pulverized by Kim SeoJoon without missing a beat. 1 punch left him dazed, 2 left him in a daze, and 3 knocked him out cold, under the dazzling light of Kim SeoJoon's created power. Manchester's entire body shrank in agony, blood flowing heavily. His eyes rolled back, realizing this wasn't just another fight. He knew Kim SeoJoon was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful, unreachable, and untouchable. This overwhelming power was truly beyond comprehension. At that moment, as Kim SeoJoon was about to deliver a final blow to Manchester's face, he trembled, begging for mercy, pleading for a swift death. Please, spare me, old man, Manchester gasped. If you wish, Kim SeoJoon replied, I'll let the surge of my formidable power shoot down, reducing Manchester to a dry corpse, lying flattened under the ruins. Grabbing him by the collar and standing him up, Kim SeoJoon felt a profound disgust for the man before him. This wasn't the demeanor of a seeker of the ultimate truth. Perhaps Manchester would also surrender to Jin Qian in this way. But even so, his father's false ideals still held value. He wouldn't just pass out easily. Kim SeoJoon worriedly thought, if I can't achieve absolute points by overwhelming Manchester, and if I have to kill Manchester to achieve absolute points, then this could be a serious violation, resulting in my assignment being revoked. From the beginning, Kim SeoJoon couldn't afford to receive the assignment of an A-rank hunter like the super veterans he aimed for, those who, when pushed to the limit, could still find a way. Having exhausted all options, Kim SeoJoon disregarded Manchester's begging and decisively thrust a danjian directly into his face, instantly contorting his figure. A steadfast mind, resolute and unyielding in the face of adversity, is the true path that the seeker of the ultimate truth desires and pursues to the end. This is the essence of the ultimate truth, or perhaps even more, superiority. Kim SeoJoon conclusively struck the ground, leaving a colossal depression, with Manchester lying flattened in the middle. After dealing with Manchester, Kim SeoJoon let out a loud shout. Jin-chin, he's here. From the control room, Jin-chin raised his hand to observe Kim SeoJoon, his face devoid of any expression. Its victory caused everyone to erupt in celebration, embracing and congratulating each other. The association president even personally appeared after Kim SeoJoon completed his test, summoning reporters beforehand. As for Manchester, due to the excessive mana exceeding his body's tolerance, he had to lie crippled in bed for at least 2 months to recover. We lost completely. Whether in skill or in logic, we were defeated by a rookie, Jin-chin coldly declared, causing a somber atmosphere. He muttered curses under his breath, his entire body trembling with the fury raging like a flood. Shuryu, Minyul, and Hoirun each had different emotions. After the commotion following Kim SeoJoon's victory settled down, they returned to the academy as if nothing had happened. However, the place no longer resembled an academy. Kim SeoJoon achieving the A-rank hunter certificate was like the final piece of a puzzle, opening doors. Inside, it was desolate and quiet, leaving everyone slightly disappointed, thinking Sukun might be inside, waiting for their return. Kim SeoJoon, have you heard anything about Park Sukun? Shuryu asked, curious. But there was no response because Kim SeoJoon had already rushed off to the Sword Saint's house, unnoticed. The deadline for obtaining the Sword Saint for Park Sukun was nearing, at the end of the hunter selection competition. In other words, the reason Park Sukun didn't come to the academy was increasingly worrying. Kim SeoJoon accelerated his pace. Upon arriving at the Sword Saint's house, he was greeted by a waiting attendant who hesitated on whether to go in or stay. The guard suggested letting Kim SeoJoon in, taking responsibility for everything. Nervously, Kim SeoJoon followed the guard inside. Sukun's body was covered in wounds, looking extremely panicked when Kim SeoJoon appeared. I warned not to let anyone in, didn't I? Do you take my words lightly? The Sword Saint erupted in anger, his entire body emitting a powerful aura that made the guards tremble and kneel. Only Kim SeoJoon remained unaffected, calmly apologizing sincerely. I'm sorry for the intrusion, Sword Saint. Although somewhat disrespectful, I had to come here because there are things that need to be said. This brat, in just a short time, has grown so strong, the Sword Saint muttered, evaluating Kim SeoJoon. He's no longer the weakling he once was. Now he has the strength that I need to exert my full power, even more than that. The Sword Saint wiped off the sweat, his tone chilling. The deadline has passed. Sukun, please return promptly. What I ask for is the minimum condition. If you cannot even meet that, you will be disqualified and spend a lifetime regretting and introspecting, which is worse than not being accompanied by the Sword Saint. It's not over yet, the Sword Saint muttered to himself, still not finished with Sukun. The deadline I set for Sukun is when the hunter selection exam ends. That's right, but it's not over yet. Kim SeoJoon interrupted abruptly. The exam has ended, as you are here yourself. Therefore, my score has not yet been officially confirmed. The exam ends when the scores of all candidates are officially announced, including the final exam scores and individual combat capabilities, Kim SeoJoon asserted decisively, leaving the Sword Saint unsure how to respond. He turned to Park Sukun, gently helping her up and placing the sword handle in her hand. Let's move forward together, shall we? Kim SeoJoon grinned slightly. In theory, this should be impossible. I thought everything was over. But right now, the situation has completely reversed. Park Sukun, tears welling up, tightly gripped the sword in her hand and stepped towards the Sword Saint, requesting one more chance. Kim SeoJoon silently observed Sukun as she faced the Sword Saint alone, her speed and strength in delivering strikes now fast and powerful. She practiced each move fluently, learning from the Sword Saint's teachings. The Sword Saint, who had been under relentless attack by his granddaughter this whole time, finally regained his strength and countered fiercely, startling Sukun and forcing her to adjust her movements. Normally, her sword should harmonize and flow seamlessly with his, but she found it difficult to achieve that connection. This made it challenging to counter the Sword Saint effectively. Sukun tried to both defend against and anticipate his attacks while sweating profusely, stepping back step by step. Amidst the whirlwind, she focused all of her spirit, tightly gripping her sword and deftly evading the Sword Saint's counterattacks. Compared to her own swift senses, the Sword Saint's swordplay seemed much slower than usual. She felt unfamiliar with the sword in her hand, feeling awkward and constrained. Sukun simultaneously attacked the Sword Saint and worriedly thought. She had grown up surrounded by talented individuals, encountering hundreds of great people whom ordinary folks might never meet in a lifetime. Among these greats, her mediocrity felt like a curse. But if she were to meet ordinary people, would her life be any different from now? She had been running away from reality. But then she met Kim SeoJoon. She didn't want to give up anymore. She didn't want to remain ordinary. She wanted to stand by his side. Sukun's determination intensified, her sword strikes becoming stronger with each moment, a gust of wind blowing through her heart. She recognized this feeling. It was almost like enlightenment, perhaps even more than that. Sukun could clearly sense a distinct feeling, an unconscious action within that sense of despair. A surge of power awakened within her. She created a super-fast and heavy strike that left the Sword Saint stunned, unable to believe that Sukun could accomplish such a feat. The girl had clearly reached her limit, a realm she couldn't touch with her current level. Yet what she saw now left the Sword Saint speechless. Sukun, joyful and with sparkling eyes, rushed excitedly towards Kim SeoJoon. Both of them exchanged happy glances, sharing their enthusiasm for Free Fire. There are people in this world who pursue a specific goal, and we can somewhat predict the difficulties and troubles they will face. However, there are rare cases where their limits cannot be foreseen. And there are people who can help others surpass their limits and stand by their side. Surely, the Sword Saint is not that person. He knows that. Occasionally, someone considered useless can accomplish what no one else can. Perhaps the era of the Sword Saint we are passing through has already passed. A long time has already gone by. The Sword Saint sighed lightly as a warm voice echoed in his ear, causing him to ponder deeply. He looked towards Kim SeoJoon and Sukun with a heart full of emotions, unable to speak. On their way back to the academy, Sukun asked him what he would do if she failed. "I would probably go find the president of the association." He replied, "Whatever it takes, I must delay the end of the exam to confirm the professional hunter certification." Hearing this, Park Sukun felt extremely embarrassed and touched, her cheeks blushing. At that moment, Sukun quickly sent a message to Kim SeoJoon, informing him that the president of the association had arrived at the academy and was waiting for both of them. Kim SeoJoon hurriedly called Park Sukun to quickly follow him, and she smiled quickly, chasing after him. When Sukun returned home, everyone warmly welcomed her. The president of the association was equally delighted to see Kim SeoJoon return. "Here you are, Kim SeoJoon. Now I should call you Hunter Kim SeoJoon, right? Congratulations on passing the professional hunter selection exam," said the president. "Hunter Kim SeoJoon, you have achieved a perfect score in the final exam. Therefore, by achieving maximum scores in all subjects, you will receive an A-class hunter certification. Others have also successfully passed and are currently B-class hunters. Honestly, if possible, I would really like to award you an S-class hunter certification, but I think that might be a bit difficult." The president chuckled and mentioned that this time, the dungeon cell had also been allocated to Kim SeoJoon, who had achieved a perfect score in this professional hunter selection exam. The reason the president of the association came here this time was also to ask Kim SeoJoon if he considered establishing a new guild. Upon hearing his agreement, the president eagerly asked to personally handle the guild establishment. Creating a new guild is quite complex. Preparing documents and obtaining permits takes considerable time. However, if I personally handle it, it won't take much time at all. Everyone, quickly write down the names of those who will join the guild here," the president said, hastily taking out pen and paper. After the group had all written their names, the president suddenly remembered there was still one issue. To establish the guild, they needed 5 professional hunters with a B-class hunter certification or higher. But we're still missing one person. If you can't find anyone, I can use my authority to establish the guild. But it might cause some trouble if the 5 major guilds find out, the president continued. Kim SeoJoon agreed with the president's reasoning. Right now, they were all trying to find out who might have malicious intent. But he couldn't just randomly choose someone to join the guild in the midst of this confusion. Suddenly, Kim SeoJoon remembered Lee Hyun, and in a swift and dangerous move, he added Lee Hyun to the guild. Kim SeoJoon decided to name this guild the Dream Team. While other guilds were in disarray, Kim SeoJoon was preparing to establish his guild. The Sword Saint appeared like a crimson deity, stopping the schemes of those groups. The aura he emanated caused everyone in his vicinity to suffer and collapse in agony, as if poisoned. I think you all are misunderstanding something. I have no reason to leave you be, the Sword Saint said. It's just that if we don't intervene ourselves, it won't be any different from the horrific acts you're committing. Because if we don't end the Great Flood and destroy the monsters, who will hear about you sitting in this position later? They'll think you're the one who ended the Great Flood and destroyed the monsters. Jin Qian, the Sword Saint, passed through the people lying on the ground, advancing towards Jin Qian. It had been a long time since they last met, so there was a slight unease in the air. Finally, Kalia decided to step outside and stop there. Even if you're the Sword Saint, you can't swing your sword recklessly in someone else's house, she said, looking unsurprised. Do you know we're involved in this? She asked with a mischievous smile. These little pests want to use my dragon sword to deceive that brat. It's quite amusing. If they had any sense, they'd kneel and apologize to me. However, considering the fact that they lack the courage to do so, there must be someone behind them, instructing their actions. If not you, who else could it be? The Sword Saint refuted, but Kalia remained shameless, laughing as if nothing had happened. If you want to know why Jeom-song is here, I'm just trying to act like a decent person once. I know you lot would be a problem if that brat starts a guild, and I guess that's why you've gathered here, to plan to stop it. But I warn you all, no matter what happens, it's better for you not to act. As the Sword Saint spoke, he struck down with a heavy blow, startling them all into shouting, I've said what I wanted to say. With that, the Sword Saint turned and walked away, leaving the guild members in chaos, except for Kalia, who cancelled all plans, giving orders clearly. Jin Qian found this a bit confusing. He had thought Kalia, the heir of the Deokyeoljeong clan, feared only the Sword Saint, not Kim SeoJoon. Annoyed, Kalia confronted Jin Qian directly, whispering a threat. Beware the Sword Saint and tone down your arrogance. Even a hero in the Great Flood battle like you is nothing compared to the Sword Saint's prowess. And even if we can't confront Kim SeoJoon directly, there are still other ways. Destiny won't change. Kalia smirked mysteriously as she spoke. Kim SeoJoon was at the academy when a notification on his phone suddenly rang out. As he opened it, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first raid of the Dream Team, causing everyone to feel excited. Having just obtained their professional hunter certification, they immediately dove into the dungeon. I'm so excited about this, Minyul exclaimed cheerfully, while Shuryo, on the other hand, seemed a bit worried, fearing that she might not perform well. Lee Hyun quickly reassured her, it's not much different from the simulated dungeons we've practiced in, except for the higher difficulty and real-life risk. The main difference is we can earn money from this. Kim SeoJoon's mind was solely on the money. Feeling thrilled and electrified, Minyul and Shuryu whispered some criticism about him, agreeing that he was quite obsessed. In reality, the previous night, the system notification about the free travel period had expired, which Kim SeoJoon had forgotten. The money he had used to buy mental energy pills had depleted his account to less than 100 million. Discovering that Minyul and Shuryu were speaking ill of him, Kim SeoJoon pretended not to notice their innocent act and urged everyone to hurry up. Kim SeoJoon was still waiting for one more person, none other than Manchol, Suryu's father. Shuryu was astonished to see her father arrive, remarking that the group was now complete. Kim SeoJoon ordered everyone to get moving quickly. When Minhyul asked which dungeon they were headed to, Kim SeoJoon smirked mischievously and replied, "It's a beautiful place, not far from the outskirts of Seoul, in the territory of the Hyukyong Guild." Kim SeoJoon used his priority travel pass to enter the dungeon ahead of other guild members. Upon hearing the name Dream Team, members of other guilds sweated nervously, swallowing their curses hastily. Inside, Kim SeoJoon and his teammates swiftly and efficiently cleared out the monsters, each displaying their combat skills. Finally, they emerged from the dungeon, leaving the other guild members in awe and fear. Now it was Manchul's turn to deal with the corpses, his blood-stained knife catching the eye of the terrified guild members, who fled in panic. A while later, Manchul had finished transporting the pile of monster corpses, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, surprised that everything had gone so smoothly. "If we sell this place, each of us will get at least 100 million and won. Making hundreds of millions in a day like this really cheers everyone up," someone exclaimed as they began celebrating. Suddenly, Kim SeoJoon interjected, abruptly breaking the festive atmosphere. "Wherever we go to raid dungeons, we clean them out completely. Everyone else is exhausted, but I'm still going strong, all for the money." Hearing the complaints about wanting to leave, Kim SeoJoon angrily retorted, "If you want full price for these corpses, you'll have to be the ones to catch them, not turn them to dust. Besides, you all need the experience to become great hunters. Do you realize guild rankings affect taxes and profits?" Suryo sobbed quietly, and Lee Hyun had been standing behind Kim SeoJoon for a while, his face showing little sympathy. Even Park Soo-kun agreed silently with Kim SeoJoon's logic. Kim SeoJoon continued to rally the group to continue on the path of earning wealth and status among the guild presidents. After reviewing the recent activities of the Dream Team, they had conquered several 7- to 8-star dungeons, and even raided dungeons within Hyukyong Guild territory. Attempts by Hyukyong to stop them were futile, given Dream Team's priority travel pass advantage. The treasury of the Hyukyong Guild was quickly draining, causing their president to smile wryly. His assistant burst in, out of breath, reporting that the ancient dungeon had appeared, greatly worrying the president. There was only one person in the country capable of handling such a monster, Tamsen, but they couldn't contact him now. Without delay, the president considered using money to hire Kim SeoJoon's team for another dungeon raid. Kim SeoJoon was furious at his teammates for having fled long ago. He withdrew over 2 billion of his own money to buy a single free travel pass, and that 2 billion quickly vanished into thin air. If this happened every 3 months, he'd be broke for life. The reason every 3 months he bought a free travel pass was because of his enlightenment process. This meant his enlightenment process wouldn't increase at all. It would be better if he just bought individual lessons. But oh well, who knows what will happen with his karma. There are so many lessons he wants to learn, and he constantly has to drink potions. Master Hyuk Sangin still owes him 13 billion won, and he hasn't heard anything from him yet. Is there a way to quickly advance his enlightenment process and receive 10 billion won at the same time? The sky was moving and shaking when Kim SeoJoon suddenly stopped as he saw the association president coming to find him. He said he needed to talk to him. Actually, recently, they received a report about a Dro dungeon appearing in Korea. With all due respect, I hope the hunter Kim SeoJoon can help us solve that Dro dungeon. Of course, we're not asking you to do it for free. We can also provide some financial support for you. Kim SeoJoon was about to refuse but hesitated. Because if he thought back to the last time he defeated Dro, his enlightenment process had increased very quickly. Moreover, there was a 30 billion won subsidy waiting for Kim SeoJoon's team. But he choked up with excitement, crushing the water bottle in his hand. There were only 8 dungeons of monsters that had appeared in Korea in the past few decades. If you count this time, it's 9. Isn't this a golden opportunity to quickly advance his enlightenment process? If he agreed to enter the Dro dungeon, it would rarely cost money to enter. Would he really receive 30 billion won? Outside, Kim SeoJoon tried to act cool, like nothing was happening. Inside, he was so happy he wanted to burst out laughing. The association president thought he was just picky. Dro is an invisible ghost type. If the dungeon were to collapse and these Dro creatures overflowed outside, the consequences would be extremely dire. plunging everything into deep crisis. The association president proposed to Kim SeoJoon that if he successfully raids the Dro dungeon, he would receive an S-rank hunter certification. Then, Team Dream would become an association of S-rank hunters. Subsequently, the association would fulfill their advancement requests according to the terms, and many types of taxes and fees would also be reduced. Kim SeoJoon blossomed more and more each day, unable to contain his laughter. I will definitely ask them to leave that dungeon for me. Besides, they're planning to give me 30 billion won and consider promoting me to S rank. Our association would receive such benefits. Inside, Kim SeoJoon couldn't help but shout loudly, causing everyone to shake and struggle to suppress their laughter. The president explained that he asked for Kim SeoJoon's help because they couldn't contact the Sacred Heart. Kim SeoJoon didn't want to miss out on this heaven-sent opportunity, so he immediately agreed to handle it as soon as possible. Moved to tears, the president bowed his head and thanked him profusely. Kim SeoJoon struggled to hold back his laughter from sheer joy. He's truly a young talent. At the very least, he should be ranked S. No one can surpass him. A hero ready to sacrifice himself and plunge into danger. Kim SeoJoon, the real hunter, the true hero. The president looked at him with sparkling eyes full of admiration and affection. Kim SeoJoon was overwhelmed with happiness beyond description, his entire body stiff with indescribable excitement. Kim SeoJoon joked about how happy Dream would be because they could rest while he took care of the dungeon alone. Little did he know, they were actually ecstatic about it. Without him, they'd have to worry about Dream's team being managed by Kim SeoJoon. This team is truly worthy of its quality. The boss went far away but was still as happy as this. Kim SeoJoon tried to smile, but his heart hurt. During lunchtime, Park Soo-kun decided to prepare things for Kim SeoJoon. But he wanted to go immediately, before the Sacred Heart returned. Meanwhile, rumors about the Rose Dungeon appearing in Korea were spreading widely, along with the name Kim SeoJoon, not the Sacred Heart, would single-handedly raid the Rose Dungeon this time, also spreading. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to him. The president was reviewing documents when suddenly he panicked upon hearing that the Sacred Heart had made contact again. She said she was nearby and would immediately handle the Dro dungeon. The secretary exclaimed, Kim SeoJoon just entered the dungeon when a figure emitting a strange blue light appeared in front of him. Inside the ruined dungeon, filled with suffocating deathly aura, a woman radiating this strange blue light stood eerily before Kim SeoJoon. This mysterious and peculiar feeling permeated the surroundings, filled with deathly aura. Could she be the Sacred Heart? Curious, Kim SeoJoon asked, and the woman sensed movement, turned her back, and stared at him, then urged him to leave quickly. Kim SeoJoon couldn't believe he had encountered the legendary hero of great powers, one of the 5 great heroes of the Sacred Hearts in this place. For about 2 seconds, Kim SeoJoon shouted loudly, wanting to know if the Sacred Heart was intending to destroy the Dro dungeon or not. Why wouldn't the Sacred Heart speak? He felt like his meal was about to be trampled by others. Kim SeoJoon was anxious and frantic, pleading with the Sacred Heart to leave, making way for him to handle the monsters while they were still in the dungeon. He insisted that the terrifying spiritual beings could not be released into the lower world. The Sacred Heart was determined not to leave. They argued for a while until a strange sound echoed. The Sacred Heart urged Kim SeoJoon to quickly hide behind them, shining a lantern in front to reveal the mysterious sinister aura slowly appearing. A menacing figure with a terrifying aura. The Sacred Heart sternly told Kim SeoJoon to leave immediately and let them handle the rest. But Kim SeoJoon seemed unwilling to comply. Intrigued, he approached the creature, causing his enlightenment process to increase with each passing moment. Come on, buddy. Don't stop now, buddy. Kim SeoJoon joyfully received the power of the dream, his eccentric demeanor leaving the monster momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the dream creature rushed forward to seize Kim SeoJoon's attention. Seeing this, the Sacred Heart couldn't help but panic, pale-faced. The child's mental shield seemed strong enough to resist possession by evil intentions, unlike the dominance of spiritual invasion. If things continued like this, the kid's mind would collapse immediately. The Sacred Heart worried and thought deeply. Contrary to the calm demeanor of Saint Kim SeoJoon, who was currently in a state of deep meditation thanks to Dream. His spiritual enlightenment had been steadily progressing. Kim SeoJoon's eccentric behavior had the saint puzzled. What's with this guy? Is he high on something? He's radiating something intense from within. After venturing into the otherworldly realm, Theros' spirit successfully connected with Kim SeoJoon's consciousness, achieving a subtle awakening. Moments later, as the spirit departed from Kim SeoJoon, the monstrous entity transformed into a humble disciple on the path to enlightenment. The ominous aura dissipated, signaling a shift. The enlightenment progress, initially at 33.8% before entering the dungeon, had now surged to 38.1%, a significant 4.3% increase. Assuming there were at least 10 more of Theros' kind in the dungeon, the progress would rise to 43%. This indicated that Kim SeoJoon's spiritual journey had reached a substantial milestone, nearing 80%. Kim SeoJoon, overwhelmed with joy, was visibly ecstatic, his transformation catching the saint off guard. This boy, she pondered, what is his secret? His spiritual power rivals mine, or perhaps even surpasses it. While the other heroes remained silent, the saint contemplated deeply. She knew there was more to uncover, but her current understanding was clouded by Hyuk-Songyeon's cryptic messages. His words hinted at a connection to justice or fanaticism, a murky territory that warranted exploration. Hyuk-Songyeon's suspicion that justice might have influenced the creation of Theros' dungeon intrigued Kim SeoJoon. Tell me more, he urged the saint, surprising her with his insight. However, she couldn't confirm anything yet. As Kim SeoJoon prepared to investigate further, it became clear that only the saint could enter Theros' dungeon. Even Hyuk-Songyeon, after receiving payment, had vanished without a trace. This presented an unexpected opportunity to confront Hyuk-Songyeon about his debts. Kim SeoJoon smiled cunningly as he contemplated, I propose seeking the assistance of the Holy Spirit in the peaceful dungeon. There lies a dangerously wild group of dream creatures, capable of shattering one's spirit, yet also serving as a catalyst for my spiritual enlightenment. I shall indulge in this process, exponentially ascending. Today marks a prosperous day for Kim SeoJoon, and the demise of the Dro group at Hyuk-Songyeon's hideout. A shadowy apostle battalion has stormed to capture him, blaming him for causing trouble. Seeking the Holy Spirit was your mistake, they said. A sudden dungeon appeared in Korea, and you decided to investigate without verifying its authenticity. You already know whom you seek, the leader in black declared. Hyuk-Songyeon winced as the black-hearted one seized him by the throat, causing blood to spurt. Why bother eliminating heroes from the Great Flood battle? Hyuk-Songyeon groaned in pain. There's no particular reason, their leader replied soberly. We're just following orders from our deity. Hyuk-Songyeon realized their deity was truly insane. The black-clad one squeezed Hyuk-Songyeon's neck more forcefully, promising to end his life after this endless war. No matter how hard you try, you can't stop us, the leader gloated, predicting correctly that Hyuk-Songyeon was invisible to them. Suddenly, Hyuk-Songyeon smirked defiantly, swiftly slipping out of their grasp while the black-clad one was distracted. He swung his arm, releasing a burst of energy to thwart Hyuk-Songyeon, who had long evaded existence. It's hard to pinpoint his location, they noted. His invisibility technique has reached an imperceptible state, hasn't it? Never mind him, they said. No matter how hard he tries, he can't alter her destiny. Today is the day the Holy Spirit will meet. The black-clad one sighed deeply, looking wistful. The saint is racing like a bird to the holy place. After a heated confrontation with a bearded group, Kim SeoJoon's spiritual enlightenment suddenly halted, no longer advancing. This left him deeply perplexed and crestfallen. Just then, the Holy Spirit approached, leaving him bewildered that he had yet to discover anything significant. It's strange, he mused. We've been playing around, yet encountered no major troubles. Could it be this dungeon? Is there something wrong with it? Both he and the Holy Spirit sensed nothing unusual about the dungeon, prompting him to wonder if they should reconsider, perhaps regarding transformations. Curious, Kim SeoJoon inquired, and the Holy Spirit confirmed having considered such, but found no signs of transformation. Have you searched for other types of transformations? He asked. The Holy Spirit recalled a past confinement related to the Church of Justice, akin to Kim SeoJoon's current spiritual exploration. Hearing this, Kim SeoJoon suggested a moment of reflection, prompting the Holy Spirit to examine itself. Energy emanated from its body, shimmering brilliantly, revealing the most noble and sacred spirit. The Holy Spirit approached Kim SeoJoon, touching his head gently, expressing immense affection. Among all spirits, the Holy Spirit was the most noble and divine, so it ignored those lacking in integrity. Furthermore, despite the presence of fallen heroes from the Great Deluge battle, it did not react much. Why then does it show friendliness toward this wretched lunatic? Wondered the Holy Spirit silently. Suddenly, a sinister aura emerged, alerting both Kim SeoJoon and the Holy Spirit, who quickly entered a defensive stance. The energy level was vastly different from that of the Rose group. Just moments ago, I felt nothing. Why the sudden halt? Could it be targeting you, Holy Spirit? Kim SeoJoon worriedly thought, scanning the area. The Holy Spirit trembled in fear, its enormous presence capable of inducing dread, unlike anything encountered even amidst the Great Deluge battle. Perhaps it was a familiar encounter from the ancient giant beast. Sweating profusely, the Holy Spirit urgently advised Kim SeoJoon to step back. Though unsure of its nature, Kim SeoJoon was certain it surpassed the bearded group in strength. The stronger it became, the more experience he gained. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Kim SeoJoon resolved not to miss this heaven-sent opportunity, swiftly darting forward as the Holy Spirit shouted urgently behind him. While charging, Kim SeoJoon felt something was amiss. Why was it targeting the Holy Spirit instead of the Lady of the Holy Spirit alone? He brushed it off, determined to resolve it before it could approach the Holy Spirit again and to continue advancing his spiritual enlightenment. Soon after, Kim SeoJoon encountered a malevolent presence emanating from a mythical creature perched atop a house, a legendary entity that posed an absolute challenge even to divine beings. This was the ruler of the sixth highest celestial realm, Dated's demon tyrant. It flew close to Kim SeoJoon, taunting him with a disdainful smile. "Is this all you can do? My progress hasn't budged at all. And don't bring your filthy face near me. Why is your face so hideous?" Kim SeoJoon cursed at the creature, physically striking it with a swift blow that sent it crashing to the ground, dazed and questioning why Kim SeoJoon attacked without reason. Enraged, the creature screamed loudly, attempting to retaliate against Kim SeoJoon with both hands, but to no avail. It found itself in a precarious situation, facing Kim SeoJoon's overwhelming power. It unleashed a furious, unparalleled attack, filling the sky with dark magic that startled even the Holy Spirit outside. However, the one who needed rescuing from this predicament wasn't Kim SeoJoon, but rather the creature itself, due to Kim SeoJoon's astonishing power that disrupted the virtual world, suppressing all demon energy and cornering the creature. Kim SeoJoon relentlessly pursued, and the creature resorted to using more intense spells akin to free fire, but to no avail, ultimately meeting its end. Even in its next life, it would remember this encounter vividly. Seeing the Holy Spirit approach, Kim SeoJoon quickly instructed her to step back and let him handle it. It was the first time a novice A-class hunter had told the Holy Spirit to retreat, leaving her with indescribable emotions. At that moment, the creature was not yet dead and shifted to spiritual attacks to assail Kim SeoJoon. In his mind, Kim SeoJoon felt a sharp pain. Buljo's voice advised him, "Why not just end it yourself?" Kim SeoJoon, looking handsome as ever, scoffed at the nonsense trying to manipulate his mind. The demon persisted, scraping together its last bit of strength, continuously pressing into Kim SeoJoon's mind with the question, "Why don't you end your own life?" But it was futile. Kim SeoJoon remained oblivious like a clueless ox. Kim SeoJoon wrestled with the demon for a while, exhausting it. Finally, it redirected its attack towards the saintess, standing nearby, leaving her dazed and pleased with itself. Before Kim SeoJoon could intervene, it vanished into thin air, diverted from its aim. Now, Kim SeoJoon recalled something. He hadn't seen the Holy Spirit since earlier. He hurriedly turned back to where the Holy Spirit had stood moments ago. He didn't know why, but from the outset, the evil spirit had targeted the Holy Spirit. If it managed to infiltrate the mind of the saintess, it could quickly locate the Holy Spirit. Thinking hastily, Kim SeoJoon realized it was too late. The Holy Spirit had already been infiltrated by the dark power, which had spread throughout its body. Since when had this begun? The Holy Spirit's entire being now glowed in a fiery red hue. Its mere groan caused the saintess to collapse in confusion, kneeling to the ground. Kim SeoJoon, already pondering why the demon had targeted the Holy Spirit at this moment, had recognized its intention from the start. It had always aimed for the saintess. The Holy Spirit, a spiritual entity linked to the saintess, had been its target all along. Its goal? Directly infiltrate the mind of the saintess through the Holy Spirit. Kim SeoJoon trembled with fear, realizing he had to protect the saintess's body, now suffering severe damage. The dark energy swirled ominously, causing her to cry out incessantly. If this continued, it would gravely endanger the saintess's life. The progress had already been lost, and Kim SeoJoon urged himself to swiftly resolve the demon, for the sooner the better. The issue now was how to attack the demon without harming the Holy Spirit. While they were interconnected, was it even feasible? With no time to hesitate, Kim SeoJoon decided to boldly confront the demon alone. With its fiery power enveloping him in an inescapable circle, Kim SeoJoon struggled for air, trying desperately to find an exit. Meanwhile, under the control of the demon, the saintess suddenly rose, her lifeless eyes glaring at Kim SeoJoon as a combined assault of energies overwhelmed him relentlessly. Every route was blocked by a deadly chaos caused by the demon. To defeat it, he would have to defeat the saintess first. But was it even possible? Kim SeoJoon looked at the saintess, now radiating with intense resentment and hatred, and feared for her safety. The saintess was a hero in the battle of cataclysmic proportions. Even if he gave his all, victory was far from assured. More importantly, would she be safe regardless of whether Kim SeoJoon triumphed? What about him and the remaining evil spirits? So many questions besieged Kim SeoJoon. Whatever choice he made, someone would have to make a sacrifice. There was no other way. Gripping his staff firmly, Kim SeoJoon charged towards the saintess, shouting loudly at her. Why would someone who saved the world like you be so easily swayed by those dark intentions? I have dreamed of saving the world for a long time, a world where no one suffers or is unhappy. But what has become of the world now? The days of victory in the cataclysmic battle were terrible. It marked the end of the world as we knew it, a world gone mad with destruction. Laws that controlled humanity collapsed, ethical norms torn asunder. I struggled alone to change the world, yet in the end, nothing changed at all. Even in the midst of the cataclysmic battle, I rejoiced in surviving. But now I feel the pain of continuing to exist. We live in a world where the only difference between humans and monsters is the way we perceive them. This is the world we have created. That's why I want to rebuild it again, Kim SeoJoon continued passionately. But my comrades stopped me. They said if I forced change as they once did, nothing would change at all. My comrades, like so many others, chose to turn a blind eye, despite witnessing the suffering of humanity firsthand. The voice of the saintess returned. She cried and said, "At that time, in the end, the Holy Heart chose to leave. She went to a place no one knew about, using spiritual training as an excuse to calm herself down. However, the more she trained, the more she heard the world's anger, the cries of suffering people in the world created by the Holy Heart. They were the ones the Holy Heart did not support because they abhorred themselves. Therefore, the Holy Heart wanted to grant everyone equality through death. The fall of the Holy Heart was not simply due to the malice of evil spirits. Evil spirits merely initiated it, sowing seeds of doubt. In the end, I understand why Buljo asked me that question." Then, Kim SeoJoon tightly grasped the stick in his hand and struck a blow full of law energy towards the Holy Heart. "So why do you only look at those people?" Kim SeoJoon suddenly asked the Holy Heart. "Who said the world is not a good place and the pain cannot be spoken? Therefore, many people have died. But the world is not only for the powerful people, but also for the weak who need help. Everyone has to live with a heavy burden on their back, living one more day. Certainly, it is a very difficult task because I am also very tired of my life and do not have the strength to share the pain with others. They say that when they are cornered, people will reveal their true nature. However, judging others in that way is not a good thing but an arrogant one. They are simply too tired to endure because of the words and actions that hurt others. At that time, they could not say they had lived through today without going through the hardships and suffering they had to endure. Kim SeoJoon poured out a stream of principles. You know, even though the Holy Heart is the hero of the Great Flood battle, she is still a person. She cannot mourn for those who died all her life. Does Madam think she can bear it? Until all the sadness in this world disappears. No matter what the lady can bear, she is still the one who suffers in the end. These words from Kim SeoJoon made the Holy Spirit fall into contemplation. Everyone lives for today. Tomorrow, let's live better than today, and live even better in the days that follow. Only by doing so can we truly live. We live in fear because we don't know when tomorrow will end. That's life, a life that does everything to exist, even though it seems incredibly mundane. Yet, people still find happiness in that life, a tiny bit of happiness. Going out with friends, enjoying good food and cheerful conversations, singing at karaoke, quietly watching the sunset with loved ones after a hard and tiring day, a faint hope that tomorrow we can endure everything again. These are the joys that people create. They can return to ordinary life after the catastrophic battle, if they have changed the hopeless world where survival is the only thought. In a world where they can live an ordinary life, they only look at those who decline and endure. What would happen then? Kim SeoJoon said, "The Holy Spirit," with tear-filled eyes and speechless. The demon suddenly screamed, a violent storm of evil spirits surrounding Kim SeoJoon's pure strength. The Holy Spirit was bathed in his light, coupled with his earlier words. Gradually, he was able to return to his original state. Kim SeoJoon's immense power radiated, causing the demon within the Holy Spirit's body to collapse and be gradually subdued. After rays of light spread in all directions, the Holy Spirit also gradually awakened. The demon was completely eradicated by Kim SeoJoon, and the Holy Spirit returned to its cute, cheese stick-like state as before. I was worried that the Holy Spirit would disappear when the demon disappeared, but it turns out that Buljo's persistent determination was only to destroy the soul of the demon. Now I can use that persistent determination. Moreover, the effectiveness of my Danjeon has expanded significantly. Kim SeoJoon happily thought. The Holy Spirit stared at Kim SeoJoon, feeling his strength, capable of matching the heroes in the Great Deluge. If in the future, this child's power develops in a wrong direction, who will stop it when it aims its spearhead at the earth? She worriedly thought. I hope you can keep that spirit forever. It's a bit funny to say this, but despite how absurd this world may seem, I want you to know that this is something unavoidable. The Holy Spirit spoke up. I don't understand what you're saying at all, but it's not unreasonable. People are increasingly caring for each other. I think everything is gradually getting better now. In a world of equality where the weak are cared for without any discrimination. If the value of a society is nothing more than hypocritical morals, as some say, then in the era of Hongjinyeon, who couldn't overcome positional differences and became a thief, I don't believe it's like that. Even if it were, I would still do everything to change it. Kim SeoJoon firmly replied to the Holy Spirit. Hearing his words, tears welled up in her eyes, and she burst into a cheerful laugh. Perhaps I've been too worried about you, sinking into pain for too long, blaming my own weakness. That's why you're still alive, right? This question isn't just for Kim SeoJoon, but for everyone living. Though I don't have an answer right now, when Kim SeoJoon completes the enlightenment process, the answer will come. Kalia was shocked to hear that the demon had been eradicated and couldn't speak. Therefore, the words quoted are not about the destruction of the demon. Because even if the physical body disintegrates, demons are something that cannot be destroyed in this world. The only one who can vanquish demons is beyond human reach. Who else could it be? She blushed and thought deeply, then suddenly remembered Kim SeoJoon's name. Her superior was furious with Kalia for not investigating Kim SeoJoon in time. I heard you and Kim SeoJoon are acquainted. Now you're using the Korean guilds to monitor Kim SeoJoon, aren't you? I need someone to take action. I want destiny to return to its rightful path. The sinister figure in black commanded Kalia after leaving the dungeon. The Holy Spirit still didn't know where to go. Seeing this, Kim SeoJoon happily suggested, "Stay in my guild until you decide. I also need someone to verify Mr. Hack's case." Kim SeoJoon, with a big head, plotted cunningly, "If you keep going back to Kim SeoJoon's place, it's too embarrassing." The Holy Spirit offered to teach him soul magic to compensate. No need. Kim SeoJoon, very awake and handsome, rejected the Holy Spirit's attempt to coax him. "Motherfucker wants to wear pants on my head. He just refused me, huh? The opportunity to learn soul magic is only once in a lifetime. Even S-class hunters do everything to turn their profession into a true spiritual path. But who am I to demand to teach him?" The Holy Spirit sobbed 10 rivers of self-consolation. Kim SeoJoon outwardly said he didn't need any repayment, but inside he was secretly rejoicing over the 10 billion won. All he needed was the Holy Spirit's money. When the Holy Spirit confirmed the payment, Kim SeoJoon was ecstatic internally, but refrained from showing too much excitement. He quickly led the Holy Spirit to his guild, plotting intensely in his mind like a towering mountain. When the group saw Kim SeoJoon bringing the Holy Spirit back to stay, they thought he had changed his taste, rich and classy like this. Everyone's faces turned pale with apprehension. Fortunately, he didn't order them to raid the dungeon, so they could breathe a sigh of relief. After learning that, aside from the Holy Sword's grandchildren, disciples of Kuksangjin and sacred laws were also present in this guild, the Holy Spirit felt a heavy blow. While the kids were training, Kim SeoJoon sat in a corner busy counting the money he had just collected, enough to afford another lesson. Each lesson cost 40 billion won or more. "I thought I'd have to wait a while longer to continue studying, but I unexpectedly received good karma so quickly that now I want to study both at the same time. Should I ask the Holy Spirit for 40 billion won? Is that too much? But anyway, I saved her life and she's hesitating." Suddenly, Kim SeoJoon noticed a strange movement here. Quickly, he led the Holy Spirit out to the alley behind the guild, where Hyuksongin had appeared, greatly surprising the Holy Spirit. Although Hyuksongin's stealth technique wasn't detected by the Holy Spirit, Kim SeoJoon easily sensed it. Seeing the Holy Spirit looking disheveled and about to speak, as if wanting to say a lot, Hyuksongin first wanted to know what had happened in the dungeon. "This young man saved my life. Tell him just called when I arrived at Theros' dungeon." The Holy Spirit hadn't finished speaking when Kim SeoJoon suddenly raised his hand to interrupt and asked for permission to explain. Kim SeoJoon was eloquent and vividly recounted everything that happened in the dungeon to Hyuksongin, with a bit of embellishment that made the Holy Spirit want to faint horizontally and vertically. So 10 billion won was paid to keep the church's affairs confidential, and justice was aiming at the Holy Spirit's wife. Kim SeoJoon hesitated for a moment, hinting lightly to Hyuksongin before this resolute stance. If he doesn't agree, he must agree. The Holy Spirit was extremely shocked to hear that the Justice Church was targeting her, as this young man said. In the dungeon, they not only aimed to eliminate her specifically, but also seemed intent on killing every hero of the Great Flood. The reasons behind it aren't clear to me, but I've also been threatened by the Justice Church before. As Hyuksongin finished speaking, Kim SeoJoon and the Holy Spirit were both left with goosebumps. It seems those people are hunting heroes to the extent that they directly disturb the apostles. The reason the Justice Church wants to kill the heroes might be related to bows, but that's just my speculation. What do you two think? Last time, Hyuksongin mentioned that bows had disappeared but not died. Isn't that what you said? That was the effort of both the Great Sound and the 7 apostles. At that time, the monster was so powerful that even if all the heroes in the world joined forces, victory wasn't guaranteed. Exactly, they may not have won. No one knows when the end of the world will come or whether bows will die before it happens. However, the Justice Church knows that. So what determines the outcome? If they can foresee the future, even if it's not perfect, the story will change. Perhaps their ears and eyes are just part of this. The Justice Church knew in advance that Verser would be defeated in the future, even though the heroes suffered considerable damage, so they decided accordingly. They know Verser hasn't appeared yet. In other words, did the Great Sound and the 7 apostles intentionally make Verser disappear? Kim SeoJoon's words made Hyuksongin shudder with fear. The Holy Spirit wanted to know why the Justice Church did this and, more importantly, how it relates to the assassination of the heroes. Only the heroes can resist Verser. Therefore, instead of releasing bows immediately, they want to take advantage of the time to eliminate those who could fight back against it. Suppose it is released again, then the end of the world will come. Kim SeoJoon's threat to the Holy Spirit and Hyuk Sung-in with just one sentence was enough to make them pale. However, even if what he said was true, they didn't need to act that way. They could simply prolong the time. But yes, over time, the heroes will also die of old age, the Holy Spirit added. So in my opinion, even the Justice Church won't be able to keep bows locked up forever. In short, they don't have much time left. Do you not see it? Kim SeoJoon suddenly transformed and asked, could this be the influence when the sealing power of bows weakened? Currently, I'm thinking of 3 possibilities. First, because the seal on bows weakened, its power was released and caused this transformation. Or the Justice Church found a way to harness bows' power. It could also be both, but I'm not sure about what I just said. It's only based on the actions of the Justice Church. More accurately, it's based on speculation. They are the ones who want the apocalypse to happen. But what the Justice Church is doing isn't like that. If they had ill intentions, they could simply wait in the era of the Great Flood without sacrificing to save people and heroes. There are still many things that don't make sense because we don't know much about them. I can't think of anything more. Kim SeoJoon, both Hyuk Sung-in and the Holy Spirit, felt both amused and worried by what Kim SeoJoon said. What if what he said was true? Then someday, if bows were released again, would this world have enough power to stop the monster? Until now, Hyuk Sung-in had only been investigating bows. However, after hearing this from Kim SeoJoon, it seemed he had to learn more about the Justice Church. Hyuk Sung-in had planned to go abroad. As long as the disciples of Do Kyung-juk knew he was still alive, it would be difficult for him to act. However, what the Justice Church was doing, he thought they needed to know if they were targeting heroes on land or worldwide. The Holy Spirit didn't know what to do. She had lived in seclusion for too long and wasn't accustomed to this. She hoped Kim SeoJoon would help her reintegrate. I don't know their purpose, but they definitely want to kill heroes, she said. I understand why you withdrew into seclusion. Maybe you didn't like it, but I think coming down from the mountain was a good thing. Thinking back, maybe that's why the Sword Saint wasn't threatened by them, and you should be careful too. The Justice Church is always keeping an eye on you, just not too closely. I guess they see you as an invisible variable. But because of this incident, you've likely become a threat to them. I'm done talking, Hyuk Sung-in said. I don't know when. But I'll come back to find you too when I have more clues. Hyuk Sung-in flapped his coat and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Kim SeoJoon recalled the sum of 13 billion. He hurriedly rushed to intercept the man, causing him to jerk all his doors. The story of the association chairman awarding the Hunter's S rank to Kim SeoJoon, along with an additional 30 billion, made the delegates below continuously shout in opposition. They collectively attacked him. Several ordinary people who didn't care much also criticized him and me. But it wasn't hard to guess why the delegates were angry. It turns out that he wanted this. The chairman, feeling annoyed, thought, forget about those opposing delegates. The chairman remained cool and wealthy, responding arrogantly with, if you're jealous, I'll just do it. The room fell silent like an organization. Everyone felt as if they had just heard wrong. If I issue the Hunter's S rank permit, can you stop me? The chairman asked. The audience answered, why not? Holy Sword. It hasn't officially punished any dungeon since the Battle of Hongfly ended. The Holy Sword has no achievements. But people are hoping for Kim SeoJoon, the Hunter. However, why don't you eat me? It's because everyone knows his skills and sacrifices. Hunter Kim SeoJoon deserves it. Heroic A-class hunters deserve fair treatment. If you call that special treatment, I have nothing to say, the chairman responded. You say I'm wasting tax money. Isn't that right? How do you think we should spend the taxes? Here I am using that for people. What would happen if the prison opened? Just counting the damage has reached hundreds of millions of dollars. And not to mention the enormous loss of people. Can you handle that? Investing 30 billion, one for the safety of the people, it's not for those taxes. To do that, what are the issues here? Are you talking about fairness? Your salary is much higher than other officials. Isn't that unfair? Your intention is to apply justice only to people. It's not Kim SeoJoon. The chairman cursed. The crowd below had to slap the podium, but they remained stubborn, believing it was too early for Kim SeoJoon to advance to SS rank. It's not that they didn't know Kim SeoJoon's skills. They knew they were being irrational. Nevertheless, the reason for their actions was already clear. It was all due to Yoo Jin-chun's political influence and his bribery. The chairman thought, and that's how Korea speaks and acts. Let those angry ones swear whatever they want. They don't need their approval. Kim SeoJoon will still be promoted to SS rank. As soon as he stepped out, insults followed behind the association chairman. Unexpectedly, Kalia was waiting outside for him. Meanwhile, at Kim SeoJoon's side, a high-ranking member of the association's Dungeon Management Bureau came to find Kim SeoJoon, informing him of an important matter. Kim SeoJoon heard that the association chairman couldn't come temporarily. He was worried about his 30 billion won not being approved or being reduced. His mood surged, making the other person scared. It was said that both amounts had been approved, and Kim SeoJoon would receive them today or tomorrow. Kim SeoJoon returned to calm and joy. It's true that he turned his face faster than turning a rice cake. He also stiffened. Now, although everyone is strongly opposed to his becoming an S-class hunter, the chairman insisted that everything was okay. However, because this had never happened before, the chairman would be a bit busy to resolve these issues. That's why I'm here instead of him. Hearing that, Kim SeoJoon was relieved. As long as they didn't touch his 30 billion won, he felt like Kim SeoJoon. He didn't even care about the S-class hunter permit, but focused only on 30 billion won. If you ask someone between 30 billion won and an S-class hunter permit, they will surely choose an S-class hunter permit because becoming an S-class hunter puts them in the world's top professional hunters' positions, along with the fame that cannot be measured in money. So why don't I feel greedy for this person? He went crazy for money, but he considered money a means, not a purpose. When it comes to important things, he didn't even care. He was completely different from the heroes in the Battle of Hong Fui. However, like that guy, he was worried about the association before. He had raised concerns about issuing an S-class hunter permit for Kim SeoJoon to the chairman, knowing Kim SeoJoon had the qualities of a hero. But at the same time, he feared that if this continued, the position of association chairman would be shaken. The chairman immediately explained his assistant's concerns. If the current trend is that high-ranking hunters only pursue their own interests, then we have no choice but to accept it. The elite hunters in our country are currently declining. A major competitive agreement called the Five Great Congresses has held power for decades, not only affecting the world of high-ranking hunters, but also our entire society. I've tried to improve it, but all we can do is maintain the status quo. Recently, I forced myself to believe that an individual cannot stand firm against the flow of time. However, for some reason, I think hunter Kim SeoJoon can. He's someone who can sow seeds of hope in a mind filled with doubt and denial. Isn't that what a true S-rank hunter is supposed to do? Now understanding what the chairman had said before, he suddenly spoke up, perhaps wanting to represent the Korean people to express their respect for Kim SeoJoon. This made him blush with embarrassment. A genuine S-rank hunter seems to be starting to have hope. He smiled slightly, thinking, perhaps he can. The next day, news of the dungeon attack explosion spread across Korean society. It began with reports of Kim SeoJoon conquering the Rose Dungeon, information about the Dream Guild, and even a license for S-rank hunters. There was even a newspaper predicting the emergence of a new hero. Kim SeoJoon's story spread widely across many social media communities and even morning news broadcasts. At the same time, a conflict erupted due to rumors about the Hukyong Guild. Although the mentioned party was not very interested, as the account had 30 billion to see two classes, each class was 40 billion won because I absorbed all the first medicines. So if I wanted to buy another bottle, I needed 15 billion won. Totaling 80 billion plus 15 billion was 95 billion won. Now I have 43 billion in my hands. The amount of money needed is another 53 billion. Kim SeoJoon has been calculating the empty scream of money he made, but but didn't have enough. But the collection was hard. Not only Kim SeoJoon, but also a lot of people the same fate are sitting waiting for the guild president to appear behind Kim SeoJoon from the time. Yesterday, Kalia came to see the chairman seeking his help. "I'm sorry, but do you know what's happening in Europe?" The chairman suddenly asked Kim SeoJoon, handing him his phone to show the current dire and brutal situation in Italy due to attacks by monster mobs. Kim SeoJoon was deeply outraged by the feasibility of artificial awakening in this era. There should have been more hunters like this. Recently, there have been rumors of increasing distortions in the dungeons in Europe. The Italian government has been trying to mobilize professional hunters to control the situation, but it seems insufficient. The chairman softly spoke, and suddenly a holy aura approached from behind, asking why he didn't ask Ander to resolve it. "He passed away recently. They said it was a dungeon accident. I haven't heard the details, but it seems that a distortion occurred when he attacked a dungeon." Not only in Italy, but other European countries are also in a similar situation, where many great heroes fight on their own. But with this dangerous situation, the European Union had to seek help from the Justice Church. Miss Kalia asked me to intervene. She wants to save Italy. In response to Italy's serious situation, the chairman also mentioned that it's not the only reason. Angela's death also contributed. Ariana isn't just a great hero. He's also the mafia boss of the Syrian Mafia Guild. He was the first to unite the mafia world, an international criminal organization. Ariana is insane, always shouting that he will revive that criminal organization. We thought he was just talking nonsense, but in the end, he actually did it. In the mafia world, of course, there were dissenters, but they couldn't do anything against the great hero. Now, the chains of control of those mafia organizations are broken. Italy is undoubtedly in great chaos. The chairman also mentioned that the Italian government secretly sought help from the Justice Church, but they all said they had their own issues. So, did he ask this kid to do something even the great heroes couldn't handle? The holy man asked in frustration. Of course, I refused. But Miss Kalia asked me to pass on the message, so I told him to know and not to do anything. Kim SeoJoon, I don't think you have to go to a strange and dangerous country. The chairman finished speaking. Kim SeoJoon contemplated for a while and then made a decision. Kalia later informed her superiors that Kim SeoJoon had agreed to help, all because of his obsession with money. Kim SeoJoon demanded up to 100 billion won in exchange for joining the Dream Team members on their journey. The team leader hesitated slightly, but ultimately decided to comply with Kim SeoJoon's wishes. The monsters transformed by swallowing Angela still remained in Italy. If he intended to go there himself, then why should they stop him? He spoke up, and Kalia remained hesitant, her face downcast, informing that Kim SeoJoon wanted them to deposit up front. Now, it was a headache for them. Kim SeoJoon spread the news to the whole team. They had thought they would be scared and hesitant to go. But everyone was extremely excited and buzzing, because their trip to Italy with the Dream Team had been confirmed. Over 100 billion won had been spent. Kim SeoJoon received 60 billion, while the others received about 10 billion each. There were still 2 weeks until the Dream Team arrived, but everyone was enthusiastically training and preparing, making the team leader uneasy even when drinking tea. Disciples of the Sword Saint, disciples of Huksongyan, disciples of the Holy Law. Each of them was incredibly talented. Yet they all gathered together under the light of one person, making the young child feel somewhat lost. The team leader silently evaluated everyone, and then looked towards Lee Hyun with psychic eyes. She discerned that Lee Hyun's soul was entirely black, indicating severe poverty of self. Normally, a soul would have different colors based on each person's emotions. Initially, when a child's soul is completely black, it should have collapsed gradually over time. However, now the collapse of the child's soul had stopped. Perhaps Kim SeoJoon had shattered the small world she once knew and allowed her to step out with new hopes. A child who always doubted herself and tried to change but remained lonely because she didn't know how to navigate life. The team leader looked at her anxiously, making her feel embarrassed, her face blushing. She spoke softly, then gently called her to quickly follow her. Seeing Lee Hyun hesitating, she suddenly struck her forehead forcefully, causing her to cry out in pain. Oops. Just 2 weeks left until you guys arrive in Italy. Now I have to deal with the most troublesome kid. From now on, I'll only accept a yes answer. Do you understand? The team leader suddenly roared like a transformed tiger, activating strict mode and placing Lee Hyun into her training circle, making her so scared she almost fainted on the branch. 2 weeks later, news of the Dream Team's arrival in Italy had spread throughout Korea, leaving behind the worries and expectations of many. The team departed for Naples with great excitement and enthusiasm at the airport. They attracted the attention of numerous curious onlookers, including some rather boorish and arrogant individuals. At that moment, Alina, a member of Italy's Professional Hunters Association and their Asian hunting manager, arrived to greet the Dream Team. She brought along an A-rank hunter and 4 B-rank hunters, expressing some disappointment that the Justice Church hadn't sent at least 1 S-rank hunter. As the arrogant onlookers approached and directed their gestures and foreign words towards Kim SeoJoon, laughing derisively, Alina nervously told Kim SeoJoon's team to ignore them. Suddenly, Kim SeoJoon noticed Lee Hyun successfully establishing a spiritual connection, a skill learned directly from their spiritual leader, which surprised him. His friends looked towards Kim SeoJoon, whispering and joking that perhaps their group had come here just for tourism, and that the weaklings would wet themselves if they knew where they were. Just leave them be. Even if we do nothing, they'll perish soon enough, one of them quipped. Kim SeoJoon heard every word clearly, his face reddening with anger. Unable to bear it any longer, he immediately moved aggressively towards them. Alina paled at Kim SeoJoon's sudden action, realizing that these weren't ordinary gangsters, but a mafia gang with many A-rank talents, known for their ability to evade government scrutiny. Alina shouted loudly, intending to stop Kim SeoJoon, but Soo-Koon's arm restrained her, smiling cheerfully and reassuring her that everything would be fine. Alina was surprised as everyone else seemed unfazed by the situation. The gangsters, seeing Kim SeoJoon approaching alone, laughed and mocked him, causing a commotion. Trash is floating all over this airport. Italy is really chaotic, they sneered. Kim SeoJoon calmly spoke up, triggering their rage. One of them advanced and grabbed him by the collar, but Kim SeoJoon swiftly countered, twisting the guy's wrist and slamming him to the ground before he could react. Witnessing their comrade swiftly defeated, the rest of the gang rushed forward to gang up on Kim SeoJoon, but it was as if they were the ones being attacked. Too fast, too dangerous, the scene quickly escalated and cleared up. The gang of drugged fools continued on their way. Alina led the entire group to Napo. In fact, the hunters dealing with Kim SeoJoon are not mafia. To put it accurately, they are a gang separated from their faction. After Andrea suddenly passed away, the Mafia Association split into 3 factions: the peaceful Annas, the tough Francisco, and Antonio, the official successor inheriting Angela's estate. Although they call themselves peaceful with masculine grace, except for Antonio, the other factions are all criminal organizations. Despite the rampant appearance of dungeons, professional hunters in Italy have not been able to handle them yet, as they are trying to stop this aggressive mafia gang. Therefore, even though this is a bit excessive, we hope the Dream Team can help us solve the distorted dungeons. Alina explained to the entire Kim SeoJoon group, "Do you agree?" Alina was extremely grateful to the entire group. Suddenly, the brakes screeched, causing the entire group to fall to the ground. Outside, groups of people were frantically fleeing because the final dungeon gate had been opened, and all sorts of monsters were crowded together, roaring and flying in and out of the sky. It seems the group couldn't make it to Napo yet, so they had to depart from here. Kim SeoJoon confidently led the way with weapons drawn, while the strong Dream Team followed behind. Meanwhile, at the Italian Parliament, news of a mafia gang taking over the city of Satanzero was a hotly debated issue. "We tried to negotiate, but they stubbornly refused to accept any conditions," said the president of the Professional Hunters Association in Italy. "It's Francisco's tough faction. He threatened to kill 90,000 residents of Satanzero if we don't hand over the presidential position within a week." These words from Marcello made Samira, the Minister of Italia, feel overwhelmed. Antonio is currently coordinating with professional hunters to prevent the rebellious gang from leaving Sicily, but it doesn't seem to be going well. Those wretches dare not do anything when Andrea was alive. Who would have expected such a disaster to happen after a hero disappeared? Samara looked pale and exhausted. Information that the dungeons in Latina had been distorted was conveyed, shocking everyone. Now, there are only about 500 Class C hunters, 150 Class B hunters, and 20 Class A hunters. We thought innocent lives would be lost again this time. Marcelo suddenly panicked and stood up when the secretary reported that there were no casualties in Latina, all thanks to the powerful support of the Dream Team.